This is audiobook part 2 of a bestseller, Booker Prize winner novel God of Small Things written by Arundhati Roy. This audiobook presented by BookTube. Do share, comment and subscribe to our channel for more such free audiobooks.
Chapter 8 Welcome Home. Our Sophie Mole. It was a grand old house, the Imanum house, but aloof looking. As though it had little to do with the people who lived in it. Like an old man with rheumy eyes watching children play, seeing only transients in their shrill elation and their wholehearted commitment to life. The steep tiled roof had grown dark and mossy with age and rain. The triangular wooden frames fitted into the gables were intricately carved, the light that slanted through them and fell in patterns on the floor was full of secrets. Wolves. Flowers. Iguanas. Changing shape as the sun moved through the sky. Dying punctually, at dusk. The doors had not two, but four shutters of paneled teak so that in the old days, ladies could keep the bottom half closed, lean their elbows on the ledge and bargain with visiting vendors without betraying themselves below the waist. Technically, they could buy carpets, or bangles, with their breasts covered and their bottoms bare. Technically. 9 steep steps led from the driveway up to the front veranda. The elevation gave it the dignity of a stage and everything that happened there took on the aura and significance of performance. It overlooked Baby Kochama's ornamental garden, the gravel driveway looped around it, sloping down towards the bottom of the slight hill that the house stood on. It was a deep veranda, cool even at midday, when the sun was at its scorching best. When the red cement floor was laid, the egg whites from nearly 900 eggs went into it. It took a high polish. Below the stuffed button-eyed bison head, with the portraits of her father-in-law and mother-in-law on either side, Mamachi sat in a low wicker chair at a wicker table on which stood a green glass vase with a single stem of purple orchids curving from it. The afternoon was still and hot. The air was waiting. Mamachi held a gleaming violin under her chin. Her opaque 50s sunglasses were black and slanty-eyed, with rhinestones on the corners of the frames. Her sari was starched and perfumed. Off-white and gold. Her diamond earrings shone in her ears like tiny chandeliers. Eyeliner ruby rings were loose. Eyeliner pale, fine skin was creased like cream on cooling milk and dusted with tiny red moles. She was beautiful. Old, unusual, regal. Blind mother widow with a violin. In her younger years, with prescience and good management, Mamachi had collected all her falling hair in a small, embroidered purse that she kept on her dressing table. When there was enough of it, she made it into a netted bun which she kept hidden in a locker with her jewelry. A few years earlier, when her hair began to thin and silver, to give it body, she wore her jet black bun pinned to her small, silver head. In her book this was perfectly acceptable, since all the hair was hers. At night, when she took off her bun, she allowed her grandchildren to plait her remaining hair into a tight, oiled, gray rat's tail with a rubber band at the end. One plaited her hair, while the other counted her uncountable moles. They took turns. On her scalp, carefully hidden by her scanty hair, Mamachi had raised, crescent-shaped ridges. Scars of old beatings from an old marriage. Her brass vase scars. She played lentamente, a movement from the suite in D/G of Handel's Water Music. Behind her slanted sunglasses her useless eyes were closed, but she could see the music as it left her violin and lifted into the afternoon like smoke. Inside her head, it was like a room with dark drapes drawn across a bright day. As she played, her mind wandered back over the years to her first batch of professional pickles. How beautiful they had looked. Bottled and sealed, standing on a table near the head of her bed, so they'd be the first thing she would touch in the morning when she woke up. She had gone to bed early that night, but woke a little after midnight. She groped for them, and her anxious fingers came away with a film of oil. The pickle bottles stood in a pool of oil. There was oil everywhere. In a ring under her vacuum flask. Under her Bible. All over her bedside table. The pickled mangoes had absorbed oil and expanded, making the bottles leak. Mamachi consulted a book that Chako bought her, Home-Scale Preservations, but it offered no solutions. Then she dictated a letter to Anamachandy's brother-in-law, who was the regional manager of Padma Pickles in Bombay. He suggested that she increase the proportion of preservative that she used. And the salt. That had helped, but didn't solve the problem entirely. Even now, after all those years, Paradise Pickles bottles still leaked a little. It was imperceptible, but they did still leak, and on long journeys their labels became oily and transparent. The pickles themselves continued to be a little on the salty side. Mamachi wondered whether she would ever master the art of perfect preservation, and whether Sophie Mole would like some iced grape crush. Some cold purple juice in a glass. Then she thought of Margaret Cookama, and the languid, liquid notes of Handel's music grew shrill and angry. Mamachi had never met Margaret Cookama. But she despised her anyway. Shopkeeper's daughter was how Margaret Cookama was filed away in Mamachi's mind. Mamachi's world was arranged that way. If she was invited to a wedding in Kottayam, she would spend the whole time whispering to whoever she went with, "The bride's maternal grandfather was my father's carpenter. Kunjakutty Epan. His great-grandmother's sister was just a midwife in Trivandrum. My husband's family used to own this whole hill." Of course Mamachi would have despised Margaret Cookama even if she had been heir to the throne of England. It wasn't just her working-class background Mamachi resented. She hated Margaret Cookama for being Chako's wife. She hated her for leaving him. But would have hated her even more had she stayed. The day that Chako prevented Papachi from beating her, and Papachi had murdered his chair instead, Mamachi packed her wifely luggage and committed it to Chako's care. From then onwards he became the repository of all her womanly feelings. Her man. Her only love. She was aware of his libertine relationships with the women in the factory, but had ceased to be hurt by them. When baby Cookama brought up the subject, Mamachi became tense and tight-lipped. "He can't help having a man's needs," she said primly. Surprisingly, baby Cookama accepted this explanation, and the enigmatic, secretly thrilling notion of men's needs gained implicit sanction in the Imanam house. Neither Mamachi nor baby Cookama saw any contradiction between Chako's Marxist mind and feudal libido. They only worried about the Naxalites, who had been known to force men from good families to marry servant girls whom they had made pregnant. Of course they did not even remotely suspect that the missile, when it was fired, the one that would annihilate the family's good name forever, would come from a completely unexpected quarter. Mamachi had a separate entrance built for Chako's room, which was at the eastern end of the house, so that the objects of his needs wouldn't have to go traipsing through the house. She secretly slipped them money to keep them happy. They took it because they needed it. They had young children and old parents. Or husbands who spent all their earnings in toddy bars. Their arrangement suited Mamachi, because in her mind, a fee clarified things. Disjuncted sex from love. Needs from feelings. Margaret Cookama, however, was a different kettle of fish altogether. Since she had no means of finding out, though she did once try to get Kochu Maria to examine the bed sheets for stains, Mamachi could only hope that Margaret Cookama was not intending to resume her sexual relationship with Chako. While Margaret Cookama was in Imanam, Mamachi managed her unmanageable feelings by slipping money into the pockets of the dresses that Margaret Cookama left in the laundry bin. Margaret Cookama never returned the money simply because she never found it. Her pockets were emptied as a matter of routine by Annie and the Dobi. Mamachi knew this, but preferred to construe Margaret Cookama's silence as a tacit acceptance of payment for the favors Mamachi imagined she bestowed on her son. So Mamachi had the satisfaction of regarding Margaret Cookama as just another whore. Annie and the Dobi was happy with his daily gratuity, and of course Margaret Cookama remained blissfully unaware of the whole arrangement. From its perch on the well, an untidy cowcle called whoop whoop and shuffled its rust-red wings. A crow stole some soap that bubbled in its beak. In the dark, smoky kitchen, short Kochu Maria stood on her toes and iced the tall, double-deckered welcome home our Sophie Mole cake. Though even in those days most Syrian Christian women had started wearing saris, Kochu Maria still wore her spotless half-sleeved white shadow with a v-neck and her white mundu, which folded into a crisp cloth fan on her behind. Kochu Maria's fan was more or less hidden by the blue and white checked, frilled, absurdly incongruous housemaid's apron that Mamachi insisted she wear inside the house. She had short, thick forearms, fingers like cocktail sausages, and a broad fleshy nose with flared nostrils. Deep folds of skin connected her nose to either side of her chin, and separated that section of her face from the rest of it, like a snout. Her head was too large for her body. She looked like a bottled fetus that had escaped from its jar of formaldehyde in a biology lab and unshriveled and thickened with age. She kept damp cash in her bodice, which she tied tightly around her chest to flatten her unchristian breasts. Her kunako earrings were thick and gold. Her earlobes had been distended into weighted loops that swung around her neck, her earrings sitting in them like gleeful children in a merry-go-dash, not all the way round. Her right lobe had split open once and was sewn together again by Dr. Verghese. Kochu Maria couldn't stop wearing her kunako because if she did, how would people know that despite her lowly cook's job, 75 rupees a month, she was a Syrian Christian, Martomite. Not a Pilaya, or a Pulaya, or a Paravan. But a toucheable, upper-caste Christian, into whom Christianity had seeped like tea from a tea bag. Split lobes stitched back were a better option by far. Kochu Maria hadn't yet made her acquaintance with the television addict waiting inside her. The Hulk Hogan addict. She hadn't yet seen a television set. She wouldn't have believed television existed. Had someone suggested that it did, Kochu Maria would have assumed that he or she was insulting her intelligence. Kochu Maria was wary of other people's versions of the outside world. More often than not, she took them to be a deliberate affront to her lack of education and, earlier, gullibility. In a determined reversal of her inherent nature, Kochu Maria now, as a policy, hardly ever believed anything that anybody said. A few months ago, in July, when Rahel told her that an American astronaut called Neil Armstrong had walked on the moon, she laughed sarcastically and said that a Malayala acrobat called Omuthachan had done handsprings on the sun. With pencils up his nose. She was prepared to concede that Americans existed, though she'd never seen one. She was even prepared to believe that Neil Armstrong might conceivably even be some absurd kind of name. But the walking on the moon bit? No sir. Nor did she trust the vague grey pictures that had appeared in the Malayala Manorama that she couldn't read. She remained certain that Istha, when he said, "Et Kochu Maria," was insulting her in English. She thought it meant something like Kochu Mana, you ugly black dwarf. She bided her time, waiting for a suitable opportunity to complain about him. She finished icing the tall cake. Then she tipped her head back and squeezed the leftover icing onto her tongue. Endless coils of chocolate toothpaste on a pink Kochu Maria tongue. When Mamachi called from the veranda, "Kochu Maria, I hear the car." Her mouth was full of icing and she couldn't answer. When she finished, she ran her tongue over her teeth and then made a series of short smacking sounds with her tongue against her palate as though she'd just eaten something sour. Distant sky blue car sounds, past the bus stop, past the school, past the yellow church and up the bumpy red road through the rubber trees, sent a murmur through the dim, sooty premises of Paradise Pickles. The pickling, and the squashing, the slicing, boiling, and stirring, the grating, salting, drying, the weighing and bottle sealing, stopped. Chako Sarvan with a traveling whisper went. Chopping knives were put down. Vegetables were abandoned, half-cut, on huge steel platters. Desolate bitter gourds, incomplete pineapples. Colored rubber finger guards, bright, like cheerful, thick condoms, were taken off. Pickled hands were washed and wiped on cobalt blue aprons. Escaped wisps of hair were recaptured and returned to white heads' scarves. Mundus tucked up under aprons were let down. The gauze doors of the factory had sprung hinges, and closed noisily on their own. And on one side of the driveway, beside the old well, in the shade of the Kodampuli tree, a silent blue-aproned army gathered in the green heat to watch. Blue-aproned, white-capped, like a clot of smart blue and white flags. Achu, Jose, Yako, Anayan, Ilayan, Kutan, Vijayan, Vawa, Joy, Sumanthi, Amal, Anama, Kanak Emma, Lutta, Sushila, 6 Jayamama, Jolly Kutty, Molly Kutty, Lucy Kutty, Beena Mole, girls with bus names. The early rumblings of discontent, concealed under a thick layer of loyalty. The sky blue Plymouth turned in at the gate and crunched over the gravel driveway, crushing small shells and shattering little red and yellow pebbles. Children tumbled out. Collapsed fountains. Flattened puffs. Crumpled yellow bell-bottoms and a go-go bag that was loved. Jet-lagged and barely awake. Then the swollen ankled adults. Slow from too much sitting. Have you arrived? Mamachi asked, turning her slanty dark glasses towards the new sounds, car doors slamming, getting outedness. She lowered her violin. Mamachi. Rahel said to her beautiful blind grandmother. Istha vomited. In the middle of the sound of music. And Amu touched her daughter gently. On her shoulder. And her touch meant shhhh. Rahel looked around her and saw that she was in a play. But she had only a small part. She was just the landscape. A flower perhaps. Or a tree. A face in the crowd. A townspeople. Nobody said hello to Rahel. Not even the blue army in the green heat. Where is she? Mamachi asked the car sounds. Where is my Sophie Mole? Come here and let me see you. As she spoke, the waiting melody that hung over her like a shimmering temple elephant's umbrella crumbled and gently fell about like dust. Chaco, in his What Happened to Our Man of the Masses? Suit and well-fed tie, led Margaret Cook Emma and Sophie Mole triumphantly up the 9 red steps like a pair of tennis trophies that he had recently won. And once again, only the small things were said. The big things lurked unsaid inside. Hello, Mamachi, Margaret Cook Emma said in her kind schoolteacher, that sometimes slapped, voice. Thank you for having us. We needed so much to get away. Mamachi caught a whiff of inexpensive perfume soured at the edges by airline sweat. She herself had a bottle of Dior in its soft green leather pouch locked away in her safe. Margaret Cook Emma took Mamachi's hand. The fingers were soft, the ruby rings were hard. Hello, Margaret, Mamachi said, not rude, not polite, her dark glasses still on. Welcome to Imanum. I'm sorry I can't see you. As you must know, I am almost blind. She spoke in a slow deliberate manner. Oh, that's all right, Margaret Cook Emma said. I'm sure I look terrible anyway. She laughed uncertainly, not sure if it was the right response. Wrong, Chaco said. He tummed to Mamachi, smiling a proud smile that his mother couldn't see. She's as lovely as ever. I was very sorry to hear about Joe, Mamachi said. She sounded only a little sorry. Not very sorry. There was a short, sad about Joe silence. Where's my Sophie Mole? Mamachi said. Come here and let your grandmother look at you. Sophie Mole was led to Mamachi. Mamachi pushed her dark glasses up into her hair. They looked up like slanting cat's eyes at the moldy bison head. The moldy bison said, no. Absolutely not. In moldy bisons. Even after her cornea transplant, Mamachi could only see light and shadow. If somebody was standing in the doorway, she could tell that someone was standing in the doorway. But not who it was. She could read a check, or a receipt, or a banknote only if it was close enough for her eyelashes to touch it. She would then hold it steady, and move her eye along it, wheeling it from word to word. The townspeople, in her fairy frock, saw Mamachi draw Sophie Mole close to her eyes to look at her. To read her like a check. to check her like a banknote. Mamachi, with her better eye, saw red brown hair, and almost blonde, the curve of two fat freckled cheeks, and almost rosy, blue-gray blue eyes. Papachi's nose, Mamachi said. Tell me, are you a pretty girl? She asked Sophie Mol. Yes, Sophie Mole said. And tall? Tall for my age, Sophie Mole said. Very tall, Baby Cook Emma said. Much taller than Istha. She's older, Amu said. Still. Baby Cook Emma said. A little way away, Vilutha walked up the shortcut through the rubber trees. Bare-bodied. A coil of insulated electrical wire was looped over one shoulder. He wore his printed dark blue and black mundu loosely folded up above his knees. On his back, his lucky leaf from the birthmark tree, that made the monsoons come on time. His autumn leaf at night. Before he emerged through the trees and stepped into the driveway, Rahel saw him and slipped out of the play and went to. Amu saw her go. Off stage, she watched them perform their elaborate official greeting. Vilutha curtsied as he had been taught to, his mundu spread like a skirt, like the English dairymaid in the king's breakfast. Rahel bowed, and said bow. Then they hooked little fingers and shook hands gravely with the mien of bankers at a convention. In the dappled sunlight filtering through the dark green trees, Amu watched Vilutha lift her daughter effortlessly as though she was an inflatable child, made of air. As he tossed her up and she landed in his arms, Amu saw on Rahel's face the high delight of the airborne young. She saw the ridges of muscle on Vilutha's stomach grow taut and rise under his skin like the divisions on a slab of chocolate. She wondered at how his body had changed so quietly, from a flat muscled boy's body into a man's body contoured and hard. A swimmer's body. A swimmer carpenter's body. Polished with a high wax body polish. He had high cheekbones and a white, sudden smile. It was his smile that reminded Amu of Vilutha as a little boy. Helping Veliapapan to count coconuts. Holding out little gifts he had made for her, flat on the palm of his hand so that she could take them without touching him. Boats, boxes, small windmills. Calling her Amukutty. Little Amu. Though she was so much less little than he was. When she looked at him now, she couldn't help thinking that the man he had become bore so little resemblance to the boy he had been. His smile was the only piece of baggage he had carried with him from boyhood into manhood. Suddenly Amu hoped that it had been him that Rahel saw in the march. She hoped it had been him that had raised his flag and knotted arm in anger. She hoped that under his careful cloak of cheerfulness he housed a living, breathing anger against the smug, ordered world that she so raged against. She hoped it had been him. She was surprised at the extent of her daughter's physical ease with him. Surprised that her child seemed to have a sub-world that excluded her entirely. A tactile world of smiles and laughter that she, her mother, had no part in. Amu recognized vaguely that her thoughts were shot with a delicate, purple tinge of envy. She didn't allow herself to consider who it was that she envied. The man or her own child? Or just their world of hooked fingers and sudden smiles? The man standing in the shade of the rubber trees with coins of sunshine dancing on his body, holding her daughter in his arms, glanced up and caught Amu's gaze. Centuries telescoped into one evanescent moment. History was wrong-footed, caught off guard. Sloughed off like an old snake skin. Its marks, its scars, its wounds from old wars and the walking backwards days, all fell away. In its absence it left an aura, a palpable shimmering that was as plain to see as the water in a river or the sun in the sky. As plain to feel as the heat on a hot day, or the tug of a fish on a taut line. So obvious that no one noticed. In that brief moment, Vilutha looked up and saw things that he hadn't seen before. Things that had been out of bounds so far, obscured by history's blinkers. Simple things. For instance, he saw that Rahel's mother was a woman. That she had deep dimples when she smiled and that they stayed on long after her smile left her eyes. He saw that her brown arms were round and firm and perfect. That her shoulders shone, but her eyes were somewhere else. He saw that when he gave her gifts they no longer needed to be offered flat on the palms of his hands so that she wouldn't have to touch him. His boats and boxes. Eyeless little windmills. He saw too that he was not necessarily the only giver of gifts. That she had gifts to give him, too. This knowing slid into him cleanly, like the sharp edge of a knife. Cold and hot at once. It only took a moment. Amu saw that he saw. She looked away. He did too. History's fiends returned to claim them. To rewrap them in its old, scarred pelt, and drag them back to where they really lived. Where the love laws lay down who should be loved. And how? And how much? Amu walked up to the veranda, back into the play. Shaking. Vilutha looked down at Ambassador's insect in his arms. He put her down. Shaking too. And look at you, he said, looking at her ridiculous frothy frock. So beautiful. Getting married. Rahel lunged at his armpits and tickled him mercilessly. Ickily ickily ickily. I saw you yesterday, she said. Where? Vilutha made his voice high and surprised. Liar, Rahel said. Liar and pretender. I did see you. You were a communist and had a shirt and a flag. And you ignored me. Aio Kashtam, Vilutha said. Would I do that? You tell me, would Vilutha ever do that? It must have been my long-lost twin brother. Which long-lost twin brother? Urumban, silly, the one who lives in Kochi. Who Urumban? Then she saw the twinkle. Liar. You haven't got a twin brother. It wasn't Urumban. It was you, Vilutha laughed. He had a lovely laugh that he really meant. Wasn't me, he said. I was sick in bed. See, you're smiling. Rahel said. That means it was you. Smiling means it was you. That's only in English. Vilutha said. In Malayalam my teacher always said that smiling means it wasn't me. It took Rahel a moment to sort that one out. She lunged at him once again. Ickily ickily ickily. Still laughing, Vilutha looked into the play for Sophie. Where's our Sophie mole? Let's take a look at her. Did you remember to bring her, or did you leave her behind? Don't look there, Rahel said urgently. She stood up on the cement parapet that separated the rubber trees from the driveway, and clapped her hands over Vilutha's eyes. Why? Vilutha said. Because, Rahel said, I don't want you to. Where's Isthaman? Vilutha said, with an ambassador, disguised as a stick insect disguised as an airport ferry, hanging down his back with her legs wrapped around his waist, blindfolding him with her sticky little hands. I haven't seen him. Oh, we sold him in Cochin, Rahel said airily. For a bag of rice. And a torch. The froth of her stiff frock pressed rough lace flowers into Vilutha's back. Lace flowers and a lucky leaf bloomed on a black back. But when Rahel searched the play for Istha, she saw that he wasn't there. Back inside the play, Kochu Maria arrived, short, behind her tall cake. Cakes come, she said, a little loudly, to Mamachi. Kochu Maria always spoke a little loudly to Mamachi because she assumed that poor eyesight automatically affected the other senses. Kando, Kochu Marie. Mamachi said. Can you see our Sophie mole? Kandu, Kukama, Kochu Maria said extra loud. I can see her. She smiled at Sophie mole, extra wide. She was exactly Sophie mole's height. More short than Syrian Christian, despite her best efforts. She has her mother's color, Kochu Maria said. Papachi's nose, Mamachi insisted. I don't know about that, but she's very beautiful, Kochu Maria shouted. Sundari Kutty. She's a little angel. Little angels were beach-colored and wore bell-bottoms. Little demons were mood-brown in airport ferry frocks with forehead bumps that might turn into hams. With fountains in love in Tokyo's. And backwards reading habits. And if you cared to look, You could see Satan in their eyes. Coach Maria took both Sophie Mole's hands in hers, palms upward, raised them to her face and inhaled deeply. What's she doing? Sophie Mole wanted to know, tender London hands clasped in calloused Imanum ones. Who's she and why's she smelling my hands? She's the cook, Chaco said. That's her way of kissing you. Kissing? Sophie Mole was unconvinced, but interested. How marvelous! Margaret Cook Emma said. It's a sort of sniffing. Do the men and women do it to each other too? She hadn't meant it to sound quite like that, and she blushed. An embarrassed schoolteacher-shaped hole in the universe. Oh, all the time. Amu said, and it came out a little louder than the sarcastic mumble that she had intended. That's how we make babies. Chaco didn't slap her. So she didn't slap him back. But the waiting heir grew angry. I think you owe my wife an apology, Amu, Chaco said, with a protective, proprietal air, hoping that Margaret Cook Emma wouldn't say ex-wife, Chaco, and wag a rose at him. Oh no. Margaret Cook Emma said. It was my fault. I never meant it to sound quite like that. What I meant was I mean it is fascinating to think that. It was a perfectly legitimate question, Chaco said. And I think Amu ought to apologize. Must we behave like some damn god-forsaken tribe that's just been discovered? Amu asked. Oh dear. Margaret Cook Emma said. In the angry quietness of the play, the blue army in the green heat still watching, Amu walked back to the Plymouth, took out her suitcase, slammed the door, and walked away to her room, her shoulders shining. Leaving everybody to wonder where she had learned her effrontery from. And truth be told, it was no small wondering matter. Because Amu had not had the kind of education, nor read the sorts of books, nor met the sorts of people, that might have influenced her to think the way she did. She was just that sort of animal. As a child, she had learned very quickly to disregard the father bear mother bear stories she was given to read. In her version, Father Bear beat Mother Bear with brass vases. Mother Bear suffered those beatings with mute resignation. In her growing years, Amu had watched her father weave his hideous web. He was charming and urbane with visitors, and stopped just short of fawning on them if they happened to be white. He donated money to orphanages and leprosy clinics. He worked hard on his public profile as a sophisticated, generous, moral man. But alone with his wife and children he turned into a monstrous, suspicious bully, with a streak of vicious cunning. They were beaten, humiliated, and then made to suffer the envy of friends and relations for having such a wonderful husband and father. Amu had endured cold winter nights in Delhi hiding in the mehundi hedge around their house, in case people from good families saw them, because Papachi had come back from work out of sorts, and beaten her and Mamachi and driven them out of their home. On one such night, Amu, aged 9, hiding with her mother in the hedge, watched Papachi's natty silhouette in the lit windows as he flitted from room to room. Not content with having beaten his wife and daughter, Chaco was away at school. He tore down curtains, kicked furniture, and smashed a table lamp. An hour after the lights went out, disdaining Mamachi's frightened pleading, little Amu crept back into the house through a ventilator to rescue her new gumboots that she loved more than anything else. She put them in a paper bag and crept back into the drawing room when the lights were suddenly switched on. Papachi had been sitting in his mahogany rocking chair all along, rocking himself silently in the dark. When he caught her, he didn't say a word. He flogged her with his ivory-handled riding crop, the one that he had held across his lap in his studio photograph. Amu didn't cry. When he finished beating her he made her bring him Mamachi's pinking shears from her sewing cupboard. While Amu watched, the imperial entomologist shred her new gumboots with her mother's pinking shears. The strips of black rubber fell to the floor. The scissors made snicking scissor sounds. Amu ignored her mother's drawn, frightened face that appeared at the window. It took 10 minutes for her beloved gumboots to be completely shredded. When the last strip of rubber had rippled to the floor, her father looked at her with cold, flat eyes, and rocked and rocked and rocked, surrounded by a sea of twisting rubber snakes. As she grew older, Amu learned to live with this cold, calculating cruelty. She developed a lofty sense of injustice and the mulish, reckless streak that develops in someone small who has been bullied all their lives by someone big. She did exactly nothing to avoid quarrels and confrontations. In fact, it could be argued that she sought them out, perhaps even enjoyed them. Has she gone? Mamachi asked the silence around her. She's gone, Kochu Maria said loudly. Are you allowed to say damn in India? Sophie Mole asked. Who said damn? Chaco asked. She did, Sophie Mole said. Auntie Amua. She said some damn god-forsaken tribe. Cut the cake and give everybody a piece, Mamachi said. Because in England, we're not, Sophie Mole said to Chaco. Not what? Chaco said. Allowed to say DIMN, Sophie Mole said. Mamachi looked sightlessly out into the shining afternoon. Is everyone here? She asked. Ower, Kukama, the blue army in the green heat said. We're all here. Outside the play, Rahel said to Vilutha, we're not here, are we? We're not even playing. That is exactly right, Vilutha said. We're not even playing. But what I would like to know is, where is our Esthapapakakan Kudapan Peter Mon? And that became a delighted, breathless, Rumpelstiltskin-like dance among the rubber trees. O Esthapapakakan Kudapan Peter Mon. Where, oh where have you gone? And from Rumpelstiltskin it graduated to the Scarlet Pimpernel. We seek him here, we seek him there, those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven, else he in hell? That dumb metal Yusuf is the pen, Kochu Maria cut a sample piece of cake for Mamachi's approval. One piece each, Mamachi confirmed to Kochu Maria, touching the piece lightly with ruby-ringed fingers to see if it was small enough. Kochu Maria sawed up the rest of the cake messily, laboriously, breathing through her mouth, as though she was carving a hunk of roast lamb. She put the pieces on a large silver tray. Mamachi played a welcome home, our Sophie Mole melody on her violin. A cloying, chocolate melody. Sticky sweet, and melty brown. Chocolate waves on a chocolate shore. In the middle of the melody, Chaco raised his voice over the chocolate sound. Mama, he said, in his reading aloud voice. Mama. That's enough. Enough violin. Mamachi stopped playing and looked in Chaco's direction, the bow poised in midair. Enough? Do you think that's enough, Chaco? More than enough, Chaco said. Enough's enough, Mamachi murmured to herself. I think I'll stop now. As though the idea had suddenly occurred to her. She put her violin away into its black, violin-shaped box. It closed like a suitcase. And the music closed with it. Click. And click. Mamachi put her dark glasses on again. And drew the drapes across the hot day. Amu emerged from the house and called to Rahel. Rahel. I want you to have your afternoon nap. Come in after you've had your cake. Rahel's heart sank. Afternoon nap. She hated those. Amu went back indoors. Vilutha put Rahel down, and she stood forlornly at the edge of the driveway, on the periphery of the play, a nap looming large and nasty on her horizon. And please stop being so overfamiliar with that man. Baby Kukama said to Rahel. Overfamiliar. Mamachi said. Who is it, Chaco? Who's being overfamiliar? Rahel, Baby Kukama said. Overfamiliar with who? With whom, Chaco corrected his mother. All right, with whom is she being overfamiliar? Mamachi asked. Your beloved Vilutha, whom else? Baby Kukama said, and to Chaco, ask him where he was yesterday. Let's bell the cat once and for all. Not now, Chaco said. What's overfamiliar? Sophie Mole asked Margaret Kukama, who didn't answer. Vilutha? Is Vilutha here? Are you here? Mamachi asked the afternoon. Oh, Cook Emma. He stepped through the trees into the play. Did you find out what it was? Mamachi asked. The washer in the foot valve, Vilutha said. I've changed it. It's working now. Then switch it on, Mamachi said. The tank is empty. That man will be our nemesis, baby Cook Emma said. Not because she was clairvoyant and had had a sudden flash of prophetic vision. Just to get him into trouble. Nobody paid her any attention. Mark my words, she said bitterly. See her. Coach Maria said when she got to Rahel with her tray of cake. She meant Sophie Mol when she grows up, she'll be our Cook Emma, and she'll raise our salaries, and give us nylon saris for Onam. Coach Maria collected saris, though she hadn't ever worn one, and probably never would. So what? Rahel said. By then I'll be living in Africa. Africa. Coach Maria sniggered. Africa's full of ugly black people and mosquitoes. You're the one who's ugly, Rahel said, and added, in English, stupid dwarf. What did you say? Coach Maria said threateningly. Don't tell me. I know. I heard. I'll tell Mamachi. Just wait. Rahel walked across to the old well where there were usually some ants to kill. Red ants that had a sour farty smell when they were squashed. Coach Maria followed her with the tray of cake. Rahel said she didn't want any of the stupid cake. Kushumbai, Coach Maria said. Jealous people go straight to hell. Who's jealous? I don't know. You tell me, Coach Maria said, with a frilly apron and a vinegar heart. Rahel put on her sunglasses and looked back into the play. Everything was angry-colored. Sophie Mole, standing between Margaret Cook Emma and Chaco, looked as though she ought to be slapped. Rahel found a whole column of juicy ants. They were on their way to church. All dressed in red. They had to be killed before they got there. Squished and squashed with a stone. You can't have smelly ants in church. The ants made a faint crunchy sound as life left them. Like an elf eating toast, or a crisp biscuit. The Antly church would be empty and the Antly bishop mold wait in his funny Antly bishop clothes, swinging frankincense in a silver pot, and nobody would arrive. After he had waited for a reasonably Antly amount of time, he would get a funny Antly bishop frown on his forehead, and shake his head sadly. He would look at the glowing Antly stained glass windows, and when he finished looking at them, he would lock the church with an enormous key and make it dark. Then he'd go home to his wife, and, if she wasn't dead, they'd have an Antly afternoon nap. Sophie Mole, hat bell-bottomed and loved from the beginning, walked out of the play to see what Rahel was doing behind the well. But the play went with her. Walked when she walked, stopped when she stopped. Fond smiles followed her. Coach Maria moved the cake tray out of the way of her adoring downward smile as Sophie squatted down in the well. Squelch, yellow bottoms of bells muddy wet now. Sophie Mole inspected the smelly mayhem with clinical detachment. The stone was coated with crushed red carcasses and a few feebly waving legs. Coach Maria watched with her cake crumbs. The fond smiles watched fondly. Little girls playing. Sweet. One beach-colored. One brown. One loved. One loved a little less. Let's leave one alive so that it can be lonely, suggested. Sophie Mole Rahel ignored her and killed them all. Then in her frothy airport frock with matching knickers, no longer crisp, and unmatching sunglasses, she ran away. Disappeared into the green heat. The fond smile stayed on Sophie Mole like a spotlight, thinking, perhaps, that the sweet cousins were playing hide and seek, like sweet cousins often do. Chapter 9 Mrs. Pillai, Mrs. Epan, Mrs. Rajgopal on the green for the day had seeped from the trees. Dark palm leaves were splayed like drooping combs against the monsoon sky. The orange sun slid through their bent, grasping teeth. A squadron of fruit bats sped across the gloom. In the abandoned ornamental garden, Rahel, watched by lolling dwarfs and a forsaken cherub, squatted by the stagnant pond and watched toads hop from stone to scummy stone. Beautiful ugly toads. Slimy. Warty croaking. Yearning, unkissed princes trapped inside them. Food for snakes that lurked in the long June grass. Rustle. Lunge. No more toad to hop from stone to scummy stone. No more prince to kiss. It was the first night since she'd come that it hadn't rained. Around now, Rahel thought, if this were Washington I would be on my way to work. The bus ride. The street lights. The gas fumes. The shapes of people's breath on the bulletproof glass of my cabin. The clatter of coins pushed towards me in the metal tray. The smell of money on my fingers. The punctual drunk with sober eyes who arrives exactly at 10 p.m. Hey, you. Black bitch. Suck my dick. She owned $700. And a gold bangle with snake heads. But baby cook Emma had already asked her how much longer she planned to stay. And what she planned to do about Istha. She had no plans. No plans. No locusts stand I. She looked back at the looming, gabled, house-shaped hole in the universe and imagined living in the silver bowl that baby cook Emma had installed on the roof. It looked large enough for people to live in. Certainly it was bigger than a lot of people's homes. Bigger, for instance, than Kochu Maria's cramped quarters. If they slept there, she and Istha, curled together like fetuses in a shallow steel womb, what would Hulk Hogan and Bam Bam Bigelow do? If the dish were occupied, where would they go? Would they slip through the chimney into baby Kochama's life and TV? Would they land on the old stove with a hyack, in their muscles and spangled clothes? Would the thin people, the famine victims and refugees, slip through the cracks in the doors? Would genocide slide between the tiles? The sky was thick with TV. If you wore special glasses you could see them spinning through the sky among the bats and homing birds. Blondes, wars, famines, football, food shows, coups d'état, hairstyles stiff with hairspray. Designer pectorals. Gliding towards Imanum like skydivers. Making patterns in the sky. Wheels. Windmills. Flowers blooming and unblooming. Hyack. Rahel returned to contemplating toads. Fat. Yellow. From stone to scummy stone. She touched one gently. It moved its eyelids upwards. Funnily self-assured. Nictitating membrane, she remembered she and Istha once spent a whole day saying. She and Istha and Sophie mol nictitating ictitating itating tating iting. They were, all three of them, wearing saris, old ones, torn in half, that day. Istha was the draping expert. He pleated Sophie Mole's pleats. Organized Rahel's palu and settled his own. They had red bindies on their foreheads. In the process of trying to wash out Amu's forbidden coal, they had smudged it all over their eyes, and on the whole looked like three raccoons trying to pass off as Hindu ladies. It was about a week after Sophie Mole arrived. A week before she died. By then she had performed unfalteringly under the twins' perspicacious scrutiny and had confounded all their expectations. She had, informed Chaco that even though he was her real father, she loved him less than Joe, which left him available even if not inclined to be the surrogate father of certain envoy persons greedy for his affection. B. Turned down Mamachi's offer that she replaces Istha and Rahel as the privileged plater of Mamachi's nightly rat's tail and counter of moles. C. And most important, astutely gauged the prevailing temper, and not just rejected, but rejected outright and extremely rudely, all of baby Kochama's advances and small seductions. As if this were not enough, she also revealed herself to be human. One day the twins returned from a clandestine trip to the river, which had excluded Sophie Mole, and found her in the garden in tears, perched on the highest point of baby Kochama's herb curl, being lonely, as she put it. The next day Istha and Rahel took her with them to visit Vilutha. They visited him in saris, clumping gracelessly through red mud and long grass, nictitating ictitating tating ating tinging, and introduced themselves as Mrs. Pillai, Mrs. Epan, and Mrs. Rajgopalan. Vilutha introduced himself and his paralyzed brother Kudapan, although he was fast asleep. He greeted them with the utmost courtesy. He addressed them all as Kukama and gave them fresh coconut water to drink. He chatted to them about the weather, the river, the fact that in his opinion coconut trees were getting shorter by the year, as were the ladies in Imanam. He introduced them to his surly hen. He showed them his carpentry tools, and whittled them each a little wooden spoon. It is only now, these years later, that Rahel with adult hindsight recognized the sweetness of that gesture. A grown man entertaining 3 raccoons, treating them like real ladies. Instinctively colluding in the conspiracy of their fiction, taking care not to decimate it with adult carelessness or affection. It is after all so easy to shatter a story, to break a chain of thought, to ruin a fragment of a dream being carried around carefully like a piece of porcelain. To let it be, to travel with it, as Vilutha did, is much the harder thing to do. 3 days before the terror, he had let them paint his nails with red cutex that Amu had discarded. That's the way he was the day history visited them in the back veranda. A carpenter with gaudy nails. The posse of touchable policemen had looked at them and laughed. "What's this?" one had said. "AC/DC. Another lifted his boot with a millipede curled into the ridges of its sole. Deep rust brown. A million legs. The last strap of light slipped from the cherub's shoulder. Gloom swallowed the garden whole. Like a python. Lights came on in the house. Rahel could see Istha in his room, sitting on his neat bed. He was looking out through the barred window at the darkness. He couldn't see her, sitting outside in the darkness, looking in at the light. A pair of actors trapped in a recondite play with no hint of plot or narrative. Stumbling through their parts, nursing someone else's sorrow. Grieving someone else's grief. Unable, somehow, to change plays. Or purchase, for a fee, some cheap brand of exorcism from a counselor with a fancy degree, who would sit them down and say, in one of many ways, "You're not the sinners. You're the sinned against. You were only children. You had no control. You are the victims, not the perpetrators." It would have helped if they could have made that crossing. If only they could have worn, even temporarily, the tragic hood of victimhood. Then they would have been able to put a face on it, and conjure up fury at what had happened. Or seek redress. And eventually, perhaps, exorcise the memories that haunted them. But anger wasn't available to them, and there was no face to put on this other thing that they held in their sticky other hands, like an imaginary orange. There was nowhere to lay it down. It wasn't theirs to give away. It would have to be held carefully and forever. Esthapan and Rahel both knew that there were several perpetrators, besides themselves, that day. But only one victim. And he had blood-red nails and a brown leaf on his back that made the monsoons come on time. He left behind a hole in the universe through which darkness poured like liquid tar. Through which their mother followed without even turning to wave goodbye. She left them behind, spinning in the dark, with no moorings, in a place with no foundation. Hours later, the moon rose and made the gloomy python surrender what it had swallowed. The garden reappeared. Regurgitated whole. With Rahel sitting in it. The direction of the breeze changed and brought her the sound of drums. A gift. The promise of a story. Once upon a time, they said, there lived a Rahel lifted her head and listened. On clear nights the sound of the Chinda traveled up to a kilometer from the Imanam temple, announcing a Kathakali performance. Rahel went. Drawn by the memory of steep roofs and white walls. Of brass lamps lit and dark, oiled wood. She went in the hope of meeting an old elephant who wasn't electrocuted on the Kottayam Cochin highway. She stopped by the kitchen for a coconut. On her way out, she noticed that one of the gauze doors of the factory had come off its hinges and was propped against the doorway. She moved it aside and stepped in. The air was heavy with moisture, wet enough for fish to swim in. The floor under her shoes was slick with monsoon scum. A small, anxious bat flitted between the roof beams. The low cement pickle vat silhouetted in the gloom made the factory floor look like an indoor cemetery for the cylindrical dead. The earthly remains of paradise pickles and preserves. Where long ago, on the day that Sophie Mole came, Ambassador E. Pelvis stirred a pot of scarlet jam and thought two thoughts. Where a red, tender mango-shaped secret was pickled, sealed, and put away. It's true. Things can change in a day. Chapter 10 The River in the Boat. While the Welcome Home, our Sophie Mole play was being performed in the front veranda and Coach Maria distributed cake to a blue army in the green heat, Ambassador E. Pelvis/S. Pimpernel, with a puff, of the beige and pointy shoes, pushed open the gauze doors to the dank and pickle-smelling premises of Paradise Pickles. He walked among the giant cement pickle vats to find a place to think in. Usa, the Barnaul, who lived on a blackened beam near the skylight, and contributed occasionally to the flavor of certain Paradise products, watched him walk past floating yellow limes in brine that needed prodding from time to time, or else islands of black fungus formed like frilled mushrooms in a clear soup. Past green mangoes, cut and stuffed with turmeric and chili powder and tied together with twine. They needed no attention for a while. Past glass casks of vinegar with corks. Past shelves of pectin and preservatives. Past trays of bitter gourd with knives and colored finger guards. Past gunny bags bulging with garlic and small onions. Past mounds of fresh green peppercorns. Past a heap of banana peels on the floor, preserved for the pig's dinner. Past the label cupboard full of labels. Past the glue. Past the glue brush. Past an iron tub of empty bottles floating in soap-bubbled water. Past the lemon squash. The grape crush. And back. It was dark inside, lit only by the light that filtered through the clotted gauze doors, and a beam of dusty sunlight, that Usa didn't use, from the skylight. The smell of vinegar and asafoetida stung his nostrils, but Istha was used to it, loved it. The place that he found to think in was between the wall and the black iron cauldron in which a batch of freshly boiled, illegal, banana jam was slowly cooling. The jam was still hot and on its sticky scarlet surface, thick pink froth was dying slowly. Little banana bubbles drowning deep in jam and nobody to help them. The orange drink lemon drink man could walk in any minute. Catch a Cochin Kottayam bus and be there. And Amu would offer him a cup of tea. Or pineapple squash perhaps. With ice. Yellow in a glass. With the long iron stirrer, Istha stirred the thick, fresh jam. The dying froth made dying frothly shapes. A crow with a crushed wing. A clenched chicken's claw. A null, not Usa, mired in sickly jam. A sadly swirl. And nobody to help. As Istha stirred the thick jam he thought two thoughts, and the two thoughts he thought were these: A. Anything can happen to anyone. And, B. It's best to be prepared. Having thought these thoughts, Istha alone was happy with his bit of wisdom. As the hot magenta jam went round, Istha became a stirring wizard with a spoiled puff and uneven teeth, and then the witches of Macbeth. Fire burn, banana bubble. Amu had allowed Istha to copy Mamachi's recipe for banana jam into her new recipe book, black with a white spine. Acutely aware of the honor that Amu had bestowed on him, Istha had used both his best handwritings. Banana jam, in his old best writing, crush ripe banana. Add water to cover and cook on a hot fire till fruit is soft. Squeeze out juice by straining through coarse muslin. Weigh equal quantity of sugar and keep _by. Cook fruit juice till it turns scarlet and about half the quantity evaporates. Prepare the gelatin, pectin, thus, proportion 1:5 i.e., 4 teaspoons pectin, 20 teaspoons sugar. Istha always thought of pectin as the youngest of three brothers with hammers, Pectin, Hecton and Abednego. He imagined them building a wooden ship in failing light and a drizzle. Like Noah's sons. He could see them clearly in his mind. Racing against time. The sound of their hammering echoing dully under the brooding, storm-coming sky. And nearby in the jungle, animals queued up in pairs, girl boy. Girl boy girl boy. Girl boy. Twins were not allowed. In the eerie, storm-coming light, the rest of the recipe was in Istha's new best handwriting. Angular, spiky. It leaned backwards as though the letters were reluctant to form words, and the words reluctant to be in sentences. Add the pectin to concentrated juice. Cook for a few, 5 minutes. Use a strong fire, burning heavily all around. Add the sugar. Cook until sheeting consistency is obtained. Cool slowly. Hope you will enjoy this recipe. Apart from the spelling mistakes, the last line "hope you will enjoy this recipe" was Istha's only augmentation of the original text. Gradually, as Istha stirred, the banana jam thickened and cooled, and thought number 3 rose unbidden from his beige and pointy shoes. Thought number 3 was, see, a boat to row across the river. A cara. The other side. A boat to carry provisions. Matches. Clothes. Pots and pans. Things they would need and couldn't swim with. Istha's arm hairs stood on end. The jam stirring became a boat rowing. The round and round became a back and forth. Across a sticky scarlet river. A song from the Onam boat race filled the factory. Tai tai theka tai tai thom. Endada koran gasha, chandi ithrathan jaduai, hey, Mr. Monkey Man, why's your bum so red? Pandil thurun poyapal narakamathiri naranji engine. I went for a shit to Madras, and scraped it till it bled. Over the somewhat discourteous questions and answers of the boat song, Rahel's voice floated into the factory. Istha. 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 Istha didn't answer. The chorus of the boat song was whispered into the thick jam. The iom thithom therika thithom the may gauze door creaked, and an airport ferry with horn bumps and yellow-rimmed red plastic sunglasses looked in with the sun behind her. The factory was angry-colored. The salted limes were red. The tender mangoes were red. The label cupboard was red. The dusty sunbeam, that Usa never used, was red. The gauze door closed. Rahel stood in the empty factory with her fountain in a love in Tokyo. She heard a nun's voice singing the boat song. A clear soprano wafting over vinegar fumes and pickle vats. She turned to Istha bent over the scarlet broth in the black cauldron. What do you want? Istha asked without looking up. Nothing, Rahel said. Then why have you come here? Rahel didn't reply. There was a brief, hostile silence. Why are you rowing the jam? Rahel asked. India's a free country, Istha said. No one could argue with that. India was a free country. You could make salt. Row jam, if you wanted to. The orange drink lemon drink man could just walk in through the gauze doors. If he wanted to. And Amu would offer him pineapple juice. With ice. Rahel sat on the edge of a cement vat, frothy ends of buckram and lace, delicately dipped in tender mango pickle, and tried on the rubber finger guards. 3 blue bottles fiercely fought the gauze doors, wanting to be let in. And Usa the Barnal watched the pickle-smelling silence that lay between the twins like a bruise. Rahel's fingers were yellow green blue red yellow. Istha's jam was stirred. Rahel got up to go. For her afternoon nap. Where are you going? Somewhere. Rahel took off her new fingers, and had her old finger-colored fingers back. Not yellow, not green, not blue, not red. Not yellow. I'm going to Akara, Istha said. Not looking up. To the history I louse. Rahel stopped and turned around, and on her heart a drab moth with unusually dense dorsal tufts unfurled its predatory wings. Slow out. Slow in. Why? Rahel said. Because anything can happen to anyone, Istha said. It's best to be prepared. You couldn't argue with that. Nobody went to Kari Saipu's house anymore. Veliapaupan claimed to be the last human being to have set eyes on it. He said that it was haunted. He had told the ins the story of his encounter with Kari Saipu's ghost. It happened MRO years ago, he said. He had gone across the river, hunting for a nutmeg tree to make a paste of nutmeg and fresh garlic for Chela, his wife, as she lay dying of tuberculosis. Suddenly he smelled cigar smoke, which he recognized at once, because Papachi used to smoke the same brand. Veliapaupan whirled around and hurled his sickle at the smell. He pinned the ghost to the trunk of a rubber tree, where, according to Veliapaupan, it still remained. A sickled smell that bled clear, amber blood, and begged for cigars. Veliapaupan never found the nutmeg tree, and had to buy himself a new sickle. But he had the satisfaction of knowing that his lightning-quick reflexes, despite his mortgaged eye, and his priest-nay of mind had put an end to the bloodthirsty wanderings of a pedophile ghost. As long as no one succumbed to its artifice and unsickled it with Ugar. What Veliapaupan, who knew most things, didn't know was that Kari Saipu's house was the history house, whose doors were locked and windows open. And that inside, map-breathed ancestors with tough toenails whispered to the lizards on the wall. That history used the back veranda to negotiate its terms and collect its dues. That default led to dire consequences. That on the day history picked to square its books, Istha would keep the receipt for the dues that Velutha paid. Veliapaupan had no idea that Kari Saipu it was who captured dreams and redreamed them. That he plucked them from the minds of passers-by the way children pick currants from a cake. That the ends he craved most of all, the dreams he loved redreaming, were the tender dreams of two egg twins. Poor old Veliapaupan, had he known then that history would choose him for its deputy, that it would be his tears that set the terror rolling, perhaps he would not have strutted like a young cockerel in the Imanam bazaar, bragging of how he swam the river with his sickle in his mouth, sour, the taste of iron on his tongue. How he put it down for just one moment while he kneeled to wash the river grit out of his mortgaged eye. There was grit in the river sometimes, particularly in the rainy months, when he caught the first whiff of cigar smoke. How he picked up his sickle, whirled around and sickled the smell that fixed the ghost forever. All in a single, fluid, athletic motion. By the time he understood his part in history's plans, it was too late to retrace his steps. He had swept his footprints away himself. Crawling backwards with a broom. In the factory the silence swooped down once more and tightened around the twins. But this time it was a different kind of silence. An old river silence. The silence of fisher people and waxy mermaids. But communists don't believe in ghosts, Istha said, as though they were continuing a discourse investigating solutions to the ghost problem. Their conversations surfaced and dipped like mountain streams. Sometimes audible to other people. Sometimes not. Are we going to become a communist? Rahel asked. Might have to. Istha the practical. Distant cake-crumbled voices and approaching Blue Annie footsteps caused the comrades to seal the secret. It was pickled, sealed, and put away. A red, tender mango-shaped secret in a vat. Presided over by Anal. The red agenda was worked out and agreed upon. Comrade Rahel would go for her afternoon nap, then lie awake until Emma fell asleep. Comrade Istha would find the flag, that baby cook Emma had been forced to wave, and wait for her by the river, and there they would be, prepare to be prepared. A child's abandoned fairy frock, semi-pickled, stood stiffly on its own in the middle of Emma's darkened bedroom floor. Outside, the air was alert and bright and hot. Rahel lay next to Emma, wide awake in her matching airport knickers. She could see the pattern of the cross-stitch flowers from the blue cross-stitch counterpane on Emma's cheek. She could hear the blue cross-stitch afternoon. The slow ceiling fan. The sun behind the curtains. The yellow wasp wasping against the window pane in a dangerous disbelieving lizard's blink. High-stepping chickens in the yard. The sound of the sun crinkling the washing. Crisping white bed sheets. Stiffening starched saris. Off-white and gold. Red ants on yellow stones. A hot cow feeling hot. Amhu. In the distance. And the smell of a cunning Englishman ghost, sickled to a rubber tree, asking courteously for a cigar. Excuse me? You wouldn't happen to have a new cigar, would you? In a kind, schoolteacherly voice. Oh dear. And is the waiting for her? By the river? Under the mangosteen tree that Reverend E. John Ip had brought home from his visit to Mandalay. What was Istha sitting on what they always sat on under the mangosteen tree? Something grey and grizzled. Covered in moss and lichen, smothered in ferns. Something that the earth had claimed. Not a log. Not a rock. Before she completed the thought, Rahel was up and running. Through the kitchen, past Kochu Maria fast asleep. Thick wrinkled like a sudden rhinoceros in a frilly apron. Past the factory. Tumbling barefoot through the green heat, followed by a yellow wasp. Comrade Istha was there. Under the mangosteen tree. With the red flag planted in the earth beside him. A mobile republic. A twin revolution with a puff. And what was he sitting on? Something covered with moss, hidden by ferns. Knock on it and it made a hollow knocked-on sound. The silence dipped and soared and swooped and looped in figures of 8. Jeweled dragonflies hovered like shrill children's voices in the sun. Finger-colored fingers fought the ferns, moved the stones, cleared the way. There was a sweaty grappling for an edge to hold onto. And a 1-2 and. Things can change in a day. It was a boat. A tiny wooden vallum. The boat that Istha sat on and Rahel found. The boat that Amu would use to cross the river. To love by night the man her children loved by day, so old a boat that it had taken root. Almost a grey old boat plant with boat flowers and boat fruit. And underneath, a boat-shaped patch of withered grass. A scurrying, hurrying boat world. Dark and dry and cool. Unroofed now. And blind. White termites on their way to work. White ladybirds on their way home. White beetles burrowing away from the light. White grasshoppers with white wood violins. Sad white music. A white wasp. Dead. A brittle white snake skin, preserved in darkness, crumbled in the sun. But would it do, that little vallum? Was it perhaps too old? Too dead? Was a carrot too far away for it? 2 egg twins looked out across their river. The Meenachal. Gray-green. With fish in it. The sky and trees in it. And at night, the broken yellow moon in it. When Papachi was a boy, an old tamarind tree fell into it in a storm. It was still there. A smooth barkless tree, blackened by a surfeit of green water. Driftless driftwood. The first third of the river was their friend. Before the really deep began. They knew the slippery stone steps, 13, before the slimy mud began. They knew the afternoon weed that flowed inwards from the backwaters of Komarakam. They knew the smaller fish. The flat, foolish Palathea, the silver para, the wily, whiskered Kori, the sometimes Karameen. Ilir Chaco had taught them to swim, splashing around his ample uncle's stomach without help. Here they had discovered for themselves the disconnected delights of underwater farting. Ilir they had learned to fish. To thread coiling purple earthworms onto hooks on the fishing rods that Vilutha made from slender culms of yellow bamboo. Here they studied silence, like the children of the fisher people, and learned the bright language of dragonflies. Here they leaned to wait. To watch. To think thoughts and not voice them. To move like lightning when the bendy yellow bamboo arced downwards. So this first third of the river they knew well. The next 2/3 less so. The second third was where the really deep began. Where the current was swift and certain, downstream when the tide was out, upstream, pushing up from the backwaters when the tide was in. The third was shallow again. The water brown and murky. Full of weeds and darting eels and slow mud that oozed through toes like toothpaste. The ins could swim like seals and, supervised by Chaco, had crossed the river several times, returning panting and cross-eyed from the effort, with a stone, a twig, or a leaf from the other side as testimony to their feet. But the middle of a respectable river, or the other side, was no place for children to linger, loll or learn things. Istha and Rahel accorded the second third and the third of the Meenachal the deference it deserved. Still, swimming across was not the problem. Taking the boat with things in it, so that they could prepare to be prepared, was. They looked across the river with old boat eyes. From where they stood they couldn't see the history louse. It was just a darkness beyond the swamp, at the heart of the abandoned rubber estate, from which the sound of crickets swelled. Istha and Rahel lifted the little boat and carried it to the water. It looked surprised, like a grizzled fish that had surfaced from the deep. In dire need of sunlight. It needed scraping, and cleaning, perhaps, but nothing more. Two happy hearts soared like colored kites in a sky-high sky. But then, in a slow green whisper, the river, with fish in it, with the sky and trees in it, bubbled in. Slowly the old boat sank, and settled on the sixth step. And a pair of two-egg twin hearts sank and settled on the step above the sixth. The deep swimming fish covered their mouths with their fins and laughed sideways at the spectacle. A white boat spider floated up with the river in the boat, struggled briefly and drowned. Her white egg sac ruptured prematurely, and 100 baby spiders, too light to drown, too small to swim, stippled the smooth surface of the green water, before being swept out to sea. To Madagascar, to start a new phylum of Malayala swimming spiders. In a while, as though they discussed it, though they hadn't, the twins began to wash the boat in the river. The cobwebs, the mud, the moss, and lichen floated away. When it was clean, they turned it upside down and hoisted it onto their heads. Like a combined hat that dripped. Istha uprooted the red flag. A small procession, a flag, a wasp, and a boat on legs, wended its knowledgeable way down the little path through the undergrowth. It avoided the clumps of nettles, and sidestepped known ditches and anthills. It skirted the precipice of the deep pit from which latent had been quarried, and was now a still lake with steep orange banks, the thick, viscous water covered with a luminous film of green scum. A verdant, treacherous lawn, in which mosquitoes bred and fish were fat but inaccessible. The path, which ran parallel to the river, led to a little grassy clearing that was hemmed in by huddled trees, coconut, cashew, mango, bilimbi. On the edge of the clearing, with its back to the river, a low hut with walls of orange laterite plastered with mud and a thatched roof nestled close to the ground, as though it was listening to a whispered subterranean secret. The low walls of the hut were the same color as the earth they stood on, and seemed to have germinated from a house seed planted in the ground, from which right-angled ribs of earth had risen and enclosed space. 3 untidy banana trees grew in the little front yard that had been fenced off with panels of woven palm leaves. The boat on legs approached the hut. An unlit oil lamp hung on the wall beside the door, the patch of wall behind it was singed soot black. The door was ajar. It was dark inside. A black hen appeared in the doorway. She returned indoors, entirely indifferent to boat visits. Vilutha wasn't home. Nor Veliapapan. But someone was. A man's voice floated out from inside and echoed around the clearing, making him sound lonely. The voice shouted the same thing, over and over again, and each time it climbed into a higher, more hysterical register. It was an appeal to an overripe guava threatening to fall from its tree and make a mess on the ground. Pa para 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 paraka, Mr. Gug 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 Guava, indeparamble though rally. Don't shit here in my compound. Chet and paramble thuriko. You can shit next door in my brother's compound. Pa para 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 paraka. Mr. Gug 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 Guava. The shouter was Kudapan, Vilutha's older brother. He was paralyzed from his chest downwards. Day after day, month after month, while his brother was away and his father went to work, Kudapan lay flat on his back and watched his youth saunter past without stopping to say hello. All day he lay there listening to the silence of huddled trees with only a domineering black hen for company. He missed his mother, Chela, who had died in the same corner of the room that he lay in now. She had died a coughing, spitting, aching, phlegmy death. Kutupin remembered noticing how her feet died long before she had. How the skin on them grew grey and lifeless. How fearfully he watched death creep over her from the bottom up. Kutupin kept vigil on his own numb feet with mounting terror. Occasionally he poked at them hopefully with a stick that he kept propped up in the corner to defend himself against visiting snakes. He had no sensation in his feet at all, and only visual evidence assured him that they were still connected to his body, and were indeed his own. After Chela died, he was moved into her corner, the corner that Kutupin imagined was the corner of his home that death had reserved to administer her deathly affairs. One corner for cooking, one for clothes, one for bedding rolls, one for dying in. He wondered how long his would take, and what people who had more than 4 corners in their houses did with the rest of their corners. Did it give them a choice of corners to die in? He assumed, not without reason, that he would be the first in his family to follow in his mother's wake. He would learn otherwise. Soon. Too soon. Sometimes, from habit, from missing her, Kutupin coughed like his mother used to, and his upper body bucked like a just caught fish. His lower body lay like lead, as though it belonged to someone else. Someone dead whose spirit was trapped and couldn't get away. Unlike Vilutha, Kutupin was a good, safe paravan. He could neither read nor write. As he lay there on his hard bed, bits of thatch and grit fell onto him from the ceiling and mingled with his sweat. Sometimes ants and other insects fell with it. On bad days the orange walls held hands and bent over him, inspecting him like malevolent doctors, slowly, deliberately, squeezing the breath out of him and making him scream. Sometimes they receded of their own accord, and the room he lay in grew impossibly large, terrorizing him with the specter of his own insignificance. That too made him cry out. Insanity hovered close at hand, like an eager waiter at an expensive restaurant, lighting cigarettes, refilling glasses. Kutupin thought with envy of madmen who could walk. He had no doubts about the equity of the deal, his sanity, 4 serviceable legs. The twins put the boat down, and the clatter was met with a sudden silence from inside. Kutupin wasn't expecting anyone. Istha and Rahel pushed open the door and went in. Small as they were, they had to stoop a little to go in. The wasp waited outside on the lamp. "It's us." The room was dark and clean. It smelled of fish curry and wood smoke. Heat cleaved to things like a low fever. But the mud floor was cool under Rahel's bare feet. Vilutha's and Veliapopin's bedding was rolled up and propped against the wall. Clothes hung on a string. There was a low wooden kitchen shelf on which covered terracotta pots, ladles made of coconut shells and 3 chipped enamel plates with dark blue rims were arranged. A grown man could stand up straight in the center of the room, but not along its sides. Another low door led to a backyard, where there were more banana trees, beyond which the river glimmered through the foliage. A carpenter's workstation had been erected in the backyard. There were no keys or cupboards to lock. The black hen left through the back door, and scratched abstractedly in the yard, where wood shavings blew about like blonde curls. Judging from her personality, she appeared to have been reared on a diet of hardware, hasps and clasps and nails and old screws. Aio, mon. Mole. What must you be thinking? That Kutupin's a basket case, an embarrassed, disembodied voice said. It took the twins a while for their eyes to grow accustomed to the dark. Then the darkness dissolved and Kutupin appeared on his bed, a glistening genie in the gloom. The whites of his eyes were dark yellow. The solace of his feet, soft from so much lying down, stuck out from under the cloth that covered his legs. They were still stained a pale orange from years of walking barefoot on red mud. He had grey calluses on his ankles from the chafing of the rope that paravans tied around their feet when they climbed coconut trees. On the wall behind him there was a benign, mouse-haired calendar Jesus with lipstick and rouge, and a lurid, jeweled heart glowing through his clothes. The bottom quarter of the calendar, the part with the dates on it, frilled out like a skirt. Jesus in a mini. 12 layers of petticoats for the 12 months of the year. None had been torn out. There were other things from the Imanum Ilaus that had either been given to them or salvaged from the rubbish bin. Rich things in a poor house. A clock that didn't work, a flowered tin wastepaper basket. Papachi's old riding boots, brown, with green mold, with the cobbler's trees still in them. Biscuit tins with sumptuous pictures of English castles and ladies with bustles and ringlets. A small poster, baby Kochamas, given away because of a damp patch, hung next to Jesus. It was a picture of a blonde child writing a letter, with tears falling down her cheeks. Underneath it said, "I'm writing to say I miss you." She looked as though she'd had a haircut, and it was her cropped curls that were blowing around Vilutha's backyard. A transparent plastic tube led from under the worn cotton sheet that covered Kudupan to a bottle of yellow liquid that caught the shaft of light that came in through the door, and quelled a question that had been rising inside Rahel. She fetched him water in a steel tumbler from the clay kuja. She seemed to know her way around. Kudupan lifted his head and drank. Some water dribbled down his chin. The twins squatted on their haunches, like professional adult gossips in the Imanum market. They sat in silence for a while. Kudupan mortified, the twins preoccupied with boat thoughts. "Has Chaco Sar's mole come?" Kudupan asked. "Must have," Rahel said laconically. "Where's she?" "Who knows? Must be around somewhere. We don't know. Will you bring her here for me to see?" "Can't," Rahel said. "Why not?" "She has to stay indoors. She's very delicate. If she gets dirty she'll die." "I see. We're not allowed to bring her here, and anyway, there's nothing to see," Rahel assured Kudupan. "She has hair, legs, teeth, you know the usual, only she's a little tall." And that was the only concession she would make. "Is that all?" Kudupan said, getting the point very quickly. "Then where's the point in seeing her?" "No point," Rahel said. "Kutappa, if a valum leaks, is it very hard to mend?" Istha asked. "Shouldn't be," Kudupan said. "Depends." "Why, whose valum is leaking?" "Ours that we found." "Do you want to see it?" They went out and returned with the grizzled boat for the paralyzed man to examine. They held it over him like a roof. Water dripped on him. "First we'll have to find the leaks," Kudupan said. "Then we'll have to plug them." "Then sandpaper," Istha said. "Then polish." "Then oars," Rahel said. "Then oars," Istha agreed. "Then offity off," Rahel said. "Where to?" Kudupan asked. "Just here and there," Istha said airily. "You must be careful," Kudupan said. "This river of ours, she isn't always what she pretends to be." "What does she pretend to be?" Rahel asked. "Oh, a little old church-going amuma, quiet and clean, idiopams for breakfast, kanji, and mean for lunch. Minding her own business. Not looking right or left. And she's really a wild thing. I can hear her at night rushing past in the moonlight, always in a hurry. You must be careful of her." "And what does she really eat?" "Really eat? Oh, stew and..." He cast about for something English for the evil river to eat. "Pineapple slices," Rahel suggested. "That's right. Pineapple slices and stew. And she drinks whiskey. And brandy, true. And looks right and left. True. And minds other people's business." Hapen steadied the little boat on the uneven earth floor with a few blocks of wood that he found in Vilutha's workstation in the backyard. He gave Rahel a cooking ladle made of a wooden handle stuck through the polished half of a coconut shell. The twins climbed into the valum and rowed across vast, choppy waters. With a thaka thome. And a jeweled Jesus watching. He walked on water. Perhaps. But could he have swum on land? In matching knickers and dark glasses? With his fountain in a love in Tokyo? In pointy shoes and a puff? Would he have had the imagination? Vilutha returned to see if Kudapan needed anything. From a distance he heard the raucous singing. Young voices, underlining with delight the scatology. Hey, Mr. Monkey Man, why's your bum so red? One went for a shit to Madras and scraped it till it bled. Temporarily, for a few happy moments, the orange drink lemon drink man shut his yellow smile and went away. Fear sank and settled at the bottom of the deep water. Sleeping a dog's sleep. Ready to rise and murk things at a moment's notice. Vilutha smiled when he saw the Marxist flag blooming like a tree outside his doorway. He had to bend low in order to enter his home. A tropical Eskimo. When he saw the children, something clenched inside him. And he couldn't understand it. He saw them every day. He loved them without knowing it. But it was different suddenly. Now. After history had slipped up so badly. No fist had clenched inside him before. Her children, an insane whisper whispered to him. Her eyes, her mouth. Her teeth. Her soft, lambent skin. He drove the thought away angrily. It returned and sat outside his skull. Like a dog. Ha, he said to his young guests, and who may I ask are these fisher people? Est hapapakakan Kudapan Peter Mon. Mr. and Mrs. please at you. Rahel held out her ladle to be shaken in greeting. It was shaken in greeting. Hers, then Isthas. And where, may I ask, are they off to by boat? Off to Africa. Rahel shouted. Stop shouting, Isthas said. Vilutha walked around the boat. They told him where they had found it. So it doesn't belong to anybody, Rahel said a little doubtfully, because it suddenly occurred to her that it might. Ought we to report it to the police? Don't be stupid, Isthas said. Vilutha knocked on the wood and then scraped a little patch clean with his nail. Good wood, he said. It sinks, Isthas said. It leaks. Can you mend it for us, Vilutha Papakakan Peter Mon? Rahel asked. We'll see about that, Vilutha said. I don't want you playing any silly games on this river. We won't. We promise. We'll use it only when you're with us. First we'll have to find the leaks, Vilutha said. Then we'll have to plug them, the twins shouted, as though it was the second line of a well-known poem. How long will it take? Istha asked. A day, Vilutha said. A day. I thought you'd say a month. Istha, delirious with joy, jumped on Vilutha, wrapped his legs around his waist and kissed him. The sandpaper was divided into exactly equal halves, and the twins fell to work with an eerie concentration that excluded everything else. Boat dust flew around the room and settled on hair and eyebrows. On Kudapan like a cloud, on Jesus like an offering. Vilutha had to prise the sandpaper out of their fingers. Not here, he said firmly outside. He picked the boat up and carried it out. The twins followed, eyes fixed on their boat with unwavering concentration, starving puppies expecting to be fed. Vilutha set the boat up for them. The boat that Istha sat on, and Rahel found. He showed them how to follow the grain of the wood. He started them off on the sandpapering. When he returned indoors, the black hen followed him, determined to be wherever the boat wasn't. Vilutha dipped a thin cotton towel in an earthen pot of water. He squeezed the water out of it, savagely, as though it was an unwanted thought, and handed it to Kudapan to wipe the grit off his face and neck. Did they say anything? Kudapan asked. About seeing you in the march? No, Vilutha said. Not yet. They will though. They know. For sure. Vilutha shrugged and took the towel away to wash. And rinse. And beat. And wring. As though it was his ridiculous, disobedient brain. He tried to hate her. She's one of them, he told himself. Just another one of them. He couldn't. She had deep dimples when she smiled. Her eyes were always somewhere else. Madness slunk in through a chink in history. It only took a moment. An hour into the sandpapering, Rahel remembered her afternoon nap. And she was up and running. Tumbling through the green afternoon heat. Followed by her brother and a yellow wasp. Hoping, praying, that Amu hadn't woken up and found her gone. Chapter 11 The God of Small Things. That afternoon, Amu traveled upwards through a dream in which a cheerful man with one arm held her close by the light of an oil lamp. He had no other arm with which to fight the shadows that flickered around him on the floor. Shadows that only he could see. Ridges of muscle on his stomach rose under his skin like divisions on a slab of chocolate. He held her close, by the light of an oil lamp, and he shone as though he had been polished with a high-wax body polish. He could do only one thing at a time. If he held her, he couldn't kiss her. If he kissed her, he couldn't see her. If he saw her, he couldn't feel her. She could have touched his body lightly with her fingers, and felt his smooth skin turn to goose flesh. She could have let her fingers stray to the base of his flat stomach. Carelessly, over those burnished chocolate ridges. And left patterned trails of bumpy goose flesh on his body, like flat chalk on a blackboard, like a swathe of breeze in a paddy field, like jet streaks in a blue church sky. She could so easily have done that, but she didn't. He could have touched her too. But he didn't, because in the gloom beyond the oil lamp, in the shadows, there were metal folding chairs arranged in a ring, and on the chairs there were people, with slanting rhinestone sunglasses, watching. They all held polished violins under their chins, the bows poised at identical angles. They all had their legs crossed, left over right, and all their left legs were shivering. Some of them had newspapers. Some didn't. Some of them blew spit bubbles. Some didn't. But they all had the flickering reflection of an oil lamp on each lens. Beyond the circle of folding chairs was a beach littered with broken blue glass bottles. The silent waves brought new blue bottles to be broken, and dragged the old ones away in the undertow. There were jagged sounds of glass on glass. On a rock, out at sea, in a shaft of purple light, there was a mahogany and wicker rocking chair. Smashed. The sea was black, the spume vomit green. Fish fed on shattered glass. Night's elbows rested on the water, and falling stars glanced off its brittle shards. Moths lit up the sky. There wasn't a moon. He could swim, with his one arm. She with her too. His skin was salty. Hers too. He left no footprints in sand, no ripples in water, no image in mirrors. She could have touched him with her fingers, but she didn't. They just stood together. Still. Skin to skin. A powdery, colored breeze lifted her hair and blew it like a rippled shawl around his armless shoulder, that ended abruptly, like a cliff. A thin red cow with a protruding pelvic bone appeared and swam straight out to sea without wetting her horns, without looking back. Amu flew through her dream on heavy, shuddering wings, and stopped to rest, just under the skin of it. She had pressed roses from the blue cross-stitch counterpane on her cheek. She sensed her children's faces hanging over her dream, like two dark, worried moons, waiting to be let in. "Do you think she's dying?" she heard Rahel whisper to Istha. "It's an afternoon mare," Istha the accurate replied. "She dreams a lot. If he touched her he couldn't talk to her, if he loved her he couldn't leave, if he spoke he couldn't listen, if he fought he couldn't win." Who was he, the one-armed man? Who could he have been? The god of loss? The god of small things? The god of goosebumps and sudden smiles? Of sour metal smells like steel bus rails and the smell of the bus conductor's hands from holding them? "Should we wake her up?" Istha said. Chinks of late afternoon light stole into the room through the curtains and fell on Amu's tangerine-shaped transistor radio that she always took with her to the river. Tangerine-shaped too, was the thing that Istha carried into the sound of music in his sticky other hand. Bright bars of sunlight brightened Amu's tangled hair. She waited, under the skin of her dream, not wanting to let her children in. She says you should never wake dreaming people suddenly, Rahel said. She says they could easily have a heart attack. Between them they decided that it would be best to disturb her discreetly rather than wake her suddenly. So they opened drawers, they cleared their throats, they whispered loudly, they hummed a little tune. They moved shoes. And found a cupboard door that creaked. Amu, resting under the skin of her dream, observed them and ached with her love for them. The one-armed man blew out his lamp and walked across the jagged beach, away into the shadows that only he could see. He left no footprints on the shore. The folding chairs were folded. The black sea smoothed. The creased waves ironed. The spume rebottled. The bottle corked. The night postponed till further notice. Amu opened her eyes. It was a long journey that she made, from the embrace of the one-armed man to her unidentical two-egg twins. You were having an afternoon mare, her daughter informed her. It wasn't a mare, Amu said. It was a dream. Istha thought you were dying. You look so sad, Istha said. I was happy, Amu said, and realized that she had been. If you're happy in a dream, Amu, does that count? Asked. Does what count? The happiness, does it count? Istha, she knew exactly what he meant, her son with his spoiled puff. Because the truth is, that only what counts counts. The simple, unswerving wisdom of children. If you eat fish in a dream, does it count? Does it mean you've eaten fish? The cheerful man without footprints, did he count? Amu groped for her tangerine transistor, and switched it on. It played a song from a film called Kameen. It was the story of a poor girl who is forced to marry a fisherman from a neighboring beach, though she loves someone else. When the fisherman finds out about his new wife's old lover, he sets out to sea in his little boat, though he knows that a storm is brewing. It's dark, and the wind rises. A whirlpool spins up from the ocean bed. There is storm music, and the fisherman drowns, sucked to the bottom of the sea in the vortex of the whirlpool. The lovers make a suicide pact, and are found the next morning, washed up on the beach with their arms around each other. So everybody dies. The fisherman, his wife, her lover, and a shark that has no part in the story, but dies anyway. The sea claims them all. In the blue cross-stitch darkness laced with edges of light, with cross-stitch roses on her sleepy cheek, Amu and her twins, one on either side of her, sang softly with the tangerine radio. The song that fisherwomen sang to the sad young bride as they braided her hair and prepared her for her wedding to a man she didn't love. Pandoru Mukavan Muthanu Poyai, once a fisherman went to sea, Padanjaran Katathumunji Poyai, the west wind blew and swallowed his boat, an airport ferry frock stood on the floor, supported by its own froth and stiffness. Outside in the midam, crisp saris lay in rows and crispened in the sun. Off-white and gold. Small pebbles nestled in their starched creases and had to be shaken out before the saris were folded and taken in to be ironed. Arayati Penyu Pisachupoit, his wife on the shore went astray, the electrocuted elephant, not Kochutamban, in Etumnur was cremated. A giant burning god was erected on the highway. The engineers of the concerned municipality sawed off the tusks and shared them unofficially. Unequally. 80 tins of pure ghee were poured over the elephant to feed the fire. The smoke rose in dense fumes and arranged itself in complex patterns against the sky. People crowded around at a safe distance, read meanings into them. There were lots of flies. Katalama Avani Kanjapoi. So Mother Ocean rose and took him away. Pariah kites dropped into nearby trees, to supervise the supervision of the last rites of the dead elephant. They hoped, not without reason, for pickings of giant innards. An enormous gallbladder, perhaps. Or a charred, gigantic spleen. They weren't disappointed. Nor wholly satisfied. Amu noticed that both her children were covered in a fine dust. like two pieces of lightly sugar-dusted, unidentical cake. Rahel had a blonde curl lodged among her black ones. A curl from Vilutha's backyard. Amu picked it out. "I've told you before," she said. "I don't want you going to his house. It will only cause trouble." What trouble? She didn't say. She didn't know. Somehow, by not mentioning his name, she knew that she had drawn him into the tousled intimacy of that blue cross-stitch afternoon and the song from the Tangerine Transistor. By not mentioning his name, she sensed that a pact had been forged between her dream and the world. And that the midwives of that pact were, or would be, her sawdust-coated two-egg twins. She knew who he was, the god of loss, the god of small things. Of course she did. She switched off the Tangerine radio. In the afternoon silence, laced with edges of light, her children curled into the warmth of her. The smell of her. They covered their heads with her hair. They sensed somehow that in her sleep she had traveled away from them. They summoned her back now with the palms of their small hands laid flat against the bare skin of her midriff. Between her petticoat and her blouse. They loved the fact that the brown of the backs of their hands was the exact brown of their mother's stomach skin. "Istha, look," Rahel said, plucking at the line of soft down that led southwards from Amu's belly button. "Here's where we kicked you." Istha traced a wandering silver stretch mark with his finger. "Was it in the bus, Amu? On the winding estate road? When Baba had to hold your tummy? Did you have to buy tickets? Did we hurt you?" And then, keeping her voice casual, Rahel's question, "Do you think he may have lost our address?" Just the hint of a pause in the rhythm of Amu's breathing made Istha touch Rahel's middle finger with his. And middle finger to middle finger, on their beautiful mother's midriff, they abandoned that line of questioning. "That's Istha's kick, and that's mine," Rahel said. "And that's Istha's and that's mine." Between them they apportioned their mother's 7 silver stretch marks. Then Rahel put her mouth on Amu's stomach and sucked at it, pulling the soft flesh into her mouth and drawing her head back to admire the shining oval of spit and the faint red imprint of her teeth on her mother's skin. Amu wondered at the transparency of that kiss. It was a clear as glass kiss. Unclouded by passion or desire, that pair of dogs that sleep so soundly inside children, waiting for them to grow up. It was a kiss that demanded no kiss back. Not a cloudy kiss full of questions that wanted answers. Like the kisses of cheerful one-armed men in dreams. Amu grew tired of their proprietary handling of her. She wanted her body back. It was hers. She shrugged her children off the way a bitch shrugs off her pups when she's had enough of them. She sat up and twisted her hair into a knot at the nape of her neck. Then she swung her legs off the bed, walked to the window and drew back the curtains. Slanting afternoon light flooded the room and brightened 2 children on the bed. The twins heard the lock turning in Amu's bathroom door. Click. Amu looked at herself in the long mirror on the bathroom door, and the specter of her future appeared in it to mock her. Pickled. Gray. Roomy-eyed. Cross-stitch roses on a slack, sunken cheek. Withered breasts that hung like weighted socks. Dry as a bone between her legs, the hair feather white. Spare. As brittle as a pressed fern. Skin that flaked and shed like snow. Amu shivered. With that cold feeling on a hot afternoon that life had been lived. That her cup was full of dust. That the air, the sky, the trees, the sun, the rain, the light, and darkness were all slowly turning to sand. That sand would fill her nostrils, her lungs, her mouth. Would pull her down, leaving on the surface a spinning swirl like crabs leave when they burrow downwards on a beach. Amu undressed and put a red toothbrush under a breast to see if it would stay. It didn't. Where she touched herself her flesh was taut and smooth. Under her hands her nipples wrinkled and hardened like dark nuts, pulling at the soft skin on her breasts. The thin line of down from her belly button led over the gentle curve of the base of her belly, to her dark triangle. Like an arrow directing a lost traveler. An inexperienced lover. She undid her hair and turned around to see how long it had grown. It fell, in waves and curls and disobedient frizzy wisps, soft on the inside, coarser on the outside, to just below where her small, strong waist began its curve out towards her hips. The bathroom was hot. Small beads of sweat studded her skin like diamonds. Then they broke and trickled down. Sweat ran down the recessed line of her spine. She looked a little critically at her round, heavy behind. Not big in itself. Not big per se, as Chaco of Oxford would no doubt have put it. Big only because the rest of her was so slender. It belonged on another more voluptuous body. She had to admit that they would happily support a toothbrush apiece. Perhaps two. She laughed out loud at the idea of walking naked down Imanum with an array of colored toothbrushes sticking out from either cheek of her bottom. She silenced herself quickly. She saw a wisp of madness escape from its bottle and caper triumphantly around the bathroom. Amu worried about madness. Mamachi said it ran in their family. That it came on people suddenly and caught them unawares. There was Pathal Mai, who at the age of 65 began to take her clothes off and run naked along the river, singing to the fish. There was Tampi Chachin, who searched his shit every morning with a knitting needle for a gold tooth he had swallowed years ago. And Dr. Mothachen, who had to be removed from his own wedding in a sack. Would future generations say, there was Amu Ip. Married a Bengali. Went quite mad. Died young. In a cheap lodge somewhere. Chaco said that the high incidence of insanity among Syrian Christians was the price they paid for inbreeding. Mamachi said it wasn't. Amu gathered up her heavy hair, wrapped it around her face, and peered down the road to age and death through its parted strands. Like a medieval executioner peering through the tilted eye slits of his peaked black hood at the executionee. A slender, naked executioner with dark nipples and deep dimples when she smiled. With 7 silver stretch marks from her 2 egg twins, born to her by candlelight amid news of a lost war. It wasn't what lay at the end of her road that frightened Amu as much as the nature of the road itself. No milestones marked its progress. No trees grew along it. No dappled shadows shaded it. No mists rolled over it. No birds circled it. No twists, no turns or hairpin bends obscured even momentarily her clear view of the end. This filled Amu with an awful dread, because she was not the kind of woman who wanted her future told. She dreaded it too much. So if she were granted one small wish, perhaps it would only have been not to know. Not to know what each day held in store for her. Not to know where she might be, next month, next year. 10 years on. Not to know which way her road might turn and what lay beyond the bend. And Amu knew. Or thought she knew, which was really just as bad, because if in a dream you've eaten fish, it means you've eaten fish. And what Amu knew, or thought she knew, smelled of the vapid, vinegary fumes that rose from the cement vats of paradise pickles. Fumes that wrinkled youth and pickled futures. Hooded in her own hair, Amu leaned against herself in the bathroom mirror and tried to weep. For herself. For the god of small things. For the sugar-dusted twin midwives of her dream. That afternoon while in the bathroom the fates conspired to horribly alter the course of their mysterious mother's road, while in Vilutha's backyard an old boat waited for them, while in a yellow church a young bat waited to be born in their mother's bedroom, Istha stood on his head on Rahel's bum. The bedroom with blue curtains and yellow wasps that worried the window panes. The bedroom whose walls would soon learn their harrowing secrets. The bedroom into which Amu would first be locked and then lock herself. Whose door Chaco, crazed by grief, 4 days after Sophie Mole's funeral, would batter down. Get out of my house before I break every bone in your body. My house. My pineapples. My pickle. After that for years Rahel would dream this dream, a fat man, faceless, kneeling beside a woman's corpse. Hacking its hair off. Breaking every bone in its body. Snapping even the little ones. The fingers. The ear bones cracked like twigs. Snap snap the soft sound of breaking bones. A pianist killing the piano keys. Even the black ones. And Rahel, though years later, in the electric crematorium, she would use the slipperiness of sweat to slither out of Chaco's grasp, loved them both. The player and the piano. The killer and the corpse. As the door was slowly battered down, to control the trembling of her hands, Amu would hem the ends of Rahel's ribbons that didn't need hemming. "Promise me you'll always love each other," she'd say, as she drew her children to her. "Promise, Istha," and Rahel would say. Not finding words with which to tell her that for them there was no each, no other. Twin millstones and their mother. Numb millstones. What they had done would return to empty them. But that would be later. Later. A deep-sounding bell in a mossy well. Shivery and furred like moth's feet. At the time, there would only be incoherence. As though meaning had slunk out of things and left them fragmented. Disconnected. The glint of Amu's needle. The color of a ribbon. The weave of the cross-stitch counterpane. A door slowly breaking. Isolated things that didn't mean anything. As though the intelligence that decodes life's hidden patterns, that connects reflections to images, glints to light, weaves to fabrics, needles to thread, walls to rooms, love to fear to anger to remorse, was suddenly lost. "Pack your things and go," Chaco would say, stepping over the debris. Looming over them. A chrome door handle in his hand. Suddenly strangely calm. Surprised at his own strength. His bigness. His bullying power. The enormity of his own terrible grief. Red, the color of splintered doorwood. Amu, quiet outside, shaking inside, wouldn't look up from her unnecessary hemming. The tin of colored ribbons would lie open on her lap, in the room where she had lost her locust stand-eye. The same room in which, after the twin expert from Hyderabad had replied, Amu would pack Istha's little trunk and khaki hold all, 12 sleeveless cotton vests, 12 half-sleeved cotton vests. Here's your name on them in ink. His socks. His drainpipe trousers. His pointy-collared shirts. His beige and pointy shoes, from where the angry feelings came. His Elvis records. Eyeless calcium tablets and Vitamin syrup. His free giraffe, that came with the Vitamin. His books of knowledge, volumes 1 to 4. No, sweetheart, there won't be a river there to fish in. His white leather zip-up Bible with an imperial entomologist's amethyst cuff link on the zip. His mug. His soap. His advance birthday present that he mustn't open. 40 green inland letter forms. Look, Istha, I've written our address on it. All you have to do is fold it. See if you can fold it yourself. And Istha would fold the green inland letter neatly along the dotted lines that said fold here and look up at Amu with a smile that broke her heart. "Promise me you'll write? Even when you don't have any news." "Promise," Istha would say. Not wholly cognizant of his situation. The sharp edge of his apprehensions blunted by this sudden wealth of worldly possessions. They were his. And had his name on them in ink. They were to be packed into the trunk, with his name on it, that lay open on the bedroom floor. The room to which, years later, Rahel would return and watch a silent stranger bathe. And wash his clothes with crumbling bright blue soap. Flat-muscled, and honey-colored. See secrets in his eyes. A silver raindrop on his ear. Est Quapakakan Kudapan Peter Mon Chapter 12 Kochutamban. The sound of the chinda mushroomed over the temple, accentuating the silence of the encompassing night. The lonely, wet road. The watching trees. Rahel, breathless, holding a coconut, stepped into the temple compound through the wooden doorway in the high white boundary wall. Inside, everything was white-walled, moss-tiled, and moonlit. Everything smelled of recent rain. The thin priest was asleep on a mat on the raised stone veranda. A brass platter of coins lay near his pillow like a comic strip illustration of his dreams. The compound was littered with moons, one in each mud puddle. Kochutamban had finished his ceremonial rounds, and lay tethered to a wooden stake next to a steaming mound of his own dung. He was asleep, his duty done, his bowels empty, one tusk resting on the earth, the other pointed to the stars. Rahel approached quietly. She saw that his skin was looser than she remembered. He wasn't Kochatomban anymore. His tusks had grown. He was Veliatomban now. The big tusker. She put the coconut on the ground next to him. A leathery wrinkle parted to reveal a liquid glint of elephant eye. Then it closed and long, sweeping lashes re-summoned sleep. A tusk towards the stars. June is low season for Kathakali. But there are some temples that a troupe will not pass by without performing in. The Imanam temple wasn't one of them, but these days, thanks to its geography, things had changed. In Imanam they danced to jettison their humiliation in the eye-leert of darkness. Their truncated swimming pool performances. They're turning to tourism to stave off starvation. On their way back from the heart of darkness, they stopped at the temple to ask pardon of their gods. To apologize for corrupting their stories. For encashing their identities. Misappropriating their lives. On these occasions, a human audience was welcome, but entirely incidental. In the broad, covered corridor the colonnaded Kuthambalam abutting the heart of the temple where the blue god lived with his flute, the drummers drummed and the dancers danced, their colors turning slowly in the night. Rahel sat down cross-legged, resting her back against the roundness of a white pillar. A tall canister of coconut oil gleamed in the flickering light of the brass lamp. The oil replenished the light. The light lit the tin. It didn't matter that the story had begun, because Kathakali discovered long ago that the secret of the great stories is that they have no secrets. The great stories are the ones you have heard and want to hear again. The ones you can enter anywhere and inhabit comfortably. They don't deceive you with thrills and trick endings. They don't surprise you with the unforeseen. They are as familiar as the house you live in. Or the smell of your lover's skin. You know how they end, yet you listen as though you don't. In the way that although you know that one day you will die, you live as though you won't. In the great stories you know who lives, who dies, who finds love, who doesn't. And yet you want to know again. That is their mystery and their magic. To the Kathakali man these stories are his children and his childhood. He has grown up within them. They are the house he was raised in, the meadows he played in. They are his windows and his way of seeing. So when he tells a story, he handles it as he would a child of his own. He teases it. He punishes it. He sends it up like a bubble. He wrestles it to the ground and lets it go again. He laughs at it because he loves it. He can fly you across whole worlds in minutes, he can stop for hours to examine a wilting leaf. Or play with a sleeping monkey's tail. He can turn effortlessly from the carnage of war into the felicity of a woman washing her hair in a mountain stream. From the crafty ebullience of a Rakshasa with a new idea into a gossipy Malayala with a scandal to spread. From the sensuousness of a woman with a baby at her breast into the seductive mischief of Krishna's smile. He can reveal the nugget of sorrow that happiness contains. The hidden fish of shame in a sea of glory. He tells stories of the gods, but his yarn is spun from the ungodly, human heart. The Kathakali man is the most beautiful of men. Because his body is his soul. His only instrument. From the age of 3 it has been planed and polished, pared down, harnessed wholly to the task of storytelling. He has magic in him, this man within the painted mask and swirling skirts. But these days he has become unviable. Unfeasible. Condemned goods. His children deride him. They long to be everything that he is not. He has watched them grow up to become clerks and bus conductors. Class 4 non-gazetted officers. With unions of their own. But he himself, left dangling somewhere between heaven and earth, cannot do what they do. He cannot slide down the aisles of buses, counting change and selling tickets. He cannot answer bells that summon him. He cannot stoop behind trays of tea and Marie biscuits. In despair, he turns to tourism. He enters the market. He hawks the only thing he owns. The stories that his body can tell. He becomes a regional flavor. In the heart of darkness they mock him with their lolling nakedness and their imported attention spans. He checks his rage and dances for them. He collects his fee. He gets drunk. Or smokes ajwang. Good Kerala grass. It makes him laugh. Then he stops by the Imanam temple, he and the others with him, and they dance to ask pardon of the gods. Rahel, no plans, no locusts stand I, her back against a pillar, watched Kama praying on the banks of the Ganga. Kama, sheathed in his armor of light. Kama, melancholy son of Surya, god of day. Kama the generous. Kama the abandoned child. Kama the most revered warrior of them all. That night Kama was stoned. His tattered skirt was darned. There were hollows in his crown where jewels used to be. His velvet blouse had grown bald with use. His heels were cracked. Tough. He stubbed his joints out on them. But if he had had a fleet of make-up men waiting in the wings, an agent, a contract, a percentage of the profits, what then would he be? An imposter? A rich pretender? An actor playing a part? Could he be Kama? Or would he be too safe inside his pot of wealth? Would his money grow like a rind between himself and his story? Would he be able to touch its heart, its hidden secrets, in the way that he can now? Perhaps not. This man tonight is dangerous. His despair complete. This story is the safety net above which he swoops and dives like a brilliant clown in a bankrupt circus. It's all he has to keep him from crashing through the world like a falling stone. It is his color and his light. It is the vessel into which he pours himself. It gives him shape. Structure. It harnesses him. It contains him. His love. His madness. His hope. His infinite joy. Ironically, his struggle is the reverse of an actor's struggle. He strives not to enter a part but to escape it. But this is what he cannot do. In his abject defeat lies his supreme triumph. He is Kama, whom the world has abandoned. Kama alone. Condemned goods. A prince raised in poverty. Born to die unfairly, unarmed and alone at the hands of his brother. Majestic in his complete despair. Praying on the banks of the Ganga. Stoned out of his skull. Then Kunti appeared. She too was a man, but a man grown soft and womanly, a man with breasts, from doing female parts for years. Ilar movements were fluid. Full of woman. Kunti, too, was stoned. High on the same shared joints. She had come to tell Kama a story. Kama inclined his beautiful head and listened. Red-eyed, Kunti danced for him. She told him of a young woman who had been granted a boon. A secret mantra that she could use to choose a lover from among the gods. Of how, with the imprudence of youth, the woman decided to test it to see if it really worked. Lo, she stood alone in an empty field, tummed her face to the heavens and recited the mantra. The words had scarcely left her foolish lips, Kunti said, when Surya, the god of day, appeared before her. The young woman, bewitched by the beauty of the shimmering young god, gave herself to him. 9 months later she bore him a son. The baby was born sheathed in light, with gold earrings in his ears and a gold breastplate on his chest, engraved with the emblem of the sun. The young mother loved her firstborn son deeply, Kunti said, but she was unmarried and couldn't keep him. She put him in a reed basket and cast him away in a river. The child was found downriver by Adhirata, a charioteer, and named Kama. Kama looked up at Kunti. Who was she? Who was my mother? Tell me where she is. Take me to her. Kunti bowed her head. She's here, she said. Standing before you. Kama's elation and anger at the revelation. His dance of confusion and despair. Where were you, he asked her, when I needed you most? Did you ever hold me in your arms? Did you feed me? Did you ever look for me? Did you wonder where I might be? In reply Kunthi took the regal face in her hands, green the face, red the eyes, and kissed him on his brow. Kama shuddered in delight. A warrior reduced to infancy. The ecstasy of that kiss. He dispatched it to the ends of his body. To his toes. His fingertips. Ilis lovely mother's kiss. Did you know how much I missed you? Rahel could see it coursing through his veins, as clearly as an egg traveling down an ostrich's neck. A traveling kiss whose journey was cut short by dismay when Kama realized that his mother had revealed herself to him only to secure the safety of her 5 other, more beloved sons, the Pandavas, poised on the brink of their epic battle with their 100 cousins. It is them that Kunthi sought to protect by announcing to Kama that she was his mother. She had a promise to extract. She invoked the love laws. They are your brothers. Your own flesh and blood. Promise me that you will not go to war against them. Promise me that. Kama the warrior could not make that promise, for if he did, he would have to revoke another one. Tomorrow he would go to war, and his enemies would be the Pandavas. They were the ones, Arjuna in particular, who had publicly reviled him for being a lowly charioteer's son. And it was Duryodhana, the eldest of the 100 Kaurava brothers, that came to his rescue by gifting him a kingdom of his own. Kama, in return, had pledged Duryodhana itmal fealty. But Kama the generous could not refuse his mother what she asked of him. So he modified the promise. Equivocated. Made a small adjustment, took a somewhat altered oath. I promise you this, Kama said to Kunthi. You will always have 5 sons. Yudhishthira I will not harm. Bhima will not die by my hand. The twins Nakula and Sahadeva will go untouched by me. But Arjuna him I will make no promises about. I will kill him, or he will kill me. One of us will die. Something altered in the air. And Rahel knew that Istha had come. She didn't turn her head, but a glow spread inside her. He's come. She thought. He's here. With me. Istha settled against a distant pillar and they sat through the performance like this, separated by the breadth of the Kuthambalam, but joined by a story. And the memory of another mother. The air grew warmer. Less damp. Perhaps that evening had been a particularly bad one in the heart of darkness. In Imanam the men danced as though they couldn't stop. Like children in a warm house sheltering from a storm. Refusing to emerge and acknowledge the weather. The wind and thunder. The rats racing across the ruined landscape with $signs in their eyes. The world crashing around them. They emerged from one story only to delve deep into another. From Kama's Shabadam Kama's oath to Duryodhana Vadham, the death of Duryodhana and his brother Dushasana. It was almost 4 in the morning when Bhima hunted down vile Dushasana. The man who had tried to publicly undress the Pandava's wife, Draupadi, after the Kauravas had won her in a game of dice. Draupadi, strangely angry only with the men that won her, not the ones that staked her, has sworn that she will never tie up her hair until it is washed in Dushasana's blood. Bhima has vowed to avenge her honor. Bhima cornered Dushasana in a battlefield already strewn with corpses. For an hour they fenced with each other. Traded insults. Listed all the wrongs that each had done the other. When the light from the brass lamp began to flicker and die, they called a truce. Bhima poured the oil, Dushasana cleaned the charred wick. Then they went back to war. Their breathless battle spilled out of the Kuthambalam and spun around the temple. They chased each other across the compound, twirling their papier-mâché maces. 2 men in ballooning skirts and balding velvet blouses, vaulting over littered moons and mounds of dung, circling around the hulk of a sleeping elephant. Dushasana fall of bravado 1 minute. Cringing the next. Bhima toying with him. Both stoned. The sky was a rose bowl. The grey, elephant-shaped hole in the universe agitated in his sleep, then slept again. Dawn was just breaking when the brute in Bhima stirred. The drums beat louder, but the air grew quiet and full of menace. In the early morning light, Esthapen and Rahel watched Bhima fulfill his vow to Draupadi. He clubbed Dushasana to the floor. He pursued every feeble tremor in the dying body with his mace, hammering at it until it was stilled. An ironsmith flattening a sheet of recalcitrant metal. Systematically smoothing every pit and bulge. He continued to kill him long after he was dead. Then, with his bare hands, he tore the body open. He ripped its innards out and stooped to lap blood straight from the bowl of the torn carcass, his crazed eyes peeping over the rim, glittering with rage and hate and mad fulfillment. Gurgling blood bubbles pale pink between his teeth. Dribbling down his painted face, his neck and chin. When he had drunk enough, he stood up, bloody intestines draped around his neck like a scarf, and went to find Draupadi and bathe her hair in fresh blood. He still had about him the aura of rage that even murder cannot quell. There was madness there that morning. Under the rose bowl. It was no performance. Esthapen and Rahel recognized it. They had seen its work before. Another morning. Another stage. Another kind of frenzy, with millipedes on the soles of its shoes. The brutal extravagance of this matched by the savage economy of that. They sat there, quietness and emptiness, frozen two-egg fossils, with horn bumps that hadn't grown into horns. Separated by the breadth of a Kuthambalam. Trapped in the bog of a story that was and wasn't theirs. That had set out with the semblance of structure and order, then bolted like a frightened horse into anarchy. Kochutamban woke and delicately cracked open his morning coconut. The Kathakalai men took off their makeup and went home to beat their wives. Even Kunthi, the soft one with breasts. Outside and around, the little town masquerading as a village stirred and came to life. An old man woke and staggered to the stove to warm his peppered coconut oil. Comrade Pillai. Imanam's egg breaker and professional omeletter. Oddly enough, it was he who had introduced the twins to Kathakalai. Against baby Kochama's better judgment, it was he who took them, along with Lenin, for all-night performances at the temple, and sat up with them till dawn, explaining the language and gesture of Kathakalai. Aged 6, they had sat with him through this very story. It was he who had introduced them to Rudra Bhima, crazed, bloodthirsty Bhima in search of death and vengeance. He is searching for the beast that lives in Hero, Comrade Pillai had told them, frightened, wide-eyed children, when the ordinarily good-natured Bhima began to bay and snarl. Which beast in particular, Comrade Pillai didn't say. Searching for the man who lives in him was perhaps what he really meant, because certainly no beast has essayed the boundless, infinitely inventive art of human hatred. No beast can match its range and power. The rose bowl dulled and sent down a warm grey drizzle. As Istha and Rahel stepped through the temple gateway, Comrade Knm Pillai stepped in, slick from his oil bath. He had sandalwood paste on his forehead. Raindrops stood out on his oiled skin like studs. In his cupped palms he carried a small heap of fresh jasmine. "Oh ho," he said in his piping voice. "You are here. So still you are interested in your Indian culture? Good, good. Very good." The twins, not rude, not polite, said nothing. They walked home together. He and she. We and us. Chapter 13. The pessimist and the optimist. Chaco had moved out of his room and would sleep in Papachi's study so that Sophie Mole and Margaret Kukama could have his room. It was a small room, with a window that overlooked the dwindling, somewhat neglected rubber plantation that Reverend E. Johnip had bought from a neighbor. One door connected it to the main house and another, the separate entrance that Mamachi had installed for Chaco to pursue his men's needs discreetly, led directly out onto the side midden. Sophie Mole lay asleep on a little camp cot that had been made up for her next to the big bed. The drone of the slow ceiling fan filled her head. Blue-gray blue eyes snapped open. Awake, a live alert sleep was summarily dismissed. For the first time since Joe had died, he was not the first thing that she thought about when she woke up. She looked around the room. Not moving, just swiveling her eyeballs. A captured spy in enemy territory, plotting her spectacular escape. A vase of awkwardly arranged hibiscus, already drooping, stood on Chaco's table. The walls were lined with books. A glass-paned cupboard was crammed with damaged balsa airplanes. Broken butterflies with imploring eyes. A wicked king's wooden wives languishing under an evil wooden spell. Trapped. Only one, her mother, Margaret, had escaped to England. The room went round in the calm, chrome center of the silver ceiling fan. A beige gecko, the color of an undercooked biscuit, regarded her with interested eyes. She thought of Joe. Something shook inside her. She closed her eyes. The calm, chrome center of the silver ceiling fan went round inside her head. Joe could walk on his hands. And when he cycled downhill, he could put the wind inside his shirt. On the next bed, Margaret Cook-Emma was still asleep. She lay on her back with her hands clasped together just below her rib cage. Her fingers were swollen and her wedding band looked uncomfortably tight. The flesh of her cheeks fell away on either side of her face, making her cheekbones look high and prominent, and pulling her mouth downwards into a mirthless smile that contained just a glimmer of teeth. She had tweezed her once bushy eyebrows into the currently fashionable, pencil-thin arcs that gave her a slightly surprised expression even in her sleep. The rest of her expressions were growing back in a nascent stubble. Her face was flushed. Her forehead glistened. Underneath the flush, there was a paleness. A staved-off sadness. The thin material of her dark blue and white flowered cotton polyester dress had wilted and clung limply to the contours of her body, rising over her breasts, dipping along the line between her long, strong legs as though it too was unaccustomed to the heat and needed a nap. On the bedside table there was a silver-framed black and white wedding picture of Chaco and Margaret Cook-Emma, taken outside the church in Oxford. It was snowing a little. The first flakes of fresh snow lay on the street and sidewalk. Chaco was dressed like Nehru. He wore a white chudar and a black shervani. His shoulders were dusted with snow. There was a rose in his buttonhole, and the tip of his handkerchief, folded into a triangle, peeped out of his breast pocket. On his feet he wore polished black Oxfords. He looked as though he was laughing at himself and the way he was dressed. Like someone at a fancy dress party. Margaret Cook-Emma wore a long, foaming gown and a cheap tiara on her cropped, curly hair. Her veil was lifted off her face. She was as tall as he was. They looked happy. Thin and young, scowling, with the sun in their eyes. Her thick, dark eyebrows were knitted together and somehow made a lovely contrast to the frothy, bridal white. A scowling cloud with eyebrows. Behind them stood a large matronly woman with thick ankles and all the buttons done up on her long overcoat. Margaret Cook-Emma's mother. She had her two little granddaughters on either side of her, in pleated tartan skirts, stockings and identical fringes. They were both giggling with their hands over their mouths. Margaret Cook-Emma's mother was looking away, out of the photograph, as though she would rather not have been there. Margaret Cook-Emma's father had refused to attend the wedding. He disliked Indians, he thought of them as sly, dishonest people. He couldn't believe that his daughter was marrying one. In the right-hand corner of the photograph, a man wheeling his bicycle along the curb had turned to stare at the couple. Margaret Cook-Emma was working as a waitress at a cafe in Oxford when she first met Chaco. Her family lived in London. Her father owned a bakery. Her mother was a milliner's assistant. Margaret Cook-Emma had moved out of her parents' home a year ago, for no greater reason than a youthful assertion of independence. She intended to work and save enough money to put herself through a teacher training course, and then look for a job at a school. In Oxford she shared a small flat with a friend. Another waitress in another cafe. Having made the move, Margaret Cook-Emma found herself becoming exactly the kind of girl her parents wanted her to be. Faced with the real world, she clung nervously to old remembered rules, and had no one but herself to rebel against. So even up at Oxford, other than playing her gramophone a little louder than she was permitted at home, she continued to lead the same small, tight life that she imagined she had escaped. Until Chaco walked into the cafe one morning. It was the summer of his final year at Oxford. He was alone. His rumpled shirt was buttoned up wrong. His shoelaces were untied. His hair, carefully brushed and slicked down in front, stood up in a stiff halo of quills at the back. He looked like an untidy, beatified porcupine. 1-1E was tall, and underneath the mess of clothes, inappropriate tie, shabby coat, Margaret Cook-Emma could see that he was well built. He had an amused air about him, and a way of narrowing his eyes as though he was trying to read a faraway sign and had forgotten to bring his glasses. His ears stuck out on either side of his head like teapot handles. There was something contradictory about his athletic build and his disheveled appearance. The only sign that a fat man lurked inside him was his shining, happy cheeks. He had none of the vagueness or the apologetic awkwardness that one usually associates with untidy, absent-minded men. He looked cheerful, as though he was with an imaginary friend whose company he enjoyed. He took a seat by the window and sat down with an elbow on the table and his face cupped in the palm of his hand, smiling around the empty cafe as though he was considering striking up a conversation with the furniture. He ordered coffee with that same friendly smile, but without appearing to really notice the tall, bushy-eyebrowed waitress who took his order. She winced when he put 2 heaped spoons of sugar into his extremely milky coffee. Then he asked for fried eggs on toast, more coffee, and strawberry jam. When she returned with his order, he said, as though he was continuing an old conversation, "Have you heard about the man who had twin sons?" "No," she said, setting down his breakfast. For some reason, natural prudence perhaps, and an instinctive reticence with foreigners, she did not evince the keen interest that he seemed to expect from her about the man with twin sons. Chaco didn't seem to mind. A man had twin sons, he told Margaret Cook-Emma. Pete and Stuart. Pete was an optimist and Stuart was a pessimist. He picked the strawberries out of the jam and put them on one side of his plate. The rest of the jam he spread in a thick layer on his buttered toast. On their 13th birthday their father gave Stuart an expensive watch, a carpentry set and a bicycle. Chaco looked up at Margaret Cook-Emma to see if she was listening. "And Pete's the optimist's room," he filled with horse dung. Chaco lifted the fried eggs onto the toast, broke the brilliant, wobbling yolks and spread them over the strawberry jam with the back of his teaspoon. When Stuart opened his presents he grumbled all morning. He hadn't wanted a carpentry set, he didn't like the watch and the bicycle had the wrong kind of tires. Margaret Cook-Emma had stopped listening because she was riveted by the curious ritual unfolding on his plate. The toast with jam and fried egg was cut into neat little squares. The dejammed strawberries were summoned one by one, and sliced into delicate pieces. When the father went to Pete's the optimist's room, he couldn't see Pete, but he could hear the sound of frantic shoveling and heavy breathing. Horse dung was flying all over the room. Chaco had begun to shake with silent laughter in anticipation of the end of his joke. With laughing hands, he placed a sliver of strawberry on each bright yellow and red square of toast, making the whole thing look like a lurid snack that an old woman might serve at a bridge party. "What in heaven's name are you doing?" the father shouted to Pete. Salt and pepper was sprinkled on the squares of toast. Chaco paused before the punchline, laughing up at Margaret Cook-Emma, who was smiling at his plate. A voice came from deep inside the dung. "Well, father," Pete said, "if there's so much shit around, there has to be a pony somewhere." Chaco, holding a fork and a knife in each hand, leaned back in his chair in the empty cafe and laughed his high, hiccuping, infectious laugh till the tears poured down his cheeks. Margaret Cook-Emma, who had missed most of the joke, smiled. Then she began to laugh at his laugh. Their laughs fed each other and climbed to a hysterical pitch. When the owner of the cafe appeared, he saw a customer, not a particularly desirable one, and a waitress, an only averagely desirable one, locked in a spiral of hooting, helpless laughter. Meanwhile, another customer, a regular, had arrived unnoticed, and waited to be served. The owner cleaned some already clean glasses, clinking them together noisily, and clattered crockery on the counter to convey his displeasure to Margaret Cook-Emma. She tried to compose herself before she went to take the new order. But she had tears in her eyes, and had to stifle a fresh batch of giggles, which made the hungry man whose order she was taking look up from his menu, his thin lips pursed in silent disapproval. She stole a glance at Chaco, who looked at her and smiled. It was an insanely friendly smile. He finished his breakfast, paid, and left. Margaret Cook-Emma was reproached by her employer and given a lecture on cafe ethics. She apologized to him. She was truly sorry for the way she had behaved. That evening, after work, she thought about what had happened and was uncomfortable with herself. She was not usually frivolous, and didn't think it right to have shared such uncontrolled laughter with a complete stranger. It seemed such an overfamiliar, intimate thing to have done. She wondered what had made her laugh so much. She knew it wasn't the joke. She thought of Chaco's laugh, and a smile stayed in her eyes for a long time. Chaco began to visit the cafe quite often. He always came with his invisible companion and his friendly smile. Even when it wasn't Margaret Cook-Emma who sewed him, he sought her out with his eyes, and they exchanged secret smiles that invoked the joint memory of their laugh. Margaret Cook-Emma found herself looking forward to the rumpled porcupine's visits. Without anxiety, but with a sort of creeping affection. She learned that he was a Rhodes Scholar from India. That he read classics. And rode for Balliol. Until the day she married him, she never believed that she would ever consent to be his wife. A few months after they began to go out together, he began to smuggle her into his rooms, where he lived like a helpless, exiled prince. Despite the best efforts of his scout and cleaning lady, his room was always filthy. Books, empty wine bottles, dirty underwear, and cigarette butts littered the floor. Cupboards were dangerous to open because clothes and books and shoes would cascade down, and some of his books were heavy enough to inflict real damage. Margaret Cook-Emma's tiny, ordered life relinquished itself to this truly baroque bedlam with the quiet gasp of a warm body entering a chilly sea. She discovered that underneath the aspect of the rumpled porcupine, a tortured Marxist was at war with an impossible, incurable romantic who forgot the candles, who broke the wine glasses, who lost the ring. Who made love to her with a passion that took her breath away. She had always thought of herself as a somewhat uninteresting, thick-waisted, thick-ankled girl. Not bad-looking. Not special. But when she was with Chaco, old limits were pushed back. Horizons expanded. She had never before met a man who spoke of the world of what it was, and how it came to be, or what he thought would become of it in the way in which other men she knew discussed their jobs, their friends, or their weekends at the beach. Being with Chaco made Margaret Cook-Emma feel as though her soul had escaped from the narrow confines of her island country into the vast, extravagant spaces of his. He made her feel as though the world belonged to them, as though it lay before them like an opened frog on a dissecting table, begging to be examined. In the year she knew him, before they were married, she discovered a little magic in herself, and for a while felt like a blithe genie released from her lamp. She was perhaps too young to realize that what she assumed was her love for Chaco was actually a tentative, timorous, acceptance of herself. As for Chaco, Margaret Cook-Emma was the first female friend he had ever had. Not just the first woman that he had slept with, but his first real companion. What Chaco loved most about her was her self-sufficiency. Perhaps it wasn't remarkable in the average Englishwoman, but it was remarkable to Chaco. He loved the fact that Margaret Cook-Emma didn't cling to him. That she was uncertain about her feelings for him. That he never knew till the last day whether or not she would marry him. He loved the way she would sit up naked in his bed, her long white back swiveled away from him, look at her watch and say in her practical way, "Oops, I must be off." He loved the way she wobbled to work every morning on her bicycle. He encouraged their differences in opinion, and inwardly rejoiced at her occasional outbursts of exasperation at his decadence. He was grateful to her for not wanting to look after him. For not offering to tidy his room. for not being his cloying mother. He grew to depend on Margaret Cook-Emma for not depending on him. He adored her for not adoring him. Of his family Margaret Cook-Emma knew very little. He seldom spoke of them. The truth is that in his years at Oxford, Chacko rarely thought of them. Too much was happening in his life and Imanum seemed so far away, the river too small, the fish too few. He had no pressing reasons to stay in touch with his parents. The Rhodes Scholarship was generous. He needed no money. He was deeply in love with his love for Margaret Cook-Emma and had no room in his heart for anyone else. Mamachi wrote to him regularly, with detailed descriptions of her sordid squabbles with her husband and her worries about Amu's future. He hardly ever read a whole letter. Sometimes he never bothered to open them at all. He never wrote back. Even the one time he did return, when he stopped Papachi from hitting Mamachi with the brass vase, and a rocking chair was murdered in the moonlight, he was hardly aware of how stung his father had been, or his mother's redoubled adoration of him, or his young sister's sudden beauty. He came and went in a trance, yearning from the moment he arrived to return to the long-backed white girl who waited for him. The winter after he came down from Balliol, he did badly in his exams. Margaret Cook-Emma and Chacko were married. Without her family's consent. Without his family's knowledge. They decided that he should move into Margaret Cook-Emma's flat, displacing the other waitress in the other cafe, until he found himself a job. The timing of the wedding couldn't have been worse. Along with the pressures of living together came penury. There was no longer any scholarship money, and there was the full rent-off flat to be paid. With the end of his rowing came a sudden, premature, middle-aged spread. Chacko became a fat man, with a body to match his laugh. A year into the marriage, and the charm of Chacko's studently sloth wore off for Margaret Cook-Emma. It no longer amused her that while she went to work, the flat remained in the same filthy mess that she had left it in. That it was impossible for him to even consider making the bed, or washing clothes or dishes. That he didn't apologize for the cigarette burns in the new sofa. That he seemed incapable of buttoning up his shirt, knotting his tie and tying his shoelaces before presenting himself for a job interview. Within a year she was prepared to exchange the frog on the dissecting table for some small, practical concessions. Such as a job for her husband and a clean home. Eventually Chacko got a brief, badly paid assignment with the Overseas Sales Department of the India Tea Board. Hoping that this would lead to other things, Chacko and Margaret moved to London. To even smaller, more dismal rooms. Margaret Cook-Emma's parents refused to see her. She had just discovered that she was pregnant when she met Joe. He was an old school friend of her brother's. When they met, Margaret Cook-Emma was physically at her most attractive. Pregnancy had put color in her cheeks and brought a shine to her thick, dark hair. Despite her marital troubles, she had that air of secret elation, that affection for her own body that pregnant women often have. Joe was a biologist. He was updating the third edition of a dictionary of biology for a small publishing house. Joe was everything that Chacko wasn't. Steady. Solvent. Thin. Margaret Cook-Emma found herself drawn towards him like a plant in a dark room towards a wedge of light. When Chacko finished his assignment and couldn't find another job, he wrote to Mamachi, telling her of his marriage and asking for money. Mamachi was devastated, but secretly pawned her jewelry and arranged for money to be sent to him in England. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. By the time Sophie Mole was born, Margaret Cook-Emma realized that for herself and her daughter's sake, she had to leave Chacko. She asked him for a divorce. Chacko returned to India, where he found a job easily. For a few years he taught at the Madras Christian College, and after Papachi died, he returned to Imanum with his Bharat bottle sealing machine, his Balliol ore and his broken heart. Mamachi joyfully welcomed him back into her life. She fed him, she sewed for him, she saw to it that there were fresh flowers in his room every day. Chacko needed his mother's adoration. Indeed, he demanded it, yet he despised her for it and punished her in secret ways. He began to cultivate his corpulence and general physical dilapidation. He wore cheap, printed terry lean bush shirts over his white mundus and the ugliest plastic sandals that were available in the market. If Mamachi had guests, relatives, or perhaps an old friend visiting from Delhi, Chacko would appear at her tastefully laid dining table adorned with her exquisite orchid arrangements and best china and worry an old scab, or scratch the large, black oblong calluses he had cultivated on his elbows. Ila's special targets were baby Kochama's guests, Catholic bishops or visiting clergy who often dropped by for a snack. In their presence Chacko would take off his sandals and air a revolting, pus-filled diabetic boil on his foot. "Lord have mercy upon this poor leper," he would say, while baby Kochama tried desperately to distract her guests from the spectacle by picking out the biscuit crumbs and bits of banana chips that littered their beards. But of all the secret punishments that Chacko tormented Mamachi with, the worst and most mortifying of all was when her reminisced about Margaret Kochama. He spoke of her often and with a peculiar pride, as though he admired her for having divorced him. "She traded me in for a better man," he would say to Mamachi, and she would flinch as though he had denigrated her instead of himself. Margaret Kochama wrote regularly, giving Chacko news of Sophie Mole. She assured him that Joe made a wonderful, caring father and that Sophie Mole loved him dearly, facts that gladdened and saddened Chacko in equal measure. Margaret Kochama was happy with Joe. Happier perhaps than she would have been had she not had those wild, precarious years with Chacko. She thought of Chacko fondly, but without regret. It simply did not occur to her that she had hurt him as deeply as she had, because she still thought of herself as an ordinary woman, and him as an extraordinary man. And because Chacko had not then, or since, exhibited any of the usual symptoms of grief and heartbreak, Margaret Kochama just assumed that he felt it had been as much of a mistake for him as it had been for her. When she told him about Joe he had left sadly, but quietly, with his invisible companion and his friendly smile. They wrote to each other frequently, and over the years their relationship matured. For Margaret Kochama it became a comfortable, committed friendship. For Chacko it was a way, the only way, of remaining in touch with the mother of his child and the only woman he had ever loved. When Sophie Mole was old enough to go to school, Margaret Kochama enrolled herself in a teacher training course, and then got a job as a junior schoolteacher in Clapham. She was in the staff room when she was told about Joe's accident. The news was delivered by a young policeman who wore a grave expression and carried his helmet in his hands. He had looked strangely comical, like a bad actor auditioning for a solemn part in a play. Margaret Kochama remembered that her first instinct when she saw him had been to smile. For Sophie Mole's sake, if not her own, Margaret Kochama did her best to face the tragedy with equanimity. To pretend to face the tragedy with equanimity. She didn't take time off from her job. She saw to it that Sophie Mole's school routine remained unchanged. Finish your homework. Eat your EU. No, we can't not go to school. She concealed her anguish under the brisk, practical mask of a schoolteacher. The stern, schoolteacher-shaped hole in the universe, who sometimes slapped. But when Chacko wrote inviting her to Imanum, something inside her sighed and sat down. Despite everything that had happened between her and Chacko, there was nobody in the world she would rather spend Christmas with. The more she considered it, the more tempted she was. She persuaded herself that a trip to India would be just the thing for Sophie Mole. So eventually, though she knew that her friends and colleagues at the school would think it odd her running back to her first husband just as soon as her second one had died, Margaret Kochama broke her term deposit and bought 2 airline tickets. London-Bombay Cochin. She was haunted by that decision for as long as she lived. She took with her to her grave the picture of her little daughter's body laid out on the chaise longue in the drawing room of the Imanum house. Even from a distance, it was obvious that she was dead. Not ill or asleep. It was something to do with the way she lay. The angle of her limbs. Something to do with death's authority. Its terrible stillness. Greenweed and river grime was woven into her beautiful red-brown hair. Her sunken eyelids were raw, nibbled at by fish. Oh yes they do, the deep swimming fish. They sample everything. Her mauve corduroy pinafore said holiday. In a tilting, happy font. She was as wrinkled as a Dobie's thumb from being in water for too long. A spongy mermaid who had forgotten how to swim. A silver thimble clenched, for luck, in her little fist. Thimble drinker. Coffin cartwheeler. Margaret Cook-Emma never forgave herself for taking Sophie Mole to Imanum. For leaving her there alone over the weekend while she and Chaco went to Cochin to confirm their return tickets. It was about 9 in the morning when Mamachi and baby Cook-Emma got news of a white child's body found floating downriver where the Minachal broadens as it approaches the backwaters. Istha and Rahel were still missing. Earlier that morning the children, all three of them, hadn't appeared for their morning glass of milk. Baby Cook-Emma and Mamachi thought that they might have gone down to the river for a swim, which was worrying because it had rained heavily the previous day and a good part of the night. They knew that the river could be dangerous. Baby Cook-Emma sent Kochu Maria to look for them, but she returned without them. In the chaos that ensued after Velia Poppin's visit, nobody could remember when they had actually last seen the children. They hadn't been uppermost on anybody's mind. They could have been missing all night. Amua was still locked into her bedroom. Baby Cook-Emma had the keys. She called through the door to ask Amua whether she had any idea where the children might be. She tried to keep the panic out of her voice, make it sound like a casual inquiry. Something crashed against the door. Amua was incoherent with rage and disbelief at what was happening to her, at being locked away like the family lunatic in a medieval household. It was only later, when the world collapsed around them, after Sophie Mole's body was brought to Imanum, and baby Cook-Emma unlocked her, that Amua sifted through her rage to try to make sense of what had happened. Fear and apprehension forced her to think clearly, and it was only then that she remembered what she had said to her twins when they came to her bedroom door and asked her why she had been locked up. The careless words she hadn't meant. "Because of you," Amua had screamed. "If it wasn't for you I wouldn't be here. None of this would have happened. I wouldn't be here. I would have been free. I should have dumped you in an orphanage the day you were born. You're the millstones round my neck." She couldn't see them crouched against the door. A surprised puff and a fountain in a love in Tokyo. Bewildered twin ambassadors of God knows what. Their Excellencies ambassadors E pelvis and S insect. "Just go away," Amua had said. "Why can't you just go away and leave me alone?" So they had. But when the only answer baby Cook-Emma got to her question about the children was something crashing against Amua's bedroom door, she went away. A slow dread built up inside her as she began to make the obvious, logical, and completely mistaken connections between the night's happenings and the missing children. The rain had started early the previous afternoon. Suddenly the hot day darkened and the sky began to clap and grumble. Kochu Maria, in a bad mood for no particular reason, was in the kitchen standing on her low stool savagely cleaning a large fish, working up a smelly blizzard of fish scales. Her gold earrings swung fiercely. Silver fish scales flew around the kitchen, landing on kettles, walls, vegetable peelers, the fridge handle. She ignored Velia Poppin when he arrived at the kitchen door, drenched and shaking. His real eye was bloodshot and he looked as though he had been Dean King. He stood there for 10 minutes waiting to be noticed. When Kochu Maria finished the fish and started on the onions, he cleared his throat and asked for Mamachi. Kochu Maria tried to shoo him away, but he wouldn't go. Each time he opened his mouth to speak, the smell of Eric on his breath hit Kochu Maria like a hammer. She had never seen him like this before, and was a little frightened. She had a pretty good idea of what it was all about, so she eventually decided that it would be best to call Mamachi. She shut the kitchen door, leaving Velia Poppin outside in the back midam, weaving drunkenly in the driving rain. Though it was December, it rained as though it was June. Cyclonic disturbance, the newspapers called it the next day. But by then nobody was in any condition to read the papers. Perhaps it was the rain that drove Velia Poppin to the kitchen door. To a superstitious man, the relentlessness of that unseasonal downpour could have seemed like an omen from an angry god. To a drunk superstitious man, it could have seemed like the beginning of the end of the world. Which, in a way, it was. When Mamachi arrived in the kitchen, in her petticoat and pale pink dressing gown with rick-rack edging, Veliapapin climbed up the kitchen steps and offered her his mortgaged eye. He held it out in the palm of his hand. He said he didn't deserve it and wanted her to have it back. His left eyelid drooped over his empty socket in an immutable, monstrous wink. As though everything that he was about to say was part of an elaborate prank. "What is it?" Mamachi asked, stretching her hand out, thinking perhaps that for some reason Veliapapin was returning the kilo of red rice she had given him that morning. "It's his eye," Kochu Maria said loudly to Mamachi, her own eyes bright with onion tears. By then Mamachi had already touched the glass eye. She recoiled from its slippery hardness. Its slimy marbleness. "Are you drunk?" Mamachi said angrily to the sound of the rain. "How dare you come here in this condition?" She groped her way to the sink, and soaped away the sodden Paravano eye juices. She smelled her hands when she'd finished. Kochu Maria gave Veliapapin an old kitchen cloth to wipe himself with, and said nothing when he stood on the topmost step almost inside her touchable kitchen, drying himself, sheltered from the rain by the sloping overhang of the roof. When he was calmer, Veliapapin returned his eye to its rightful socket and began to speak. He started by recounting to Mamachi how much her family had done for his generation for generation. How, long before the communists thought of it, Reverend E. Janip had given his father, Kellen, title to the land on which their hut now stood. How Mamachi had paid for his eye. How she had organized for Vilutha to be educated and given him a job. Mamachi, though annoyed at his drunkenness, wasn't averse to listening to bardic stories about herself and her family's Christian munificence. Nothing prepared her for what she was about to hear. Veliapapin began to cry. Half of him wept. Tears welled up in his real eye and shone on his black cheek. With his other eye he stared stonily ahead. An old paravan, who had seen the walking backwards days, torn between loyalty and love. Then the terror took hold of him and shook the words out of him. He told Mamachi what he had seen. The story of the little boat that crossed the river night after night, and who was in it. The story of a man and woman, standing together in the moonlight. Skin to skin. They went to Kari Saipu's house, Veliapapin said. The white man's demon had entered them. It was Kari Saipu's revenge for what he, Veliapapin, had done to him. The boat, that is the sat on and Rahel found, was tethered to the tree stump next to the steep path that led through the marsh to the abandoned rubber estate. He had seen it there. Every night. Rocking on the water. Empty. Waiting for the lovers to return. For hours it waited. Sometimes they only emerged through the long grass at dawn. Veliapapin had seen them with his own eye. Others had seen them too. The whole village knew. It was only a matter of time before Mamachi found out. So Veliapapin had come to tell Mamachi himself. As a paravan and a man with mortgaged body parts, he considered it his duty. The lovers sprung from his loins and hers. Ila's son and her daughter. They had made the unthinkable thinkable and the impossible really happen. Veliapapin kept talking. Weeping. Retching. Moving his mouth. Mamachi couldn't hear what he was saying. The sound of the rain grew louder and exploded in her head. She didn't hear herself shouting. Suddenly the blind old woman in her rick-rack dressing gown and with her thin grey hair plaited into a rat's tail stepped forward and pushed Veliapapin with all her strength. He stumbled backwards down the kitchen steps and lay sprawled in the wet mud. He was taken completely by surprise. Part of the taboo of being an untouchable was expecting not to be touched. At least not in these circumstances. A being locked into a physically impregnable cocoon. Baby cook Emma, walking past the kitchen, heard the commotion. She found Mamachi spitting into the rain, though, and Veliapapan lying in the slush, wet, weeping, groveling, offering to kill his son, to tear him limb from limb. Mamachi was shouting, "Drunken dog! Drunken paravan liar!" Over the din Kochu Maria shouted Veliapapan's story to Baby Kukama. Baby Kukama recognized at once the immense potential of the situation, but immediately anointed her thoughts with unctuous oils. She bloomed. She saw it as God's way of punishing Amu for her sins and simultaneously avenging her, Baby Kochama's, humiliation at the hands of Vilutha and the men in the march, the Modalala Maria Kutty taunts, the forced flag waving. She set sail at once. A ship of goodness plowing through a sea of sin. Baby Kukama put her heavy arm around Mamachi. "It must be true," she said in a quiet voice. "She's quite capable of it. And so is he." Veliapapan would not lie about something like she asked Kochu Maria to get Mamachi a glass of water and a chair to sit on. She made Veliapapan repeat his story, stopping him every now and then for details. Whose boat? How often? How long had it been going on? When Veliapapan finished, Baby Kukama turned to Mamachi. "He must go," she said. "Tonight. Before it goes any further. Before we are completely ruined." Then she shuddered her schoolgirl shudder. That was when she said, "How could she stand the smell? Haven't you noticed? They have a particular smell, these paravans." With that olfactory observation, that specific little detail, the terror unspooled. Mamachi's rage at the old one-eyed paravan standing in the rain, drunk, dribbling and covered in mud, was redirected into a cold contempt for her daughter and what she had done. She thought of her naked, coupling in the mud with a man who was nothing but a filthy coolie. She imagined it in vivid detail, a Paravano coarse black hand on her daughter's breast. His mouth on hers. His black hips jerking between her parted legs. The sound of their breathing. His particular paravan smell. Like animals, Mamachi thought, and nearly vomited. Like a dog with a bitch on heat. Her tolerance of men's needs, as far as her son was concerned, became the fuel for her unmanageable fury at her daughter. She had defiled generations of breeding, the little blessed one, blessed personally by the Patriarch of Antioch, an imperial entomologist, a Rhodes Scholar from Oxford, and brought the family to its knees. For generations to come, forever now, people would point at them at weddings and funerals. At baptisms and birthday parties. They'd nudge and whisper. It was all finished now. Mamachi lost control. They did what they had to do, the two old ladies. Mamachi provided the passion. Baby Kukama the plan. Kochu Maria was their midget lieutenant. They locked Amu up, tricked her into herbed room, before they sent for Vilutha. They knew that they had to get him to leave Imanum before Chaco returned. They could neither trust nor predict what Chaco's attitude would be. It wasn't entirely their fault, though, that the whole thing spun out of control like a deranged top. That it lashed out at those that crossed its path. That by the time Chaco and Margaret Kukama returned from Cochin, it was too late. The fisherman had already found Sophie Mol. Picture him. Out in his boat at dawn, at the mouth of the river he has known all his life. It is still quick and swollen from the previous night's rain. Something bobs past in the water and the colors catch his eye. Mauve. Red-brown. Beach sand. It moves with the current, swiftly towards the sea. He sends out his bamboo pole to stop it and draw it towards him. It's a wrinkled mermaid. A mere child. A mere child. With red-brown hair. With an imperial entomologist's nose, and a silver thimble clenched for luck in her fist. He pulls her out of the water into his boat. He puts his thin cotton towel under her, she lies at the bottom of his boat with his silver haul of small fish. He rows home tai thaka tai thome, thinking how wrong it is for a fisherman to believe that he knows his river well. No one knows the Minachal. No one knows what it may snatch or suddenly yield. Or when. That is what makes fishermen prey. At the Kottayam police station, a shaking baby Kukama was ushered into the station house officer's room. She told Inspector Thomas Matthew of the circumstances that had led to the sudden dismissal of a factory worker. A paravan. A few days ago he had tried to force himself on her niece, she said. A divorcee with 2 children. Baby Kukama misrepresented the relationship between Amu and Vilutha, not for Amu's sake, but to contain the scandal and salvage the family reputation in Inspector Thomas Matthews' eyes. It didn't occur to her that Amu would later invite shame upon herself, that she would go to the police and try and set the record straight. As baby Kukama told her story, she began to believe it. Why wasn't the matter reported to the police in the first place, the inspector wanted to know. We are an old family, baby Kukama said. These are not things we want talked about. Inspector Thomas Matthew, receding behind his bustling Air India mustache, understood perfectly. He had a toucheable wife, 2 toucheable daughters, whole toucheable generations waiting in their toucheable wombs. Where is the molestee now? At home. She doesn't know I've come here. She wouldn't have let me come. Naturally she's frantic with worry about the children. Hysterical. Later, when the real story reached Inspector Thomas Matthew, the fact that what the paravan had taken from the toucheable kingdom had not been snatched, but given, concerned him deeply. So after Sophie Mole's funeral, when Amu went to him with the twins to tell him that a mistake had been made and he tapped her breasts with his baton, it was not a policeman's spontaneous brutishness on his part. He knew exactly what he was doing. It was a premeditated gesture, calculated to humiliate and terrorize her. An attempt to instill order into a world gone wrong. Still later, when the dust had settled and he had had the paperwork organized, Inspector Thomas Matthew congratulated himself for the way it had all turned out. But now, he listened carefully and courteously as baby Kukama constructed her story. Last night it was getting dark, about 7 in the evening, when he came to the house to threaten us. It was raining very heavily. The lights had gone out and we were lighting the lamps when he came, she told him. He knew that the man of the house, my nephew Chako Ip, was away in Cochin. We were 3 women alone in the house. She paused to let the inspector imagine the horrors that could be visited by a sex-crazed paravan on 3 women alone in a house. We told him that if he did not leave Imanam quietly we would call the police. He started off by saying that my niece had consented. Can you imagine? He asked us what proof we had of what we were accusing him of. He said that according to the labor laws we had no grounds on which to dismiss him. He was very calm. The days are gone, he told us, when you can kick us around like dogs. By now baby Kukama sounded utterly convincing. Injured. Incredulous. Then her imagination took over completely. She didn't describe how Mamachi had lost control. How she had gone up to Vilutha and spat right into his face. The things she had said to him. The names she had called him. Instead she described to Inspector Thomas Matthew how it was not just what Vilutha had said that had made her come to the police, but the way he said it. Ila's complete lack of remorse, which was what had shocked her most. As though he was actually proud of what he had done. Without realizing it herself, she grafted the manner of the man who had humiliated her during the march onto Vilutha. She described the sneering fury in his face. The brassy insolence in his voice that had so frightened her. That made her sure that his dismissal and the children's disappearance were not, could not possibly be, unconnected. She had known the paravan since he was a child, baby Kukama said. He had been educated by her family, in the untouchable school started by her father, Punyan Kunju. Mr. Thomas Matthew must know who he was. Yes, of course. He was trained to be a carpenter by her family, the house he lived in was given to his grandfather by her family. He owed everything to her family. You people, Inspector Thomas Matthew said, first you spoil these people, carry them about on your head like trophies, then when they misbehave you come running to us for help. Baby Kukama lowered her eyes like a chastised child. Then she continued her story. She told Inspector Thomas Matthew how in the last few weeks she had noticed some presaging signs, some insolence, some rudeness. She mentioned seeing him in the march on the way to Cochin and the rumors that he was or had been a Naxalite. She didn't notice the faint furrow of worry that this piece of information produced on the inspector's brow. She had warned her nephew about him, Baby Kukama said, but never in her wildest dreams had she thought that it would ever come to this. A beautiful child was dead. 2 children were RMSSMG. Baby Kukama broke down. Inspector Thomas Matthew gave her a cup of police tea. When she was feeling a little better, he helped her to set down all she had told him in her first information report. He assured Baby Kukama of the full cooperation of the Kottayam police. The rascal would be caught before the day was out, he said. A paravan with a pair of 2 egg twins, hounded by history, he knew there weren't many places for him to hide. Inspector Thomas Matthew was a prudent man. He took one precaution. He sent a jeep to fetch Comrade KNM Pillai to the police station. It was crucial for him to know whether the paravan had any political support or whether he was operating alone. Though he himself was a congressman, he did not intend to risk any run-ins with the Marxist government. When Comrade Pillai arrived, he was ushered into the seat that Baby Kukama had only recently vacated. Inspector Thomas Matthew showed him Baby Kochama's first information report. The 2 men had a conversation. Brief, cryptic, to the point. As though they had exchanged numbers and not words. No explanation seemed necessary. They were not friends, Comrade Pillai and Inspector Thomas Matthew, and they didn't trust each other. But they understood each other perfectly. They were both men whom childhood had abandoned without a trace. Men without curiosity. Without doubt. Both in their own way truly, terrifyingly adult. They looked out at the world and never wondered how it worked, because they knew they worked it. They were mechanics who serviced different parts of the same machine. Comrade Pillai told Inspector Thomas Matthew that he was acquainted with V. Lutha, but omitted to mention that V. Lutha was a member of the Communist Party, or that V. Lutha had knocked on his door late the previous night, which made Comrade Pillai the last person to have seen V. Lutha before he disappeared. Nor, though he knew it to be untrue, did Comrade Pillai refute the allegation of attempted rape in Baby Kochama's first information report. He merely assured Inspector Thomas Matthew that as far as he was concerned V. Lutha did not have the patronage or the protection of the Communist Party. That he was on his own. After Comrade Pillai left, Inspector Thomas Matthew went over their conversation in his mind, teasing it, testing its logic, looking for loopholes. When he was satisfied, he instructed his men. Meanwhile, Baby Kukama returned to Imanam. The Plymouth was parked in the driveway. Margaret Kukama and Chako were back from Cochin. Sophie Mole was laid out on the chaise longue. When Margaret Kukama saw her little daughter's body, shock swelled in her like phantom applause in an empty auditorium. It overflowed in a wave of vomit and left her mute and empty-eyed. She mourned 2 deaths, not one. With the loss of Sophie Mole, Joe died again. And this time there was no homework to finish or egg to eat. She had come to Imanam to heal her wounded world, and had lost all of it instead. She shattered like glass. Her memory of the days that followed was fuzzy, long, dim, hours of thick, furry-tongued serenity, medically administered by Dr. Verghese, lacerated by sharp, steely slashes of hysteria, as keen and cutting as the edge of a new razor blade. She was vaguely conscious of Chako, concerned and gentle-voiced when he was by her side, otherwise incensed, blowing like an enraged wind through the Imanam house. So different from the amused rumpled porcupine she had met that long ago Oxford morning at the cafe. She remembered faintly the funeral in the yellow church. The sad singing. A bat that had bothered someone. She remembered the sounds of doors being battered down, and frightened women's voices. and how at night the bush crickets had sounded like creaking stars and amplified the fear and gloom that hung over the Imanum house. She never forgot her irrational rage at the other two younger children who had for some reason been spared. Her fevered mind fastened like a limpet onto the notion that Istha was somehow responsible for Sophie Mole's death. Odd, considering that Margaret Cook-Amma didn't know that it was Istha stirring wizard with a puff who had rode jam and thought two thoughts, Istha who had broken rules and rowed Sophie Mole and Rahel across the river in the afternoons in a little boat, Istha who had abrogated a sickled smell by waving a Marxist flag at it. Istha who had made the back veranda of the history house their home away from home, furnished with a grass mat and most of their toys a catapult, an inflatable goose, a Qantas koala with loosened button eyes. And finally, on that dreadful night, Istha who had decided that though it was dark and raining, the time had come for them to run away, because Amu didn't want them anymore. Despite not knowing any of this, why did Margaret Cook-Amma blame Istha for what had happened to Sophie? Perhaps she had a mother's instinct. 3 or 4 times, swimming up through thick layers of drug-induced sleep, she had actually sought Istha out and slapped him until someone calmed her down and led her away. Later, she wrote to Amu to apologize. By the time the letter arrived, Istha had been returned and Amu had had to pack her bags and leave. Only Rahel remained in Imanum to accept, on Istha's behalf, Margaret Cook-Amma's apology. "I can't imagine what came over me," she wrote. "I can only put it down to the effect of the tranquilizers. I had no right to behave the way I did, and want you to know that I am ashamed and terribly sorry." Strangely, the person that Margaret Cook-Amma never thought about was Vilutha. Of him she had no memory at all. Not even what he looked like. Perhaps this was because she never really knew him, nor ever heard what happened to him. The god of loss. The god of small things. He left no footprints in sand, no ripples in water, no image in mirrors. After all, Margaret Cook-Amma wasn't with the platoon of touchable policemen when they crossed the swollen river. Their white khaki shorts rigid with starch. The metallic clink of handcuffs in someone's heavy pocket. It is unreasonable to expect a person to remember what she didn't know had happened. Sorrow, however, was still 2 weeks away on that Blue Cross Stitch afternoon, as Margaret Cook-Amma lay jet-lagged and still asleep. Chaco, on his way to see Comrade K.N.M. Pillai, drifted past the bedroom window like an anxious, stealthy whale intending to peep in to see whether his wife, ex-wife, Chaco, and daughter were awake and needed anything. At the last minute his courage failed him and he floated fatly by without looking in. Sophie Mole, awake, alive, alert, saw him go. She sat up on her bed and looked out at the rubber trees. The sun had moved across the sky and cast a deep house shadow across the plantation, darkening the already dark-leafed trees. Beyond the shadow, the light was flat and gentle. There was a diagonal slash across the mottled bark of each tree through which milky rubber seeped like white blood from a wound, and dripped into the waiting half of a coconut shell that had been tied to the tree. Sophie Mole got out of bed and rummaged through her sleeping mother's purse. She found what she was looking for: the keys to the large, locked suitcase on the floor, with its airline stickers and baggage tags. She opened it and rooted through the contents with all the delicacy of a dog digging up a flower bed. She upset stacks of lingerie, iron skirts and blouses, shampoos, creams, chocolate, sellotape, umbrellas, soap, and other bottled London smells, quinine, aspirin, broad-spectrum antibiotics. Take everything, her colleagues had advised Margaret Cook-Amma in concerned voices. You never know, which was their way of saying to a colleague traveling to the heart of darkness that, A, anything can happen to anyone. B, it's best to be prepared. Sophie Mole eventually found what she had been looking for. Presents for her cousins. Triangular towers of Toblerone chocolate, soft and slanting in the heat. Socks with separate multicolored toes. And 2 ballpoint pens, the top halves filled with water in which a cut-out collage of a London streetscape was suspended. Buckingham Palace and Big Ben. Shops and people. A red double-decker bus propelled by an air bubble floated up and down the silent street. There was something sinister about the absence of noise on the busy Ballpoint Street. Sophie Mole put the presents into her go-go bag, and went forth into the world. To drive a hard bargain. To negotiate a friendship. A friendship that, unfortunately, would be left dangling. Incomplete. Flailing in the air with no foothold. A friendship that never circled around into a story, which is why, far more quickly than ever should have happened, Sophie Mole became a memory, while the loss of Sophie Mole grew robust and alive. Like a fruit in season. Every season. Chapter 14 Work is struggle. Chaco took the shortcut through the tilting rubber trees so that he would have to walk only a very short stretch down the main road to Comrade K.N.M. Pillai's house. He looked faintly absurd, stepping over the carpet of dry leaves in his tight airport suit, his tie blown over his shoulder. Comrade Pillai wasn't in when Chaco arrived. His wife, Kalyani, with fresh sandalwood paste on her forehead, made him sit down on a steel folding chair in their small front room and disappeared through the bright pink, nylon lace-curtained doorway into a dark adjoining room, where the small flame from a large brass oil lamp flickered. The cloying smell of incense drifted through the doorway, over which a small wooden placard said "Work is STNW. STRLE is work." Chaco was too big for the room. The blue walls crowded him. He glanced around, tense and a little uneasy. A towel dried on the bars of the small green window. The dining table was covered with a bright flowered plastic tablecloth. Midges whirred around a bunch of small bananas on a blue-rimmed white enamel plate. In one corner of the room there was a pile of green unhusked coconuts. A child's rubber slippers lay pigeon-toed in the bright parallelogram of barred sunlight on the floor. A glass-paned cupboard stood next to the table. It had printed curtains hanging on the inside, hiding its contents. Comrade Pillai's mother, a minute-old lady in a brown blouse and off-white mundu, sat on the edge of the high wooden bed that was pushed against the wall, her feet dangling high above the floor. She wore a thin white towel arranged diagonally over her chest and slung over one shoulder. A funnel of mosquitoes, like an inverted dunce cap, whined over her head. She sat with her cheek resting in the palm of her hand, bunching together all the wrinkles on that side of her face. Every inch of her, even her wrists and ankles, were wrinkled. Only the skin on her throat was taut and smooth, stretched over an enormous goiter. Her fountain of youth. She stared vacantly at the wall opposite her, rocking herself gently, grunting regular, rhythmic little grunts, like a bored passenger on a long bus journey. Comrade Pillai's SSLC, BA, and MA certificates were framed and hung on the wall behind her head. On another wall was a framed photograph of Comrade Pillai garlanding Comrade EMS Namboodiripad. There was a microphone on a stand, shining in the foreground with a sign that said Ajantha. The rotating table fan by the bed measured out its mechanical breeze in exemplary, democratic turns, first lifting what was left of old Mrs. Pillai's hair, then Chaco's. The mosquitoes dispersed and reassembled tirelessly. Through the window Chaco could see the tops of buses, luggage in their luggage racks, as they thundered by. A jeep with a loudspeaker drove past, blaring a Marxist party song whose theme was unemployment. The chorus was in English, the rest of it in Malayalam. No vacancy. No vacancy. Wherever in the world a poor man goes, no vacancy. No pronounced to rhyme with door. Kalyani returned with a stainless steel glass of filter coffee and a stainless steel plate of banana chips, bright yellow with little black seeds in the center, for Chaco. He has gone to Olasa. He'll be back any time now, she said. She referred to her husband as Adiham, which was the respectful form of he, whereas he called her Edi, which was, approximately, hey, you. She was a lush, beautiful woman with golden brown skin and huge eyes. Her long frizzy hair was damp and hung loose down her back, plaited only at the very end. It had wet the back of her tight, deep red blouse and stained it a tighter, deeper red. From where the sleeves ended, Her soft arm flesh swelled and dropped over her dimpled elbows in a sumptuous bulge. Her white mundu and kavana were crisp and ironed. She smelled of sandalwood and the crushed green gram that she used instead of soap. For the first time in years, Chaco watched her without the faintest stirring of sexual desire. He had a wife, ex-wife, Chaco, at home. With arm freckles and back freckles. With a blue dress and legs underneath. Young Lenin appeared at the door in red stretch lawn shorts. He stood on one thin leg like a stork and twisted the pink lace curtain into a pole, staring at Chaco with his mother's eyes. He was 6 now, long past the age of pushing things up his nose. "Mon, go and call Lutta," Mrs. Pillai said to him. Lenin remained where he was, and, still staring at Chaco, screeched effortlessly, in the way only children can. "Lutta! Lutta! You're wanted. Our niece from Kottayam." His elder brother's daughter, Mrs. Pillai explained. She won the first prize for elocution at the youth festival in Trivandrum last week. A combative-looking young girl of about 12 or 13 appeared through the lace curtain. She wore a long, printed skirt that reached all the way down to her ankles and a short, waist-length white blouse with darts that made room for future breasts. Her oiled hair was parted into 2 halves. Each of her tight, shining plaits was looped over and tied with ribbons so that they hung down on either side of her face like the outlines of large, drooping ears that hadn't been colored in yet. "Do you know who this is?" Mrs. Pillai asked Lutta. Lutta shook her head. "Chaco sar. Our factory modalala." Lutta stared at him with a composure and a lack of curiosity unusual in a 13-year-old. "He studied in London, Oxford," Mrs. Pillai said. "Will you do your recitation for him?" Lutta complied without hesitation. She planted her feet slightly apart. "Respected chairman," she bowed to Chaco, "dear judges," and she looked around at the imaginary audience crowded into the small, hot room. "Beloved friends." She paused theatrically. "Today I would like to recite to you a poem by Sir Walter Scott entitled Lachinvar." She clasped her hands behind her back. A film fell over her eyes. Her gaze was fixed unseeingly just above Chaco's head. She swayed slightly as she spoke. At first Chaco thought it was a Malayalam translation of Lachinvar. The words ran into each other. Like in Malayalam, the last syllable of one word attached itself to the first syllable of the next. It was rendered at remarkable speed. "Oh, young Lokanvar has come out of the vest through wall the vidi border his teed was the best tan savaskud broadside hupan sad none, and he rod all unarmed, and he rod all alone." The poem was interspersed with grunts from the old lady on the bed, which no one except Chaco seemed to notice. "And he swam the Eskenver where ford there was none, but ere he alighted at Netherby gate, the bride had cuns ended, the gallant came late." Comrade Pillai arrived mid-poem. A sheen of sweat glazed his skin, his mundu was folded up over his knees, dark sweat stains spread under his tarry lean armpits. In his late 30s, he was an unathletic, sallow little man. His legs were already spindly and his taut, distended belly, like his tiny mother's goiter, was completely at odds with the rest of his thin, narrow body and alert face. As though something in their family genes had bestowed on them compulsory bumps that appeared randomly on different parts of their bodies. His neat pencil mustache divided his upper lip horizontally into half and ended exactly in line with the ends of his mouth. His hairline had begun to recede and he made no attempt to hide it. His hair was oiled and combed back off his forehead. Clearly youth was not what he was after. He had the easy authority of the man of the house. He smiled and nodded a greeting to Chaco, but did not acknowledge the presence of his wife or his mother. Lutta's eyes flicked towards him for permission to continue with the poem. It was granted. Comrade Pillai took off his shirt, rolled it into a ball and wiped his armpits with it. When he finished, Kalyani took it from him and held it as though it was a gift. A bouquet of flowers. Comrade Pillai, in his sleeveless vest, sat on a folding chair and pulled his left foot up onto his right thigh. Through the rest of his niece's recitation, he sat staring meditatively down at the floor, his chin cupped in the palm of his hand, tapping his right foot in time with the meter and cadence of the poem. With his other hand he massaged the exquisitely arched instep of his left foot. When Lata finished, Chaco applauded with genuine kindness. She did not acknowledge his applause with even a flicker of a smile. She was like an East German swimmer at a local competition. Her eyes were firmly fixed on Olympic gold. Any lesser achievement she took as her due. She looked at her uncle for permission to leave the room. Comrade Pillai beckoned to her and whispered in her ear. "Go and tell Podhachan and Mathukutty that if they want to see me, they should come immediately." "No, comrade, really I won't have anything more," Chaco said, assuming that Comrade Pillai was sending Lata off for more snacks. Comrade Pillai, grateful for the misunderstanding, perpetuated it. "No, no, no. Ha! What is this? Edi Kalyani, bring a plate of those avalo sundas." As an aspiring politician, it was essential for Comrade Pillai to be seen in his chosen constituency as a man of influence. He wanted to use Chaco's visit to impress local supplicants and party workers. Podhachan and Mathukutty, the men he had sent for, were villagers who had asked him to use his connections at the Kottayam hospital to secure nursing jobs for their daughters. Comrade Pillai was keen that they be seen waiting outside his house for their appointment with him. The more people that were seen waiting to meet him, the busier he would appear, the better the impression he would make. And if the waiting people saw that the factory Motilala himself had come to see him, on his turf, he knew it would give off all sorts of useful signals. "So, Comrade Pillai said, after Lata had been dispatched and the avalo sundas had arrived. "What is the news? How is your daughter adjusting?" He insisted on speaking to Chaco in English. "Oh, fine. She's fast asleep right now." "Oh ho. Jet lag, I suppose," Comrade Pillai said, pleased with himself for knowing a thing or two about international travel. "What's happening in Ulhasa? A party meeting?" Chaco asked. "Oh, nothing like that. My sister Sudha met with fracture some time back," Comrade Pillai said, as though fracture were a visiting dignitary. "So I took her to Ulhasa Moose for some medications. Some oils and all that. Her husband is in Putna, so she is alone at in-law's place." Lenin gave up his post at the doorway, placed himself between his father's knees and picked his nose. "What about a poem from you, young man?" Chaco said to him. "Doesn't your father teach you any?" Lenin stared at Chaco, giving no indication that he had either heard or understood what Chaco said. "He knows everything," Comrade Pillai said. "He is genius. In front of visitors only he's quiet." Comrade Pillai jiggled Lenin with his knees. "Lenin Mon, tell Comrade Uncle the one Papa taught you. Friends Romans countrymen." Lenin continued his nasal treasure hunt. "Come on, Mon, it's only our comrade Uncle." Comrade Pillai tried to kickstart Shakespeare. "Friends Romans countrymen, lend me your." Lenin's unblinking gaze remained on Chaco. Comrade Pillai tried again. "Lend me your." Lenin grabbed a handful of banana chips and bolted out of the front door. He began to race up and down the strip of front yard between the house and road, braying with an excitement that he couldn't understand. When he had worked some of it off, his run turned into a breathless, high-kneed gallop. "Lend me your YERS," Lenin shouted from the yard, over the sound of a passing bus. "I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. Thevil that mend lives after them, the Gudasoft interred with their bones," he shouted it fluently, without faltering once. Remarkable, considering he was only 6 and didn't understand a word of what he was saying. Sitting inside, looking out at the little dust devil whirling in his yard, future service contractor with a baby and Bajaj scooter, Comrade Pillai smiled proudly. "He's standing first in class. This year he will be getting double promotion." There was a lot of ambition packed into that hot little room. Whatever Comrade Pillai stored in his curtained cupboard, it wasn't broken balsa airplanes. Chaco, on the other hand, from the moment he had entered the house, or perhaps from the moment Comrade Pillai had arrived, had undergone a curious process of invalidation. Like a general who had been stripped of his stars, he limited his smile, contained his expansiveness. Anybody meeting him there for the first time might have thought him reticent, almost timid. With a street fighter's unerring instincts, Comrade Pillai knew that his straitened circumstances, his small, hot house, his grunting mother, his obvious proximity to the toiling masses, gave him a power over Chaco that in those revolutionary times no amount of Oxford education could match. He held his poverty like a gun to Chaco's head. Chaco brought out a crumpled piece of paper on which he had tried to sketch the rough layout for a new label that he wanted Comrade K.N.M. Pillai to print. It was for a new product that Paradise Pickles and Preserves planned to launch in the spring. Synthetic cooking vinegar. Drawing was not one of Chaco's strengths, but Comrade Pillai got the general gist. He was familiar with the logo of the Kathakali dancer, the slogan under his skirt that said Emperors of the Realm of Taste, his idea, and the typeface they had chosen for Paradise Pickles and Preserves. Design is same. Only difference is in text, I suppose, Comrade Pillai said. And the color of the border, Chaco said. Mustard instead of red. Comrade Pillai pushed his spectacles up into his hair in order to read aloud the text. The lenses immediately grew fogged with hair oil. Synthetic cooking vinegar? He said. This is all in caps, I suppose. Prussian blue, Chaco said. Prepared from acetic acid royal blue, Chaco said. Like the one we did for green pepper in brine. Net contents, batch no. MFG date, expiry date, max RTL prints are same royal blue color but C and LC. Chaco nodded. We hereby certify that the vinegar in this bottle is warranted to be of the nature and quality which it purports to be. Ingredients, water and acetic acid. This will be red color, I suppose. Comrade Pillai used I suppose to disguise questions as statements. He hated asking questions unless they were personal ones. Questions signified a vulgar display of ignorance. By the time they finished discussing the label for the vinegar, Chaco and Comrade Pillai had each acquired personal mosquito funnels. They agreed on a delivery date. So yesterday's march was a success. Chaco said, finally broaching the real reason for his visit. Unless and until demands are met, comrade, we cannot say if it is success or non-success. A pamphleteering inflection crept into Comrade Pillai's voice. Until then, struggle must continue. But response was good, Chaco prompted, trying to speak in the same idiom. That is of course there, Comrade Pillai said. Comrades have presented memorandum to party high command. Now let us see. We have only to wait and watch. We passed them on the road yesterday, Chaco said. The procession. On the way to Cochin, I suppose, Comrade Pillai said. But according to party sources Trivandrum response was much more better. There were thousands of comrades in Cochin too, Chaco said. In fact my niece saw our young Vilutha among them. Oh ho. I see, Comrade Pillai was caught off guard. Vilutha was a topic he had planned to broach with Chaco. Someday. Eventually. But not this straightforwardly. His mind hummed like the table fan. He wondered whether to make use of the opening that was being offered to him, or to leave it for another day. He decided to use it now. Yes. He is good worker, he said thoughtfully. Highly intelligent. He is, Chaco said. An excellent carpenter with an engineer's mind. If it wasn't for not that worker, Comrade Pillai said. Party worker. Comrade Pillai's mother continued to rock and grunt. There was something reassuring about the rhythm of the grunts. Like the ticking of a clock. A sound you hardly noticed, but would miss if it stopped. Ah, I see. So he's a card holder. Oh yes, Comrade Pillai said softly. Oh yes. Perspiration trickled through Chaco's hair. He felt as though a company of ants was touring his scalp. He scratched his head for a long time, with both his hands, moving his whole scalp up and down. Orakaryam parayata. Comrade Pillai switched to Malayalam and a confiding, conspiratorial voice. I'm speaking as a friend, Kita. Off the record. Before he continued, Comrade Pillai studied Chaco, trying to gauge his response. Chaco was examining the grey paste of sweat and dandruff lodged under his FING emails. That paravan is going to cause trouble for you, he said. Take it from me, get him a job somewhere else. Send him off. Chaco was puzzled at the turn the conversation had taken. He had only intended to find out what was happening, where things stood. He had expected to encounter antagonism, even confrontation, and instead was being offered sly, misguided collusion. Send him away? But why? I have no objections to him being a card holder. I was just curious, that's all. I thought perhaps you had been speaking to him, Chaco said. But I'm sure he's just experimenting, testing his wings. He's a sensible fellow, comrade. I trust him. Not like that, Comrade Pillai said. He may be very well okay as a person. But other workers are not happy with him. Already they are coming to me with complaints. You see, comrade, from local standpoint, these caste issues are very deep-rooted. Kalyani put a steel tumbler of steaming coffee on the table for her husband. See her, for example. Mistress of this house. Even she will never allow paravans and all that into her house. Never. Even I cannot persuade her. My own wife. Of course inside the house she is boss. He turned to her with an affectionate, naughty smile. Alay Idi, Kalyani. Kalyani looked down and smiled, coyly acknowledging her bigotry. You see. Comrade Pillai said triumphantly. She understands English very well. Only doesn't speak. Chaco smiled half-heartedly. You say my workers are coming to you with complaints. Oh yes, correct, Comrade Pillai said. Anything specific? Nothing specifically as such, Comrade KNM Pillai said. But see, comrade, any benefits that you give him, naturally others are resenting it. They see it as a partiality. After all, whatever job he does, carpenter or electrician or whatever it is, for them he is just a paravan. It is a conditioning they have from birth. This I myself have told them is wrong. But frankly speaking, comrade, change is one thing. Acceptance is another. You should be cautious. Better for him you send him off. My dear fellow, Chaco said, that's impossible. He's invaluable. He practically runs the factory and we can't solve the problem by sending all the paravans away. Surely we have to learn to deal with this nonsense. Comrade Pillai disliked being addressed as my dear fellow. It sounded to him like an insult couched in good English, which, of course, made it a double insult, the insult itself, and the fact that Chaco thought he wouldn't understand it. It spoiled his mood completely. That may be, he said caustically. But Rome was not built in a day. Keep it in mind, comrade, that this is not your Oxford College. For you what is a nonsense for masses it is something different. Lenin, with his father's thinness and his mother's eyes, appeared at the door, out of breath. He had finished shouting the whole of Mark Antony's speech and most of Lachinvar before he realized that he had lost his audience. He repositioned himself between Comrade Pillai's parted knees. He clapped his hands over his father's head, creating mayhem in the mosquito funnel. He counted the squashed carcasses on his palms. Some of them bloated with fresh blood. He showed them to his father, who handed him over to his mother to be cleaned up. Once again the silence between them was appropriated by old Mrs. Pillai's grunts. Lutta arrived with Podhachan and Mathukutty. The men were made to wait outside. The door was left ajar. When Comrade Pillai spoke next, he spoke in Malayalam and made sure it was loud enough for his audience outside. Of course, the proper forum to air workers' grievances is through the union. And in this case, when Motilal himself is a comrade, it is a shameful matter for them not to be unionized and join the party struggle. I've thought of that, Chacko said. I am going to formally organize them into a union. They will elect their own representatives. But comrade, you cannot stage their revolution for them. You can only create awareness. Educate them. They must launch their own struggle. They must overcome their fears. Of whom? Chacko smiled. Me. No, not you, my dear comrade. Of centuries of oppression. Then Comrade Pillai, in a hectoring voice, quoted Chairman Mao. In Malayalam. His expression curiously like his niece's. Revolution is not a dinner party. Revolution is an insurrection, an act of violence in which one class overthrows another. And so, having bagged the contract for the synthetic cooking vinegar labels, he deftly banished Chacko from the fighting ranks of the overthrowers to the treacherous ranks of the to-be overthrown. They sat beside each other on steel folding chairs, on the afternoon of the day that Sophie Mole came, sipping coffee and crunching banana chips. Dislodging with their tongues the sodden yellow mulch that stuck to the roofs of their mouths. The small thin man and the big fat man, comic book adversaries in a still-to-come war. It turned out to be a war which, unfortunately for Comrade Pillai, would end almost before it began. Victory was gifted to him wrapped and beribboned, on a silver tray. Only then, when it was too late, and Paradise Pickle slumped softly to the floor without so much as a murmur or even the pretense of resistance, did Comrade Pillai realize that what he really needed was the process of war more than the outcome of victory. War could have been the stallion that he rode, part of, if not all, the way to the Legislative Assembly, whereas victory left him no better off than when he started out. He broke the eggs but burned the omelette. Nobody ever learned the precise nature of the role that Comrade Pillai played in the events that followed. Even Chacko, who knew that the fervent, high-pitched speeches about rights of untouchables, caste is class, comrades, delivered by Comrade Pillai during the Marxist Party siege of Paradise Pickles were Pharisaic, never learned the whole story. Not that he cared to find out. By then, numbed by the loss of Sophie Mole, he looked out at everything with a vision smudged with grief. Like a child touched by tragedy, who grows up suddenly and abandons his playthings, Chacko dumped his toys. Pickle Baron Dreams and the People's War joined the racks of broken airplanes in his glass-paned cupboard. After Paradise Pickles closed down, some rice fields were sold, along with their mortgages, to pay off the bank loans. More were sold to keep the family in food and clothes. By the time Chacko emigrated to Canada, the family's only income came from the rubber estate that adjoined the Imanam Ilouse and the few coconut trees in the compound. This was what baby Cook Emma and Kochu Maria lived off after everybody else had died, left, or been returned. To be fair to Comrade Pillai, he did not plan the course of events that followed. He merely slipped his ready fingers into history's waiting glove. It was not entirely his fault that he lived in a society where a man's death could be more profitable than his life had ever been. Vilutha's last visit to Comrade Pillai after his confrontation with Mamachi and baby Cook Emma and what had passed between them, remained a secret. The last betrayal that sent Vilutha across the river, swimming against the current, in the dark and rain, well in time for his blind date with history. Vilutha caught the last bus back from Kottayam, where he was having the canning machine mended. He ran into one of the other factory workers at the bus stop, who told him with a smirk that Mamachi wanted to see him. Vilutha had no idea what had happened and was completely unaware of his father's drunken visit to the Imanam house. Nor did he know that Veliapapan had been sitting for hours at the door of their hut, still drunk, his glass eye and the edge of his axe glittering in the lamplight, waiting for Vilutha to return. Nor that poor paralyzed Kudapan, numb with apprehension, had been talking to his father continuously for 2 hours, trying to calm him down, all the time straining his ears for the sound of a footstep or the rustle of undergrowth so that he could shout a warning to his unsuspecting brother. Vilutha didn't go home. He went straight to the Imanum Ilaus. Though, on the one hand, he was taken by surprise, on the other he knew, had known, with an ancient instinct, that one day history's twisted chickens would come home to roost. Through the whole of Mamachi's outburst he remained restrained and strangely composed. It was a composure born of extreme provocation. It stemmed from a lucidity that lies beyond rage. When Vilutha arrived, Mamachi lost her bearings and spewed her blind venom, her crass, insufferable insults, at a panel in the sliding folding door until baby Kukama tactfully swiveled her around and aimed her rage in the right direction, at Vilutha standing very still in the gloom. Mamachi continued her tirade, her eyes empty, her face twisted and ugly, her anger propelling her towards Vilutha until she was shouting right into his face and he could feel the spray of her spit and smell the stale tea on her breath. Baby Kukama stayed close to Mamachi. She said nothing, but used her hands to modulate Mamachi's fury, to stoke it anew. An encouraging pat on the back. A reassuring arm around the shoulders. Mamachi was completely unaware of the manipulation. Just where an old lady like her who wore crisp iron saris and played the Nutcracker Suite on the violin in the evenings had learned the foul language that Mamachi used that day was a mystery to everybody. Baby Kukama, Kochu Maria, Amu in her locked room, who heard her out, she had screamed, "Eventually if I find you on my property tomorrow I'll have you castrated like the pariah dog that you are. I'll have you killed." "We'll see about that," Vilutha said quietly. That was all he said. And that was what baby Kukama in Inspector Thomas Matthews' office, enhanced and embroidered into threats of murder and abduction. Mamachi spat into Vilutha's face. Thick spit. It spattered across his skin, his mouth and eyes. He just stood there, stunned. Then he turned and left. As he walked away from the house, he felt his senses had been honed and heightened. As though everything around him had been flattened into a neat illustration. A machine drawing with an instruction manual that told him what to do. His mind, desperately craving some kind of mooring, clung to details. It labeled each thing it encountered. Gate. 1-1 he thought as he walked out of the gate. Gate. Road. Stones. Sky. Rain. Gate. Road. Stones. Sky. Rain. The rain on his skin was warm. The late right rock under his feet jagged. He knew where he was going. He noticed everything. Each leaf. Each tree. Each cloud in the starless sky. Each step he took. Kuku kukam thivandi kukipadam thivandi rapakal odam thivandi thalanu nilkam thivandi. That was the first lesson he had learned in school. A poem about a train. He began to count. Something. Anything. 1 2 3 4 5 SB 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 Avanti 21 20 Ovo Avanti 3 24 25 26 27 28 Avanti Rune. The machine drawing began to blur. The clear lines to smudge. The instructions no longer made sense. The road rose to meet him and the darkness grew dense. Glutinous. Pushing through it became an effort. Like swimming underwater. "It's happening," a voice informed him. "It has begun." His mind, suddenly impossibly old, floated out of his body and hovered high above him in the air, from where it jabbered useless worms. It looked down and watched a young man's body walk through the darkness and the driving rain. More than anything else that body wanted to sleep. Sleep and wake up in another world. With the smell of her skin in the air that he breathed. Her body on his. He might never see her again. Where was she? What had they done to her? Had they hurt her? He kept walking. His face was neither lifted towards the rain, nor bent away from it. He neither welcomed it, nor warded it off. Though the rain washed Mamachi's spit off his face, it didn't stop the feeling that somebody had lifted off his head and vomited into his body. Lumpy vomit dribbling down his insides. Over his heart. His lungs. The slow thick drip into the pit of his stomach. All his organs awash in vomit. There was nothing that Rain could do about that. He knew what he had to do. The instruction manual directed him. He had to get to Comrade Pillai. He no longer knew why. His feet took him to Lucky Press, which was locked, and then across the tiny yard to Comrade Pillai's house. Just the effort of lifting his arm to knock exhausted him. Comrade Pillai had finished his avial and was squashing a ripe banana, extruding the sludge through his closed fist into his plate of curd, when Vilutha knocked. He sent his wife to open the door. She returned looking sulky, and, Comrade Pillai thought, suddenly sexy. He wanted to touch her breast immediately, but he had curd on his fingers and there was someone at the door. Kalyani sat on the bed and absent-mindedly patted Lenin, who was asleep next to his tiny grandmother, sucking his thumb. "Who is it?" "That Papan Paravano son. He says it's urgent." Comrade Pillai finished his curd unhurriedly. He waggled his fingers over his plate. Kalyani brought water in a little stainless steel container and poured it out for him. The leftover morsels of food in his plate, a dry red chili, and stiff angular brushes of sucked and spat out drumsticks, rose and floated. She brought him a hand towel. He wiped his hands, belched his appreciation, and went to the door. "Enda?" "At this time of the night?" As he replied, Vilutha heard his own voice beat back at him as though it had hit a wall. He tried to explain what had happened, but he could hear himself slipping into incoherence. The man he was talking to was small and far away, behind a wall of glass. "This is a little village," Comrade Pillai was saying. "People talk. I listen to what they say. It's not as though I don't know what's been gone. Once again Vilutha heard himself say something which made no difference to the man he spoke to. His own voice coiled around him like a snake. "Maybe," Comrade Pillai said. "But comrade, you should know that party was not constituted to support workers in discipline in their private life." Vilutha watched Comrade Pillai's body fade from the door. His disembodied, piping voice stayed on and sent out slogans. Pennants fluttering in an empty doorway. It is not in the party's interests to take up such matters. Individual's interest is subordinate to the organization's interest. Violating party discipline means violating party unity. The voice went on. Sentences disaggregated into phrases. Words. Progress of the revolution. Annihilation of the class enemy. Comprador capitalist spring thunder. And there it was again. Another religion turned against itself. Another edifice constructed by the human mind, decimated by human nature. Comrade Pillai shut the door and returned to his wife and dinner. He decided to eat another banana. "What did he want?" his wife asked, handing him one. "They've found out. Someone must have told them. They've sacked him." "Is that all?" "He's lucky they haven't had him strung up from the nearest tree." "I noticed something strange," Comrade Pillai said as he peeled his banana. The fellow had red varnish on his nails. Standing outside in the rain, in the cold, wet light from the single street light, Vilutha was suddenly overcome by sleep. He had to force his eyelids to stay open. "Tomorrow," he told himself. "Tomorrow when the rain stops." His feet walked him to the river. As though they were the leash and he was the dog. History walking the dog. Chapter 15, The Crossing. It was past midnight. The river had risen, its water quick and black, snaking towards the sea, carrying with it cloudy night skies, a whole palm frond, part of a thatched fence, and other gifts the wind had given it. In a while the rain slowed to a drizzle and then stopped. The breeze shook water from the trees and for a while it rained only under trees, where shelter had once been. A weak, watery moon filtered through the clouds and revealed a young man sitting on the topmost of 13 stone steps that led into the water. He was very still, very wet. very young. In a while he stood up, took off the white mundu he was wearing, squeezed the water from it and twisted it around his head like a turban. Naked now, he walked down the 13 stone steps into the water and further, until the river was chest high. Then he began to swim with easy, powerful strokes, striking out towards where the current was swift and certain, where the really deep began. The moonlit river fell from his swimming arms like sleeves of silver. It took him only a few minutes to make the crossing. When he reached the other side he emerged gleaming and pulled himself ashore, black as the night that surrounded him, black as the water he had crossed. He stepped onto the path that led through the swamp to the history house. He left no ripples in the water. No footprints on the shore. He held his mundu spread above his head to dry. The wind lifted it like a sail. He was suddenly happy. Things will get worse, he thought to himself. Then better. He was walking swiftly now, towards the heart of darkness. As lonely as a wolf. The god of loss. The god of small things. Naked but for his nail varnish. Chapter 16. A few hours later 3 children on the riverbank. A pair of twins and another, whose mauve corduroy pinafore said holiday. In a tilting, happy font. Wet leaves in the trees shimmered like beaten metal. Dense clumps of yellow bamboo drooped into the river as though grieving in advance for what they knew was going to happen. The river itself was dark and quiet. An absence rather than a presence, betraying no sign of how high and strong it really was. Istha and Rahel dragged the boat out of the bushes where they usually hid it. The paddles that Vilutha had made were hidden in a hollow tree. They set it down in the water and held it steady for Sophie Mole to climb in. They seemed to trust the darkness and moved up and down the glistening stone steps as sure-footed as young goats. Sophie Mole was more tentative. A little frightened of what lurked in the shadows around her. She had a cloth bag with food purloined from the fridge slung across her chest. Bread, cake, biscuits. The twins, weighed down by their mother's words, "If it weren't for you I would be free. I should have dumped you in an orphanage the day you were born. You're the millstones round my neck carried nothing." Thanks to what the orange drink lemon drink man did to Istha, their home away from home was already equipped. In the 2 weeks since Istha rode Scarlet Jam and thought 2 thoughts, they had squirreled away essential provisions, matches, potatoes, a battered saucepan, an inflatable goose, socks with multicolored toes, ballpoint pens with London buses, and the Qantas koala with loosened button eyes. What if Amu finds us and begs us to come back? Then we will. But only if she begs. Istha the compassionate. Sophie Mole had convinced the twins that it was essential that she go along too. That the absence of children, all children, would heighten the adults' remorse. It would make them truly sorry, like the grown ups in Hamelin after the Pied Piper took away all their children. They would search everywhere, and just when they were sure that all 3 of them were dead, they would return home in triumph. Valued, loved, and needed more than ever. Her clinching argument was that if she were left behind she might be tortured and forced to reveal their hiding place. Istha waited until Rahel got in, then took his place, sitting astride the little boat as though it were a seesaw. He used his legs to push the boat away from the shore. As they lurched into the deeper water they began to row diagonally upstream, against the current, the way Vilutha had taught them to. If you want to end up there, you must aim there. In the dark they couldn't see that they were in the wrong lane on a silent highway full of muffled traffic. That branches, logs, parts of trees, were motoring towards them at some speed. They were past the really deep, only yards from the other side, when they collided with a floating log and the little boat tipped over. It had happened to them often enough on previous expeditions across the river, and they would swim after the boat and, using it as a float, dog paddle to the shore. This time, they couldn't see their boat in the dark. It was swept away in the current. They headed for the shore, surprised at how much effort it took them to cover that short distance. Istha managed to grab a low branch that arched down into the water. He peered downriver through the darkness to see if he could see the boat at all. "I can't see anything." It's gone. Rahel, covered in slush, clambered ashore and held a hand out to help Istha pull himself out of the water. It took them a few minutes to catch their breath and register the loss of the boat. To Mornitz Pask. And all our food is spoiled, Rahel said to Sophie Mole, and was met with silence. A rushing, rolling, fish-swimming silence. Sophie Mole, she whispered to the rushing river. We're here. Here. Near the Ilimba tree. Nothing. On Rahel's heart Papachi's moth snapped open its somber wings. Out. And lifted its legs. Up. Down. They ran along the bank calling out to her. But she was gone. Carried away on the muffled highway. Gray-green. With fish in it. With the sky and trees in it. And at night the broken yellow moon in it. There was no storm music. No whirlpool spun up from the inky depths of the Minachal. No shark supervised the tragedy, just a quiet handing over ceremony. A boat spilling its cargo. A river accepting the offering. One small life. A brief sunbeam. With a silver thimble clenched for luck in its little fist. It was 4 a.m, still dark, when the twins, exhausted, distraught and covered in mud, made their way through the swamp and approached the history house. Hansel and Gretel in a ghastly fairy tale in which their dreams would be captured and redreamed. They lay down in the back veranda on a grass mat with an inflatable goose and a Qantas koala bear. A pair of damp dwarfs, numb with fear, waiting for the world to end. Do you think she's dead by now? Istha didn't answer. What's going to happen? We'll go to jail. He jolly well knew. Little man. He lived in a caravan. Dum-dum. They didn't see someone else lying asleep in the shadows. As lonely as a wolf. A brown leaf on his black back. That made the monsoons come on time. Chapter 17 Cochin Harbour terminus. In his clean room in the dirty Imanum house, Istha, not old, not young, sat on his bed in the dark. He sat very straight. Shoulders squared. Hands in his lap. As though he was next in line for some sort of inspection. Or waiting to be arrested. The ironing was done. It sat in a neat pile on the ironing board. He had done Rahel's clothes as well. It was raining steadily. Night rain. That lonely drummer practicing his role long after the rest of the band has gone to bed. In the side midden, by the separate men's needs entrance, the chrome tail fins of the old Plymouth gleamed momentarily in the lightning. 4 years after Chaco left for Canada, baby Kukama had it washed regularly. Twice a week for a small fee, Kochu Maria's brother-in-law, who drove the yellow municipal garbage truck in Kottayam, would drive into Imanum, heralded by the stench of Kottayam's refuse, which lingered long after he had gone, to divest his sister-in-law of her salary and drive the Plymouth around to keep its battery charged. When she took up television, baby Kukama dropped the car and the garden simultaneously. Tutti frutti. With every monsoon, the old car settled more firmly into the ground. Like an angular, arthritic hen settling stiffly on her clutch of eggs. With no intention of ever getting up. Grass grew around its flat tires. The Paradise Pickles and Preserves signboard rotted and fell inward like a collapsed crown. A creeper stole a look at itself in the remaining mottled half of the cracked driver's mirror. A sparrow lay dead on the back seat. She had found her way in through a hole in the windscreen, tempted by some seed sponge for her nest. She never found her way out. No one noticed her panicked car window appeals. She died on the back seat, with her legs in the air. Like a joke. Kochu Maria was asleep on the drawing room floor, curled into a comma in the flickering light of the television that was still on. American policemen were stuffing a handcuffed teenaged boy into a police car. There was blood spattered on the pavement. The police car lights flashed and a siren wailed a warning. A wasted woman, the boy's mother perhaps, watched fearfully from the shadows. The boy struggled. They had used a mosaic blur on the upper part of his face so that he couldn't sue them. He had caked blood all over his mouth and down the front of his t-shirt like a red bib. His baby pink lips were lifted off his teeth in a snarl. He looked like a werewolf. He screamed through the car window at the camera. I'm 15 years old and I wish I were a better person than I am. But I'm not. Do you want to hear my pathetic story? He spat at the camera and a missile of spit splattered over the lens and dribbled down. Baby Kokama was in her room, sitting up in bed, filling in a Listerine discount coupon that offered a 2 rupee rebate on their new 500 ml bottle and 2,000 rupee gift vouchers to the lucky winners of their lottery. Giant shadows of small insects swooped along the walls and ceiling. To get rid of them, Baby Kokama had put out the lights and lit a large candle in a tub of water. The water was already thick with singed carcasses. The candlelight accentuated her rouged cheeks and painted mouth. Her mascara was smudged. Her jewelry gleamed. She tilted the coupon towards the candle. Which brand of mouthwash do you usually use? Listerine, Baby Kokama wrote in a hand grown spidery with age. State the reasons for your preference. She didn't hesitate. Tonu taste. Fresh breath. She had learned the smart, snappy language of television commercials. She filled in her name and lied about her age. Under equation, she wrote, ornamental gardening, dip. Rock USA. She put the coupon into an envelope marked reliable medicos, Kotayum. It would go with Kochu Maria in the morning, when she went into town on her best bakery cream bun expedition. Baby Kokama picked up her maroon diary, which came with its own pen. She turned to June 19 and made a fresh entry. Her manner was routine. She wrote, I love you, I love you. Every page in the diary had an identical entry. She had a case full of diaries with identical entries. Some said more than just that. Some had the day's accounts, to-do lists, snatches of favorite dialogue from favorite soaps. But even these entries all began with the same words, I love you, I love you. Father Mulligan had died 4 years ago of viral hepatitis, in an ashram north of Rishikesh. His years of contemplation of Hindu scriptures had led initially to theological curiosity, but eventually to a change of faith. 15 years ago, Father Mulligan became a Vaishnavite, a devotee of Lord Vishnu. He stayed in touch with Baby Kokama even after he joined the ashram. He wrote to her every Diwali and sent her a greeting card every New Year. A few years ago he sent her a photograph of himself addressing a gathering of middle-class Punjabi widows at a spiritual camp. The women were all in white with their sari palus drawn over their heads. Father Mulligan was in saffron. A yoke addressing a sea of boiled eggs. His white beard and hair were long, but combed and groomed. A saffron Santa with votive ash on his forehead. Baby Kokama couldn't believe it. It was the only thing he ever sent her that she hadn't kept. She was offended by the fact that he had actually, eventually, renounced his vows, but not for her. For other vows. It was like welcoming someone with open arms, only to have him walk straight past into someone else's. Father Mulligan's death did not alter the text of the entries in Baby Kokama's diary, simply because as far as she was concerned it did not alter his availability. If anything, she possessed him in death in a way that she never had while he was alive. At least her memory of him was hers. Wholly hers. Savagely, fiercely, hers. Not to be shared with faith, far less with competing konans, and ko-sadhus or whatever it was they called themselves. Ko-swamis. His rejection of her in life, gentle and compassionate though it was neutralized by death. In her memory of him, he embraced her. Just her. In the way a man embraces a woman. Once he was dead, Baby Kokama stripped Father Mulligan of his ridiculous saffron robes and reclothed him in the Coca-Cola cassock she so loved. Her senses feasted, between changes, on that lean, concave, Christ-like body. She snatched away his begging bowl, pedicured his horny Hindu solace and gave him back his comfortable sandals. She reconverted him into the high-stepping camel that came to lunch on Thursdays. And every night, night after night, year after year, in diary after diary after diary, she wrote, "I love you, I love you." She put the pen back into the pen loop and shut the diary. She took off her glasses, dislodged her dentures with her tongue, severing the strands of saliva that attached them to her gums like the sagging strings of a harp, and dropped them into a glass of Listerine. They sank to the bottom and sent up little bubbles, like prayers. Her nightcap. A clenched smile soda. Tangy teeth in the morning. Baby cook Emma settled back on her pillow and waited to hear Rahel come out of Istha's room. They had begun to make her uneasy, both of them. A few mornings ago she had opened her window, for a breath of fresh air, and caught them red-handed in the act of returning from somewhere. Clearly they had spent the whole night out together. Where could they have been? What and how much did they remember? When would they leave? What were they doing, sitting together in the dark for so long? She fell asleep propped up against her pillows, thinking that perhaps, over the sound of the rain and the television, she hadn't heard Istha's door open. That Rahel had gone to bed long ago. She hadn't. Rahel was lying on Istha's bed. She looked thinner lying down. Younger. Smaller. Her face was turned towards the window beside the bed. Slanting rain hit the bars of the window grill and shattered into a fine spray over her face and her smooth bare arm. Her soft, sleeveless t-shirt was a glowing yellow in the dark. The bottom half of her, in blue jeans, melted into the darkness. It was a little cold. A little wet. A little quiet. The air. But what was there to say? From where he sat, at the end of the bed, Istha, without turning his head, could see her. Faintly outlined. The sharp line of her jaw. Her collarbones like wings that spread from the base of her throat to the ends of her shoulders. A bird held down by skin. She turned her head and looked at him. He sat very straight. Waiting for the inspection. He had finished the ironing. She was lovely to him. Her hair. Her cheeks. Her small, clever-looking hands. Eyeless sister. A nagging sound started up in his head. The sound of passing trains. The light and shade that falls on you if you have a window seat. He sat even straighter. Still, he could see her. Grown into their mother's skin. The liquid glint of her eyes in the dark. Her small straight nose. Her mouth, full-lipped. Something wounded Lukangabo it. As though it was flinching from something. As though long ago a man with rings had hit her across it. A beautiful, hurt mouth. Their beautiful mother's mouth, is the thought. Amu's mouth. That had kissed his hand through the barred train window. First class, on the Madras mail to Madras. Bye, Istha. God bless, Amu's mouth had said. Amu's trying not to cry mouth. The last time he had seen her. She was standing on the platform of the Cochin Harbour terminus, her face turned up to the train window. Her skin grey, wan, robbed of its luminous sheen by the neon station light. Daylight stopped by trains on either side. Long corks that kept the darkness bottled in. The Madras mail. The flying Rani. Rahel held by Amu's hand. A mosquito on a leash. A refugee stick insect in Bata sandals. An airport ferry at a railway station. Stamping her feet on the platform, unsettling clouds of settled station filth. Until Amu shook her and told her to stop it and she stop-piped. Around them the hustling jostling crowd. Scurrying hurrying buying selling luggage trundling porter paying children shitting people spitting coming going begging bargaining reservation checking. Echoing station sounds. Hawkers selling coffee. Tea. Gaunt children, blonde with malnutrition, selling magazines and food they couldn't afford to eat themselves. Melted chocolates. Cigarette sweets. Orange drinks. Lemon drinks. Coca-Cola Fanta sea cream rosa milk. Pink-skinned dolls. Rattles. Love in Tokyo's. Smutty hollow plastic parakeets full of sweets with heads you could unscrew. Yellow-rimmed red sunglasses. Toy watches with the time painted on them. A cart full of defective toothbrushes. The Cochin Harbor terminus. Gray in the station light. Hollow people. Homeless. Hungry. Still touched by last year's famine. Their revolution postponed for the time being by Comrade EMS Numbudiripad, Soviet stooge, running dog. The former apple of Peking's eye. The air was thick with flies. A blind man without eyelids and eyes as blue as faded jeans, his skin pitted with smallpox scars, chatted to a leper without fingers, taking dexterous drags from scavenged cigarette stubs that lay beside him in a heap. What about you? When did you move here? As though they had had a choice. As though they had picked this for their home from a vast array of posh housing estates listed in a glossy pamphlet. A man sitting on a red weighing machine unstrapped his artificial leg, knee downwards, with a black boot and nice white sock painted on it. The hollow, knob-bled calf was pink, like proper calves should be. When you recreate the image of man, why repeat God's mistakes? Inside it he stored his ticket. His towel. His stainless steel tumbler. His smells. His secrets. His love. Eyeless hope. His madness. His infinite joy. His real foot was bare. He bought some tea for his tumbler. An old lady vomited. A lumpy pool. And went on with her life. The station world. Society's circus. Where, with the rush of commerce, despair came home to roost and hardened slowly into resignation. But this time, for Amu and her two egg twins, there was no Plymouth window to watch it through. No net to save them as they vaulted through the circus air. Pack your things and leave, Chaco had said. Stepping over a broken door. A handle in his hand. And Amu, though her hands were trembling, hadn't looked up from her unnecessary hemming. A tin of ribbons lay open on her lap. But Rahel had looked up. And seen that Chaco had disappeared and left a monster in his place. A thick-lipped man with rings, cool in white, bought scissors cigarettes from a platform vendor. 3 packs. To smoke in the train corridor. For men of action satisfaction. 1 was Istha's escort. A family friend who happened to be going to Madras. Mr. Korean Madan. Since there was going to be a grown-up with Istha anyway, Mamachi said there was no need to waste money on another ticket. Baba was buying Madras Calcutta. Amu was buying time. She too had to pack her things and leave. To start a new life, in which she could afford to keep her children. Until then, it had been decided that one twin could stay in Imanum. Not both. Together they were trouble. Not a sni ritzi. They had to be separated. Maybe they're right, Amu's whisper said as she packed his trunk and hold all. Maybe a boy does need a baba. The thick-lipped man was in the coupe next to Istha's. He said he'd try and change seats with someone once the train started. For now he left the little family alone. He knew that a hellish angel hovered over them. Went where they went. Stopped where they stopped. Dripping wax from a bent candle. Everybody knew it had been in the papers. The news of Sophie Mole's death, of the police encounter with a paravan charged with kidnapping and murder. Of the subsequent Communist Party siege of Paradise Pickles and Preserves, led by Imanum's own crusader for justice and spokesman of the oppressed. Comrade KNM Pillai claimed that the management had implicated the paravan in a false police case because he was an active member of the Communist Party. That they wanted to eliminate him for indulging in lawful union activities. All that had been in the papers. The official version. Of course the thick-lipped man with rings had no idea about the other version. The one in which a posse of two shaeable policemen crossed the Meenachal River, sluggish and swollen with recent rain, and picked their way through the wet undergrowth, clumping into the heart of darkness. Chapter 18 The History House. A posse of two shaeable policemen crossed the Meenachal River, sluggish and swollen with recent rain, and picked their way through the wet undergrowth, the clink of handcuffs in someone's heavy pocket. Their wide khaki shorts were rigid with starch, and bobbed over the tall grass like a row of stiff skirts, quite independent of the limbs that moved inside them. There were 6 of them. Servants of the state. Politeness. Obedience. Loyalty. Intelligence. Courtesy. Efficiency. The Kottayam police. A cartoon platoon. New Age princes in funny pointed helmets. Cardboard lined with cotton. Hair oil stained. Their shabby khaki crowns. Dark of heart. Deadly purposed. They lifted their thin legs high, clumping through tall grass. Ground creepers snagged in their dudamp leg hair. Burrs and grass flowers enhanced their dull socks. Brown millipedes slept in the solace of their steel-tipped, toucheable boots. Rough grass left their legskin raw, crisscrossed with cuts. Wet mud farted under their feet as they squelched through the swamp. They trudged past darter birds on the tops of trees, drying their sodden wings spread out like laundry against the sky. Past egrets. Cormorants. Adjutant storks. Saurus cranes looking for space to dance. Purple herons with pitiless eyes. Deafening, their rark rark rark. Mother birds and their eggs. The early morning heat was full of the promise of worse to come. Beyond the swamp that smelled of still water, they walked past ancient trees cloaked in vines. Gigantic money plants. Wild pepper. Cascading purple acuminus. Past a deep blue beetle balanced on an unbending blade of grass. Past giant spider webs that had withstood the rain and spread like whispered gossip from tree to tree. A banana flower sheathed in claret bracts hung from a scruffy, torn-leafed tree. A gem held out by a grubby schoolboy. A jewel in the velvet jungle. Crimson dragonflies mated in the air. Double-deckered. Deft. One admiring policeman watched and wondered briefly about the dynamics of dragonfly sex, and what went into what. Then his mind clicked to attention and police thoughts returned. Onwards. Past tall anthills congealed in the rain. Slumped like drugged sentries asleep at the gates of paradise. Past butterflies drifting through the air like happy messages. Huge ferns. A chameleon. A startling shoe flower. The scurry of grey jungle fowl running for cover. The nutmeg tree that Veliapopan hadn't found. A forked canal. Still. Choked with duckweed. Like a dead green snake. A tree trunk fallen over it. The toucheable policeman minced across. Twirling polished bamboo batons. Hairy fairies with lethal wands. Then the sunlight was fractured by thin trunks of tilting trees. Dark of heartness tiptoed into the heart of darkness. The sound of stridulating crickets swelled. Gray squirrels streaked down mottled trunks of rubber trees that slanted towards the sun. Old scars slashed across their bark. Sealed. Healed. Untapped. Acres of this, and then, a grassy clearing. A house. The History Ilouse. Whose doors were locked and windows open. With cold stone floors and billowing, ship-shaped shadows on the walls. Where waxy ancestors with tough toenails and breath that smelled of yellow maps whispered papery whispers. Where translucent lizards lived behind old paintings. Where dreams were captured and redreamed. Where an old Englishman ghost, sickled to a tree, was abrogated by a pair of two-egg twins, a mobile republic with a puff who had planted a Marxist flag in the earth beside him. As the platoon of policemen minced past, they didn't hear him beg. In his kind missionary voice. "Excuse me, would you, you wouldn't hoop into I don't suppose you'd have a cigar on you?" "No, I know, I didn't think so." The History Ilouse. Where, in the years that followed, the terror, still to come, would be buried in a shallow grave. Hidden under the happy humming of hotel cooks. The humbling of old communists. The slow death of dancers. The toy histories that rich tourists came to play with. It was a beautiful house. White-walled once. Red-roofed. But painted in weather colors now. With brushes dipped in nature's palette. Moss green. Earth brown. Crumble black. Making it look older than it really was. Like sunken treasure dredged up from the ocean bed. Whale-kissed and barnacled. Swaddled in silence. Breathing bubbles through its broken windows. A deep veranda ran all around. The rooms themselves were recessed, buried in shadow. The tiled roof swept down like the sides of an immense, upside-down boat. Rotting beams supported on once white pillars had buckled at the center, leaving a yawning, gaping hole. A history hole. A history-shaped hole in the universe through which, at twilight, dense clouds of silent bats billowed like factory smoke and drifted into the night. They returned at dawn with news of the world. A gray haze in the rosy distance that suddenly coalesced and blackened over the house before it plummeted through the history hole like smoke in a film running backwards. All day they slept, the bats. Lining the roof like fur. Spattering the floors with shit. The policemen stopped and fanned out. They didn't really need to, but they liked these touchable games. They positioned themselves strategically. Crouching by the broken, low stone boundary wall. Quick piss. $Ho on warm stone. Police piss. Drowned ants in yellow bubbly. Deep breaths. Then together, on their knees and elbows, they crept towards the house. Like film policemen. Softly, softly through the grass. Batons in their hands. Machine guns in their minds. Responsibility for the touchable future on their thin but able shoulders. They found their quarry in the back veranda. A spoiled puff. A fountain in a love in Tokyo. And in another corner, as lonely as a carpenter with blood-red nails. Asleep. Making nonsense of all that touchable cunning. The surprise swoop. The headlines in their heads. Desperado caught police dragnet. For this insolence, this spoiling the fun, their quarry paid. Oh yes. They woke Vietha with their boots. Esthapen and Rahel woke to the shout of sleep surprised by shattered kneecaps. Screams died in them and floated belly up, like dead fish. Cowering on the floor, rocking between dread and disbelief, they realized that the man being beaten was Vietha. Where had he come from? What had he done? Why had the policeman brought him here? They heard the thud of wood on flesh. Boot on bone. On teeth. The muffled grunt when a stomach is kicked in. The muted crunch of skull on cement. The gurgle of blood on a man's breath when his lung is torn by the jagged end of a broken rib. Blue-lipped and dinner-plate-eyed, they watched, mesmerized by something that they sensed but didn't understand, the absence of caprice in what the policeman did. The abyss where anger should have been. The sober, steady brutality, the economy of it all. They were opening a bottle. Or shutting a tap. Cracking an egg to make an omelette. The twins were too young to know that these were only history's henchmen. Sent to square the books and collect the dues from those who broke its laws. Impelled by feelings that were primal yet paradoxically wholly impersonal. Feelings of contempt born of inchoate, unacknowledged fear, civilization's fear of nature, men's fear of women, power's fear of powerlessness. Man's subliminal urge to destroy what he could neither subdue nor deify. Men's needs. What Esthapen and Rahel witnessed that morning, though they didn't know it then, was a clinical demonstration in controlled conditions. This was not war after all, or genocide, of human nature's pursuit of ascendancy. Structure. Order. Complete monopoly. It was human history, masquerading as God's purpose, revealing herself to an underage audience. There was nothing accidental about what happened that morning. Nothing incidental. It was no stray mugging or personal settling of scores. This was an era imprinting itself on those who lived in it. History in live performance. If they hurt Vietha more than they intended to, it was only because any kinship, any connection between themselves and him, any implication that if nothing else, at least biologically he was a fellow creature had been severed long ago. They were not arresting a man, they were exorcising fear. They had no instrument to calibrate how much punishment he could take. No means of gauging how much or how permanently they had damaged him. Unlike the custom of rampaging religious mobs or conquering armies running riot, that morning in the heart of darkness the posse of touchable policemen acted with economy, not frenzy. Efficiency, not anarchy. Responsibility, not hysteria. They didn't tear out his hair or burn him alive. They didn't hack off his genitals and stuff them in his mouth. They didn't rape him. Or behead him. After all, they were not battling an epidemic. They were merely inoculating a community against an outbreak. In the back veranda of the History House, as the man they loved was smashed and broken, Mrs. Eapen and Mrs. Rajgopalan, twin ambassadors of God knows what, learned 2 new lessons. Lesson number 1, blood barely shows on a black man, dum-dum, and lesson number 2, it smells though, sick sweet. Like old roses on a breeze. Dum-dum, Mayado, one of history's agents asked. Mady Ayuricum, another replied. Enough. Enough. They stepped away from him. Craftsmen assessing their work. Seeking aesthetic distance. Their work, abandoned by God and history, by Marx, by man, by woman and, in the hours to come, by children, lay folded on the floor. He was semi-conscious, but wasn't moving. His skull was fractured in 3 places. His nose and both his cheekbones were smashed, leaving his face pulpy, undefined. The blow to his mouth had split open his upper lip and broken 6 teeth, 3 of which were embedded in his lower lip, hideously inverting his beautiful smile. 4 of his ribs were splintered, 1 had pierced his left lung, which was what made him bleed from his mouth. The blood on his breath bright red. Fresh. Frothy. His lower intestine was ruptured and hemorrhaged, the blood collected in his abdominal cavity. His spine was damaged in 2 places, the concussion had paralyzed his right arm and resulted in a loss of control over his bladder and rectum. Both his kneecaps were shattered. Still they brought out the handcuffs. Cold. With the sour metal smell. Like steel bus rails and the bus conductor's hands from holding them. That was when they noticed his painted nails. One of them held them up and waved the fingers coquettishly at the others. They laughed. What's this, in a high falsetto? AC/DC. One of them flicked at his penis with his stick. Come on, show us your special secret. Show us how big it gets when you blow it up. Then he lifted his boot, with millipedes curled into its sole, and brought it down with a soft thud. They locked his arms across his back. Click. And click. Below a lucky leaf. An autumn leaf at night. That made the monsoons come on time. He had goosebumps where the handcuffs touched his skin. It isn't him, Rahel whispered to Istha. I can tell. It's his twin brother. Urumban. From Kochi. Unwilling to seek refuge in fiction, Istha said nothing. Someone was speaking to them. A kind touchable policeman. Kind to his kind. Mon, Mole, are you all right? Did he hurt you? And not together, but almost, the ins replied in a whisper. Yes. No. Don't worry. You're safe with us now. Then the policeman looked around and saw the grass mat. The pots and pans. The inflatable goose. The Qantas koala with loosened button eyes. The ballpoint pens with London streets in them. Socks with separate colored toes. Yellow-rimmed red plastic sunglasses. A watch with the time painted on it. Whose are these? Where did they come from? Who brought them? An edge of worry in the voice. Istha and Rahel, full of fish, stared back at him. The policemen looked at one another. They knew what they had to do. The Qantas koala they took for their children. And the pens and socks. Police children with multicolored toes. They burst the goose with a cigarette. Bang. And buried the rubber scraps. Useless goose. Too recognizable. The glasses one of them wore. The others laughed, so he kept them on for a while. The watch they all forgot. It stayed behind in the history house. In the back veranda. A faulty record of the time. 10 to 2. They left. 6 princes, their pockets stuffed with toys. A pair of 2-egg twins. And the god of loss. He couldn't walk. So they dragged him. Nobody saw them. Bats, of course, are blind. Chapter 19 Saving AMMU. At the police station, Inspector Thomas Matthews sent for 2 Coca-Colas. With straws. A servile constable brought them on a plastic tray and offered them to the 2 muddy children sitting across the table from the inspector, their heads only a little higher than the mess of files and papers on it. So once again, in the space of 2 weeks, bottled fear for Istha. Chilled. Fizzed. Sometimes things went worse with Coke. The fizz went up his nose. He burped. Rahel giggled. She blew through her straw till the drink bubbled over onto her dress. All over the floor. Istha read aloud from the board on the wall. Senedelopi, he said. Senedelopi, eknidebo. Itleo el, eknejaletanel, Rahel said. Istruosi. Eknisofi. To his credit, Inspector Thomas Matthew remained calm. He sensed the growing incoherence in the children. He noted the dilated pupils. He had seen it all before: the human mind's escape valve. Its way of managing trauma. He made allowances for that, and couched his questions cleverly. Innocuously. Between when is your birthday, Mon? And what's your favorite color, Mole? Gradually, in a fractured, disjointed fashion, things began to fall into place. His men had briefed him about the pots and pans. The grass mat. The impossible to forget toys. They began to make sense now. Inspector Thomas Matthew was not amused. He sent a jeep for baby cook Emma. He made sure that the children were not in the room when she arrived. He didn't greet her. Have a seat, he said. Baby cook Emma sensed that something was terribly wrong. Have you found them? Is everything all right? Nothing is all right, the inspector assured her. From the look in his eyes and the tone of his voice, baby cook Emma realized that she was dealing with a different person this time. Not the accommodating police officer of their previous meeting. She lowered herself into a chair. Inspector Thomas Matthew didn't mince his words. The Kottayam police had acted on the basis of an FIR filed by her. The Paravan had been caught. Unfortunately, he had been badly injured in the encounter and in all likelihood would not live through the night. But now the children said that they had gone of their own volition. Their boat had capsized and the English child had drowned by accident. Which left the police saddled with the death in custody of a technically innocent man. True, he was a Paravan. True, he had misbehaved. But these were troubled times and technically, as per the law, he was an innocent man. There was no case. Attempted rape. Baby cook Emma suggested weakly. Where is the rape victim's complaint? Has it been filed? Has she made a statement? Have you brought it with you? The inspector's tone was belligerent. Almost hostile. Baby cook Emma looked as though she had shrunk. Pouches of flesh hung from her eyes and jowls. Fear fermented in her and the spit in her mouth turned sour. The inspector pushed a glass of water towards her. The matter is very simple. Either the rape victim must file a complaint, or the children must identify the Paravan as their abductor in the presence of a police witness. Or, he waited for baby cook Emma to look at him. Or I must charge you with lodging a false FIR criminal offense. Sweat-stained baby coach Emma's light blue blouse dark blue. Inspector Thomas Matthew didn't hustle her. He knew that given the political climate, he himself could be in very serious trouble. he was aware that Comrade Knm Pillai would not pass up this opportunity. He kicked himself for acting so impulsively. He used his printed hand towel to reach inside his shirt and wipe his chest and armpits. It was quiet in his office. The sounds of police station activity, the clumping of boots, the occasional howl of pain from somebody being interrogated, seemed distant, as though they were coming from somewhere else. "The children will do as they're told," Baby Kukama said. "If I could have a few moments alone with them." "As you wish." The inspector rose to leave the office. "Please give me 5 minutes before you send them in." Inspector Thomas Matthew nodded his assent and left. Baby Kukama wiped her shining, sweaty face. She stretched her neck, looking up at the ceiling in order to wipe the sweat from crevices between her rolls of neck fat with the end of her palu. She kissed her crucifix. "Hail Mary, full of grace," the words of the prayer deserted her. The door opened. Istha and Rahel were ushered in. Caked with mud. Drenched in Coca-Cola. The sight of Baby Kukama made them suddenly sober. The moth with unusually dense dorsal tufts spread its wings over both their hearts. Why had she come? Where was Amua? Was she still locked up? Baby Kukama looked at them sternly. She said nothing for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse and unfamiliar. "Whose boat was it? Where did you get it from?" "Ours. That we found. Vilutha mended it for us," Rahel whispered. "How long have you had it?" "We found it the day Sophie Mole came." "And you stole things from the house and took them across the river in it?" "We were only playing." "Playing? Is that what you call it?" Baby Kukama looked at them for a long time before she spoke again. "Your lovely little cousin's body is lying in the drawing room. The fish have eaten out her eyes. Her mother can't stop crying. Is that what you call playing?" A sudden breeze made the flowered window curtain billow. Outside, Rahel could see jeeps parked. And walking people. A man was trying to start his motorcycle. Each time he jumped on the Kickstarter lever, his helmet slipped to one side. Inside the inspector's room, Papachi's moth was on the move. "It's a terrible thing to take a person's life," Baby Kukama said. "It's the worst thing that anyone can ever do. Even God doesn't forgive that. You know that, don't you?" Two heads nodded twice. "And yet," she looked sadly at them, "you did it?" She looked them in the eye. "You are murderers." She waited for this to sink in. "You know that I know that it wasn't an accident. I know how jealous of her you were. And if the judge asks me in court, I'll have to tell him, won't I? I can't tell a lie, can I?" She patted the chair next to her. "Here, come and sit down." 4 cheeks of 2 obedient bottoms squeezed into it. "I'll have to tell them how it was strictly against the rules for you to go alone to the river. How you forced her to go with you although you knew that she couldn't swim. How you pushed her out of the boat in the middle of the river. It wasn't an accident, was it?" 4 saucers stared back at her, fascinated by the story she was telling them. "Then what happened?" "So now you'll have to go to jail," Baby Kukama said kindly. "And your mother will go to jail because of you. Would you like that?" Frightened eyes and a fountain looked back at her. 3 of you in 3 different jails. Do you know what jails in India are like?" 2 heads shook twice. Baby Kukama built up her case. She drew, from her imagination, vivid pictures of prison life. The cockroach crisp food. The chai piled in the toilets like soft brown mountains. The bed bugs. The beatings. She dwelled on the long years Amua would be put away because of them. How she would be an old, sick woman with lice in her hair when she came out if she didn't die in jail, that was. Systematically, in her kind, concerned voice she conjured up the macabre future in store for them. When she had stamped out every ray of hope, destroyed their lives completely, like a fairy godmother she presented them with a solution. God would never forgive them for what they had done, but here on earth there was a way of undoing some of the damage. of saving their mother from humiliation and suffering on their account. Provided they were prepared to be practical. Luckily, baby Kokama said, luckily for you, the police have made a mistake. A lucky mistake. She paused. You know what it is, don't you? There were people trapped in the glass paperweight on the policeman's desk. Istha could see them. A waltzing man and a waltzing woman. She wore a white dress with legs underneath. Don't you? There was paperweight waltz music. Mamachi was playing it on her violin. Ra rum param param. The thing is, baby Kochama's voice was saying, what's done is done. The inspector says he's going to die anyway. So it won't really matter to him what the police think. What matters is whether you want to go to jail and make Amyo go to jail because of you. It's up to you to decide that. There were bubbles inside the paperweight which made the man and woman look as though they were waltzing underwater. They looked happy. Maybe they were getting married. She in her white dress. He in his black suit and bow tie. They were looking deep into each other's eyes. If you want to save her, all you have to do is to go with the uncle with the big meeshes. He'll ask you a question. One question. All you have to do is to say yes. Then we can all go home. It's so easy. It's a small price to pay. Baby Kokama followed Istha's gaze. It was all she could do to prevent herself from taking the paperweight and flinging it out of the window. Her heart was hammering. So, she said, with a bright, brittle smile, the strain beginning to tell in her voice. What shall I tell the inspector, uncle? What have we decided? Do you want to save Amyo or shall we send her to jail? As though she was offering them a choice of two treats. Fishing or bathing the pigs. Bathing the pigs or fishing. The twins looked up at her. Not together, but almost, two frightened voices whispered, save Amyo. In the years to come they would replay the scene in their heads. As children. As teenagers. As adults. Had they been deceived into doing what they did? Had they been tricked into condemnation? In a way, yes. But it wasn't as simple as that. They both knew that they had been given a choice. And how quick they had been in the choosing. They hadn't given it more than a second of thought before they looked up and said, not together, but almost, save Amyo. Save us. Save our mother. Baby Kokama beamed. Relief worked like a laxative. She needed to go to the bathroom. Urgently. She opened the door and asked for the inspector. They're good little children, she told him when he came. They'll go with you. No need for both. One will serve the purpose, Inspector Thomas Matthews said. Anyone. Mon. Mole. Who wants to come with me? Istha. Baby Kokama chose. Knowing him to be the more practical of the MRO. The more tractable. The more far-sighted. The more responsible. You go. Good boy little man. He lived in a caravan. Dum-dum. Istha went. Ambassador E. Pelvis. With saucer eyes and a spoiled puff. A short ambassador flanked by tall policemen, on a terrible mission deep into the bowels of the Kottayam police station. Their footsteps echoing on the flagstone floor. Rahel remained behind in the inspector's office and listened to the rude sounds of baby Kochama's relief dribbling down the sides of the inspector's pot in his attached toilet. The flush doesn't work, she said when she came out. It's so annoying. Embarrassed that the inspector would see the color and consistency of her stool. The lockup was pitch dark. Istha could see nothing, but he could hear the sound of rasping, labored breathing. The smell of shit made him retch. Someone switched on the light. Bright. Blinding. Vilutha appeared on the scummy, slippery floor. A mangled genie invoked by a modern lamp. He was naked, his soiled mundu had come undone. Blood spilled from his skull like a secret. His face was swollen and his head looked like a pumpkin, Too large and heavy for the slender stem it grew from. A pumpkin with a monstrous upside-down smile. Police Boots stepped back from the rim of a pool of urine spreading from him, the bright, bare electric bulb reflected in it. Dead fish floated up in Istha. One of the policemen prodded Vilutha with his foot. There was no response. Inspector Thomas Matthews squatted on his haunches and raked his jeep key across the sole of Vilutha's foot. Swollen eyes opened. Wandered. Then focused through a film of blood on a beloved child. Istha imagined that something in him smiled. Not his mouth, but some other unheard part of him. His elbow perhaps. Or shoulder. The inspector asked his question. Istha's mouth said yes. Childhood tiptoed out. Silence slid in like a bolt. Someone switched off the light and Vilutha disappeared. On their way back in the police jeep, baby Kukama stopped at Rolable Medicos for some compos. She gave them 2 each. By the time they reached Chungam Bridge their eyes were beginning to close. Istha whispered something into Rahel's ear. You were right. It wasn't him. It was Urumban. Thank God, Rahel whispered back. Where do you think he is? Escaped to Africa. They were handed over to their mother fast asleep, floating on this fiction. Until the next morning, when Amu shook it out of them. But by then it was too late. Inspector Thomas Matthew, a man of experience in these matters, was right. Vilutha didn't live through the night. Half an hour past midnight, death came for him. And for the little family curled up and asleep on a Blue Cross stitch counterpane? What came for them? Not death. Just the end of living. After Sophie Mole's funeral, when Amu took them back to the police station and the inspector chose his mangoes, tap, tap, the body had already been removed. Dumped in the Thamadi Kuzhi, the pauper's pit where the police routinely dump their dead. When baby Kukama heard about Amu's visit to the police station, she was terrified. Everything that she, baby Kukama, had done, had been premised on one assumption. She had gambled on the fact that Amu, whatever else she did, however angry she was, would never publicly admit to her relationship with Vilutha. Because, according to baby Kukama, that would amount to destroying herself and her children. Forever. But baby Kukama hadn't taken into account the unsafe edge in Amu. The unmixable mix, the infinite tenderness of motherhood, the reckless rage of a suicide bomber. Amu's reaction stunned her. The ground fell away from under her feet. She knew she had an ally in Inspector Thomas Matthew. But how long would that last? What if he was transferred and the case reopened? It was possible considering the shouting, sloganeering crowd of party workers that Comrade K.N.M. Pillai had managed to assemble outside the gate. That prevented the laborers from coming to work, and left vast quantities of mangoes, bananas, pineapple, garlic, and ginger rotting slowly on the premises of Paradise Pickles. Baby Kukama knew she had to get Amu out of Imanum as soon as possible. She managed that by doing what she was best at. Irrigating her fields, nourishing her crops with other people's passions. She gnawed like a rat into the go-down of Chaco's grief. Within its walls she planted an easy, accessible target for his insane anger. It wasn't hard for her to portray Amu as the person actually responsible for Sophie Mole's death. Amu and her 2 egg twins. Chaco breaking down doors was only the sad bull thrashing at the end of baby Kochama's leash. It was her idea that Amu be made to pack her bags and leave. That is to be returned. Chapter 20 The Madras Mail. And so, at the Cochin Harbour terminus, Istha alone at the barred train window. Ambassador E. Pelvis. A millstone with a puff. And a green wavy, thick watery, lumpy, seaweedy, floaty, bottomless bottomful feeling. His trunk with his name on it was under his seat. His tiffin box with tomato sandwiches and his eagle flask with an eagle was on the little folding table in front of him. Next to him an eating lady in a green and purple Kanjiavaram sari and diamonds clustered like shining bees on each nostril offered him yellow laddus in a box. Istha shook his head. She smiled and coaxed, her kind eyes disappeared into slits behind her glasses. She made kissing sounds with her mouth. Try one. Very sweet, she said in Tamil. Rombo Mudaram. Sweet, her oldest daughter, who was about Istha's age, said in English. Istha shook his head again. The lady ruffled his hair and spoiled his puff. Her family, husband and 3 children, was already eating. Big round yellow latte crumbs on the seat. Train rumbles under their feet. The blue night light not yet on. The eating lady's small son switched it on. Switched it off. She explained to the child that light. Not an awake light. Every first-class train thing was green. The berths green. The floor green. The chains green. Green. The eating lady, it was a sleeping seats green. The dark green light. To stop pull, it said in green. OTLLUPNLAHC is the thought M green. Through the window bars, Amu held his hand. Keep your ticket carefully, Amu's mouth said. Amu's trying not to cry mouth. They'll come and check. Istha nodded down at Amu's face tilted up to the train window. At Rahel, small and smudged with station dirt. All 3 of them bonded by the certain, separate knowledge that they had loved a man to death. That wasn't in the papers. It took the twins years to understand Amu's part in what had happened. At Sophie Mole's funeral and in the days before Istha was returned, they saw her swollen eyes, and with the self-centeredness of children, held themselves wholly culpable for her grief. Eat the sandwiches before they get soggy, Amu said. And don't forget to write. She scanned the fingernails of the little hand she held, and slid a black sickle of dirt from under the thumbnail. And look after my sweetheart for me. Until I come and get him. When, Amu? When will you come for him? Soon. But when? When exactly? Soon, sweetheart. As soon as I can. Month after next? Amu. Deliberately making it a long time away so that Amu would say before that, Istha. Be practical. What about your studies? As soon as I get a job. As soon as I can go away from here and get a job, Amu said. But that will be never. A wave of panic. A bottomless bottom-fill feeling. The eating lady eavesdropped indulgently. See how nicely he speaks English, she said to her children in Tamil. But that will be never, her oldest daughter said combatively. Never. Never. By never Istha had only meant that it would be too far away. That it wouldn't be now, wouldn't be soon. By never he hadn't meant, not ever. But that's how the words came out. But that will be never. For never they just took the ONT out of not ever. They. The government. Where people were sent to jolly well behave. And that's how it had all tummed out. Never. Not ever. It was his fault that the faraway man in Amu's chest stopped shouting. Ila's fault that she died alone in the lodge with no one to lie at the back of her and talk to her. Because he was the one that had said it. But Amu, that will be never. Don't be silly, Istha. It'll be soon, Amu's mouth said. I'll be a teacher. I'll start a school. And you and Rahel will be in it. And we'll be able to afford it because it will be ours. Istha said with his enduring pragmatism. His eye on the main chance. Free bus rides. Free funerals. Free education. Little man. He lived in a caravan. Dum-dum. We'll have our own house, Amu said. A little house, Rahel said. And in our school we'll have classrooms and blackboards, Istha said. And chalk. And real teachers teaching. And proper punishments, Rahel said. This was the stuff their dreams were made of. On the day that Istha was returned. Chalk. Blackboards. Proper punishments. They didn't ask to be let off lightly. They only asked for punishments that fitted their crimes. Not ones that came like cupboards with built-in bedrooms. Not ones you spent your whole life in, wandering through its maze of shelves. Without warning the train began to move. Very slowly. Istha's pupils dilated. His nails dug into Amu's hand as she walked along the platform. Ilar walked turning into a run as the Madras mail picked up speed. God bless, my baby. My sweetheart. I'll come for you soon. Amu. Istha said as she disengaged her hand. Prizing loose small finger after finger. Amu. Feeling vomity. Istha's voice lifted into a wail. Little Elvis the pelvis with a spoiled, special outing puff. And beige and pointy shoes. He left his voice behind. On the station platform Rahel doubled over and screamed and screamed. The train pulled out. The light pulled in. 23 years later, Rahel, dark woman in a yellow t-shirt, turns to Istha in the dark. Est hapapakakan kudapan Peter Mon, she says. She whispers. She moves her mouth. Their beautiful mother's mouth. Istha, sitting very straight, waiting to be arrested, takes his fingers to it. To touch the words it makes. To keep the whisper. His fingers follow the shape of it. The touch of teeth. His hand is held and kissed. Pressed against the coldness of a cheek, wet with shattered rain. Then she sat up and put her arms around him. Drew him down beside her. They lay like that for a long time. Awake in the dark. Quietness and emptiness. Not old. Not young. But a viable diable age. They were strangers who had met in a chance encounter. They had known each other before life began. There is very little that anyone could say to clarify what happened next. Nothing that, in Mamachi's book, would separate sex from love. Or needs from feelings. Except perhaps that no watcher watched through Rahel's eyes. No one stared out of a window at the sea. Or a boat in the river. Or a passerby in the mist in a hat. Except perhaps that it was a little cold. A little wet. But very quiet. The air. But what was there to say? Only that there were tears. Only that quietness and emptiness fitted together like stacked spoons. Only that there was a snuffling in the hollows at the base of a lovely throat. Only that a hard honey-colored shoulder had a semicircle of teeth marks on it. Only that they held each other close, long after it was over. Only that what they shared that night was not happiness, but hideous grief. Only that once again they broke the love laws. That lay down who should be loved. And how. And how much. On the roof of the abandoned factory, the lonely drummer drummed. A gauze door slammed. A mouse rushed across the factory floor. Cobweb-sealed old pickle vats. Empty, all but one in which a small heap of congealed white dust lay. Bone dust from a barnaul. Long dead. Pickled ole. In answer to Sophie Mole's question, Chaco, where do old birds go to die? Why don't dead ones fall like stones from the sky? Asked on the evening of the day she arrived. She was standing on the edge of baby Kochama's ornamental pond looking up at the kites wheeling in the sky. Sophie Mol had, bell-bottomed and loved from the beginning. Margaret Kochama, because she knew that when you travel to the heart of darkness anything can happen to anyone, called her in to have her regimen of pills. Filaria. Malaria. Diarrhea. She had no prophylaxis, unfortunately, for death by drowning. Then it was time for dinner. Supper, silly, Sophie Mole said when Istha was sent to call her. At supper silly, the children sat at a separate smaller table. Sophie Mole, with her back to the grown UPS, made gruesome faces at the food. Every mouthful she ate was displayed to her admiring younger cousins, half-chewed, mulched, lying on her tongue like fresh vomit. When Rahel did the same, Amu saw her and took her to bed. Amu tucked her naughty daughter in and switched off the light. Her goodnight kiss left no spit on Rahel's cheek and Rahel could tell that she wasn't really angry. You're not angry, Amu. In a happy whisper. A little more her mother loved her. No. Amyo kissed her again. Good night, sweetheart. God bless. Good night, Amyo. Send us the soon. And as Amyo walked away she heard her daughter whisper, Amyo. What is it? We be of one blood, thou and I. Amyo leaned against the bedroom door in the dark, reluctant to return to the dinner table, where the conversation circled like a moth around the white child and her mother as though they were the only source of light. Amyo felt that she would die, wither and die, if she heard another word. If she had to endure another minute of Chaco's proud, tennis trophy smile. Or the undercurrent of sexual jealousy that emanated from Mamachi. Or baby Kochama's conversation that was designed to exclude Amyo and her children, to inform them of their place in the scheme of things. As she leaned against the door in the darkness, she felt her dream, her afternoon mare, move inside her like a rib of water rising from the ocean, gathering into a wave. The cheerful one-armed man with salty skin and a shoulder that ended abruptly like a cliff emerged from the shadows of the jagged beach and walked towards her. Who was he? Who could he have been? The god of loss. The god of small things. The god of goosebumps and sudden smiles. He could do only one thing at a time. If he touched her, he couldn't talk to her; if he loved her he couldn't leave; if he spoke he couldn't disturb; if he fought he couldn't win. Amyo longed for him. Ached for him with the whole of her biology. She returned to the dinner table. Chapter 21 The cost of living. When the old house had closed its bleary eyes and settled into sleep, Amyo, wearing one of Chaco's old shirts over a long white petticoat, walked out onto the front veranda. She paced up and down for a while. Restless. Feral. Then she sat on the wicker chair below the moldy, button-eyed bison head and the portraits of the little blessed one and Alioity Amici that hung on either side of it. Her twins were sleeping the way they did when they were exhausted, with their eyes half open, two small monsters. They got that from their father. Amyo switched on her tangerine transistor. A man's voice crackled through it. An English song she hadn't heard before. She sat there in the dark. A lonely, lambent woman looking out at her embittered aunt's ornamental garden, listening to a tangerine. To a voice from far away. Wafting through the night. Sailing over lakes and rivers. Over dense heads of trees. Past the yellow church. Past the school. Bumping up the dirt road. Up the steps of the veranda. To her. Barely listening to the music, she watched the frenzy of insects flitting around the light, vying to kill themselves. The words of the song exploded in her head. There's no time to lose, I heard her say. Cash your dreams before they slip away. Dying all the time. Lose your dreams and you will lose your mind. Amyo drew her knees up and hugged them. She couldn't believe it. The cheap coincidence of those words. She stared fiercely out at the garden. Usa the Barnal flew past on a silent nocturnal patrol. The fleshy anthuriums gleamed like gunmetal. She remained sitting for a while. Long after the song had ended. Then suddenly she rose from her chair and walked out of her world like a witch. To a better, happier place. She moved quickly through the darkness, like an insect following a chemical trail. She knew the path to the river as well as her children did and could have found her way there blindfolded. She didn't know what it was that made her hurry through the undergrowth. That turned her walk into a run. That made her arrive on the banks of the Minachal breathless. Sobbing. As though she was late for something. As though her life depended on getting there in time. As though she knew he would be there. Waiting. As though he knew she would come. He did. No. That knowledge had slid into him that afternoon. Cleanly. Like the sharp edge of a knife. When history had slipped up. While he had held her little daughter in his arms. When her eyes had told him he was not the only giver of gifts. That she had gifts to give him too, that in return for his boats, his boxes, his small windmills, she would trade her deep dimples when she smiled. Her smooth brown skin. Her shining shoulders. Her eyes that were always somewhere else. He wasn't there. Amu sat on the stone steps that led to the water. She buried her head in her arms, feeling foolish for having been so sure. So certain. Farther downstream in the middle of the river, Vilutha floated on his back, looking up at the stars. His paralyzed brother and his one-eyed father had eaten the dinner he had cooked them and were asleep. So he was free to lie in the river and drift slowly with the current. A log. A serene crocodile. Coconut trees bent into the river and watched him float by. Yellow bamboo wept. Small fish took coquettish liberties with him. Pecked him. He flipped over and began to swim. Upstream. Against the current. He turned towards the bank for one last look, treading water, feeling foolish for having been so sure. So certain. When he saw her, the detonation almost drowned him. It took all his strength to stay afloat. He trod water, standing in the middle of a dark river. She didn't see the knob of his head bobbing over the dark river. He could have been anything. A floating coconut. In any case, she wasn't looking. Her head was buried in her arms. He watched her. He took his time. Had he known that he was about to enter a tunnel whose only egress was his own annihilation, would he have turned away? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Who can tell? He began to swim towards her. Quietly. Cutting through the water with no fuss. He had almost reached the bank when she looked up and saw him. His feet touched the muddy riverbed. As he rose from the dark river and walked up the stone steps, she saw that the world they stood in was his. That he belonged to it. That it belonged to him. The water. The mud. The trees. The fish. The stars. He moved so easily through it. As she watched him, she understood the quality of his beauty. How his labor had shaped him. How the wood he fashioned had fashioned him. Each plank he planed, each nail he drove, each thing he made had molded him. Had left its stamp on him. Had given him his strength, his supple grace. He wore a thin white cloth around his loins, looped between his dark legs. He shook the water from his hair. She could see his smile in the dark. His white, sudden smile that he had carried with him from boyhood into manhood. His only luggage. They looked at each other. They weren't thinking anymore. The time for that had come and gone. Smashed smiles lay ahead of them. But that would be later. Later. He stood before her with the river dripping from him. She stayed sitting on the steps, watching him. Her face pale in the moonlight. A sudden chill crept over him. His heart hammered. It was all a terrible mistake. He had misunderstood her. The whole thing was a figment of his imagination. This was a trap. There were people in the bushes. Watching. She was the delectable bait. How could it be otherwise? They had seen him in the march. He tried to make his voice casual. Normal. It came out in a croak. Amukati, what is it? She went to him and laid the length of her body against his. He just stood there. He didn't touch her. He was shivering. Partly with cold. Partly terror. Partly aching desire. Despite his fear, his body was prepared to take the bait. It wanted her. Urgently. His wetness wet her. She put her arms around him. He tried to be rational. What's the worst thing that can happen? I could lose everything. My job. My family. My livelihood. Everything. She could hear the wild hammering of his heart. She held him till it calmed down. Somewhat. She unbuttoned her shirt. They stood there. Skin to skin. Her brownness against his blackness. Her softness against his hardness. Her nut-brown breasts, that wouldn't support a toothbrush, against his smooth ebony chest. She smelled the river on him. His particular paravan smell that so disgusted baby cook Emma. Amu put out her tongue and tasted it, in the hollow of his throat. on the lobe of his ear. She pulled his head down toward her and kissed his mouth. A cloudy kiss. A kiss that demanded a kiss back. He kissed her back. First cautiously. Then urgently. Slowly his arms came up behind her. He stroked her back. Very gently. She could feel the skin on his palms. Rough. Collused. Sandpaper. He was careful not to hurt her. She could feel how soft she felt to him. She could feel herself through him. Her skin. The way her body existed only where he touched her. The rest of her was smoke. She felt him shudder against her. His hands were on her haunches, that could support a whole array of toothbrushes, pulling her hips against his, to let her know how much he wanted her. Biology designed the dance. Terror timed it. Dictated the rhythm with which their bodies answered each other. As though they knew already that for each tremor of pleasure they would pay with an equal measure of pain. As though they knew that how far they went would be measured against how far they would be taken. So they held back. Tormented each other. Gave of each other slowly. But that only made it worse. It only raised the stakes. It only cost them more. Because it smoothed the wrinkles, the fumble and rush of unfamiliar love and roused them to fever pitch. Behind them the river pulsed through the darkness, shimmering like wild silk. Yellow bamboo wept. Knight's elbows rested on the water and watched them. They lay under the mangosteen tree, where only recently a grey old boat plant with boat flowers and boat fruit had been uprooted by a mobile republic. A wasp. A flag. A surprised puff. A fountain in a love in Tokyo. The scurrying, hurrying, boat world was already gone. The white termites on their way to work. The white ladybirds on their way home. The white beetles burrowing away from the light. The white grasshoppers with white wood violins dot the sad white music. All gone. Leaving a boat-shaped patch of bare dry earth, cleared and ready for love. As though Esthapen and Rahel had prepared the ground for them. Will this to happen? The twin midwives of Amu's dream. Amu, naked now, crouched over Vilutha, her mouth on his. He drew her hair around them like a tent. Like her children did when they wanted to exclude the outside world. She slid further down, introducing herself to the rest of him. His neck. His nipples. His chocolate stomach. She sipped the last of the river from the hollow of his navel. She pressed the heat of his erection against her eyelids. She tasted him, salty, in her mouth. He sat up and drew her back to him. She felt his belly tighten under her, hard as a board. She felt her wetness slipping on his skin. He took her nipple in his mouth and cradled her other breast in his collused palm. Velvet gloved in sandpaper. At the moment that she guided him into her, she caught a passing glimpse of his youth, his youngness, the wonder in his eyes at the secret he had unearthed, and she smiled down at him as though he was her child. Once he was inside her, fear was derailed and biology took over. The cost of living climbed to unaffordable heights, though later baby Kakama would say it was a small price to pay. Was it? 2 lives. 2 children's childhoods. And a history lesson for future offenders. Clouded eyes held clouded eyes in a steady gaze, and a luminous woman opened herself to a luminous man. She was as wide and deep as a river in spate. He sailed on her waters. She could feel him moving deeper and deeper into her. Frantic. Frenzied. Asking to be let in further. Further. Stopped only by the shape of her. The shape heaved him. And when he was refused, when he had touched the deepest depths of her, with a sobbing, shuddering sigh, he drowned. She lay against him. Their bodies slick with sweat. She felt his body drop away from her. His breath become more regular. She saw his eyes clear. He stroked her hair, sensing that the knot that had eased in him was still tight and quivering in her. Gently he turned her over on her back. He wiped the sweat and grit from her with his wet cloth. He lay over her, careful not to put his weight on her. Small stones pressed into the skin of his forearms. He kissed her eyes, her ears, her breasts, her belly, her 7 silver stretch marks from her twins. The line of down that led from her navel to her dark triangle, that told him where she wanted him to go. The inside of her legs, where her skin was softest. Then Carpenter's hands lifted her hips and an untouchable tongue touched the innermost part of her. Drank long and deep from the bowl of her. She danced for him. On that boat-shaped piece of earth. She lived. He held her against him, resting his back against the mangosteen tree, while she cried and laughed at once. Then, for what seemed like an eternity, but was really no more than 5 minutes, she slept leaning against him, her back against his chest. 7 years of oblivion lifted off her and flew into the shadows on weighty, quaking wings. Like a dull, steel peahen. And on Amu's road, to age and death, a small, sunny meadow appeared. Copper grass spangled with blue butterflies. Beyond it, an abyss. Slowly the terror seeped back into him. At what he had done. At what he knew he would do again. And again. She woke to the sound of his heart knocking against his chest. As though it was searching for a way out. For that movable rib. A secret sliding folding panel. His arms were still around her, she could feel the muscles move while his hands played with a dry palm frond. Amu smiled to herself in the dark, thinking how much she loved his arms, the shape and strength of them, how safe she felt resting in them when actually it was the most dangerous place she could be. He folded his fear into a perfect rose. He held it out in the palm of his hand. She took it from him and put it in her hair. She moved closer, wanting to be within him, to touch more of him. He gathered her into the cave of his body. A breeze lifted off the river and cooled their warm bodies. It was a little cold. A little wet. A little quiet. The air. But what was there to say? An hour later Amu disengaged herself gently. I have to go. He said nothing, didn't move. He watched her dress. Only one thing mattered now. They knew that it was all they could ask of each other. The only thing. Ever. They both knew that. Even later, on the 13 nights that followed this one, instinctively they stuck to the small things. The big things ever lurked inside. They knew that there was nowhere for them to go. They had nothing. No future. So they stuck to the small things. They laughed at ant bites on each other's bottoms. At clumsy caterpillars sliding off the ends of leaves, at overturned beetles that couldn't right themselves. At the pair of small fish that always sought Vilutha out in the river and bit him. At a particularly devout praying mantis. At the minute spider who lived in a crack in the wall of the back veranda of the history house and camouflaged himself by covering his body with bits of rubbish, a sliver of wasp wing. Part of a cobweb. Dust. Leaf rot. The empty thorax of a dead bee. Chaputamburan, Vilutha called him. Lord Rubbish. One night they contributed to his wardrobe a flake of garlic skin and were deeply offended when he rejected it along with the rest of his armor, from which he emerged disgruntled, naked, snot-colored. As though he deplored their taste in clothes. For a few days he remained in this suicidal state of disdainful undress. The rejected shell of garbage stayed standing, like an outmoded worldview. An antiquated philosophy. Then it crumbled. Gradually Chaputamburan acquired a new ensemble. Without admitting it to each other or themselves, they linked their fates, their futures, their love, their madness, their hope, their infinite joy, to his. They checked on him every night, with growing panic as time went by, to see if he had survived the day. They fretted over his frailty. His smallness. The adequacy of his camouflage. His seemingly self-destructive pride. They grew to love his eclectic taste. His shambling dignity. They chose him because they knew that they had to put their faith in fragility. Stake to smallness. Each time they parted, they extracted only one small promise from each other: tomorrow. Tomorrow. They knew that things could change in a day. They were right about that. They were wrong about Chaputamburab though. He outlived Vilutha. He fathered future generations. He died of natural causes. That first night, on the day that Sophie Mole came, Vilutha watched his lover dress. When she was ready, she squatted facing him. She touched him lightly with her fingers and left a trail of goosebumps on his skin. Like flat chalk on a blackboard. Like breeze in a paddy field. Like jet streaks in a blue church sky. He took her face in his hands and drew it towards his. He closed his eyes and smelled her skin. Amu laughed. Yes, Margaret, she thought. We do it to each other too. She kissed his closed eyes and stood up. Vilutha, with his back against the mangosteen tree, watched her walk away. She had a dry rose in her hair. She turned to say it once again, Nali. Tomorrow.